Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Presenting reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 107-3, I have the honor to present in both official languages the following two reports of Liaison Committee. The first report, entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2019 to March 31st, 2020, and the second report, entitled Committee's Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2020 to August 18th, 2020. These reports highlight the work and accomplishments of each committee, as well as the budgets that fund the activities approved by committee members. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petition. Présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to present a petition from a group of Canadians concerned about the effects of international economic sanctions, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. The electronic 2630 petition with 527 signatures calls on the government to lift the sanctions against 20 countries around the world in line with a March 23rd letter from the UN Secretary General. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've got the privilege of presenting multiple petitions again this morning. The first petition is from Canadians from across the country, and they're calling on the government to expediently pass a gender selection abortion bill. They're calling on the members of Parliament to pass the bill that is presented by my honourable colleague from Yorkton Melville. The second petition I have today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians across the country. They're calling on the Government of Canada to create a national strategy on palliative care. This petition would ensure that all Canadians have access to high-quality palliative care right up until the end of their life and ensure that Canadians are comfortable in their death. The next petition I have today, Mr. Speaker, is from folks from across Canada. They're calling on the government to enact legislation to protect the conscience rights of healthcare professionals, physicians, and healthcare institutions. They recognize that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects the conscience rights and the freedom of religion, and they also note that the Canadian Medical Association is in agreement with this as well. The next petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, is on forced organ harvesting that is happening around the world. The people that have signed this petition from across Canada are calling on the government to enact from the previous Parliament Bill C-350 and Bill S-240, which would make it illegal to travel abroad in order to purchase organs that have been illegally harvested. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the last petition I have to present this morning is on the detention of the Uyghurs in China. The people that have signed this petition are concerned about the genocide that is happening there to the Uyghur people, and they're calling on the government to use the Magnitsky Act in order to bring sanctions against Chinese officials to ensure that this atrocity does not continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm submitting a petition signed by several hundred people across the country, including people in Edmonton West, calling on the Parliament to enact legislation to prohibit Canadians from travelling abroad to purchase forced harvested organs. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to present a petition from Canadians that are concerned with the international trafficking of human organs which have been illegally harvested and removed from individuals without their consent. That would be things like selling somebody's heart to somebody that's willing to pay some money for it. And so these individuals would like Canada to pass legislation that would criminalize that kind of behavior, that would make people like that inadmissible to come back into our country. because this kind of behavior is detestable. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, motion de l'opposition.
Opposition motion asking an apology on behalf of the Prime Minister. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that the House demand an official apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of the Government of Canada for the enactment on October 16, 1970, of the War Measures Act and the use of the Army against Quebec's civilian population to arbitrarily arrest, detain without charge, and intimidate nearly 500 innocent Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In 1970, the House of Commons of Canada enacted through a vote the War Measures Act. I would like to insist on the word war. When we talk about a war, it's either against a foreign enemy or a civil war. Perhaps if there's an insurrection, but that's what we usually talk about. We're talking about the War Measures Act, which was enacted in a clear context, historically recognized to have been a lie. And today we want the government to take responsibility and to apologize for this. Everyone has excuses for everything, and I think the Prime Minister of Canada apologizes when it snows. But here he hasn't apologized to 500 Quebecers, their families, and their descendants who were imprisoned, arrested. And this is obviously a serious context, but it was a deplorable event, a crisis that should have been solved turned into an insurrection. Leaders of a democratic movement and leaders of a paper became imaginary protagonists in this event. These people were arrested without process, sometimes abusively, and interrogation methods were abusive. This caused lasting trauma, as many cases have been recognized since. This issue, before it was political, should have been one of compassion, as my friend from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert has said. It has left an impact. The current Prime Minister of Canada said a few months ago that we don't send in the army against your own population, against your own people. This seems to make good sense, except in the case of certain dictatorships. But 50 years later, 50 years after this act of sending the army in against its own people, with another prime minister who did this with the name Trudeau, the members of the Bloc Québécois who are sitting in the House of Commons of Canada support the idea of independence for the Quebec nation, the same one that the Pierre Trudeau tried to crush indefinitely, and he failed to do so. It was a failure. The House of Commons of Canada should do the honourable thing and recognize, as history has shown so well, that this was unacceptable and unjustified. The current Prime Minister presented an apology to the Japanese community, to the Ukrainian community, to the Italian community for imprisonment that took place during the Second World War. And he was right to do so. So why does he not apologize in an intentional way to the 500 Quebec families that were involved? Historically, there was no apology to the Métis when Louis Riel was hung. There was no apology to the Acadians who were sent thousands of kilometers away from their homes. It's as if the Prime Minister's apologies were reserved for anyone who is not Francophone. We could ask questions about this historically. The Prime Minister is the representative of His Majesty's government in Canada. And when he says that we've moved on and this has been a long time and we have to just focus on politics, well, the War Measures Act is not so old. And when you are in politics, you serve people. And when you have to serve people, you have to show some compassion. I'm not sure that if you inherit some type of intellectual I don't think some people are showing compassion for those who have suffered, and I doubt that the Prime Minister, if he closes his eyes, could imagine that his father or his children, a machine gun could have been pointed at them, and the person who was holding that machine gun would have the right to do so. It's unimaginable violence that was involved, and it leaves clear traces in people's psychology. And we still feel this 50 years later. Does this not deserve an apology? The Canadian government ordered roundups that reminded people of communist countries. They encouraged, supported, and instrumentalized interrogation techniques that still are leaving impacts on people today. Tens of thousands of people were arrested, and this was costly, and homes were damaged and never repaired. People were woken up in the middle of the night. Children were involved, and they wanted to repress violence, and they wanted to repress the nation that could not be assimilated, and they couldn't convince the Quebec people to renounce its people, its culture, its arts, and they also imprisoned artists. They used the pretext of an insurrection because this was necessary under law, because what is legal is not necessarily moral. And it's now well known now that Mr. Trudeau, Mr. Bourassa, and Mr. Drapeau, even though they didn't talk about it directly, they invented together a lie that is worthy of the Francoists in the streets of Barcelona, with a similar goal: to repress the democratic will of people to exercise the right to self-determination and independence. An insurrection, they said, to overthrow the Quebec government, nothing less. And who ordered it? Who directed it? Please don't laugh. O'Brien is said to have led it, the leader of the Devoir. Seems rather far-fetched now. The same René Lévesque, who was said to have been a leader of this insurrection. I can't imagine him with a gun in his hand. This seems rather ridiculous now. Guy Rocher. There's no more peaceful intellectual than Guy Rocher, and I wish you all the opportunity to meet him. It was pure craziness, but one that was designed, calculated. Even though, and I'm talking about an institution that everyone here venerates, despite the warnings of the RCMP that specifically said at the cabinet that there was no real insurrection and that there was no reason to invoke the War Measures Act. But this warning was quickly pushed aside and brushed under the carpet. There was an intent behind all of this. You don't arrest 500 innocent people. You don't terrorize a nation unless you have an intent. And the intent was to crush the support for a movement. This Bolshevik behavior. And I can imagine what the questions will be next. But yes, the terrorists, they were terrorists. And we have to always denounce all forms of terrorism and not wait to do that. We have to denounce all forms of terrorism. And we did so without hesitating. The son of Paul Rose did so as well. We did denounce terrorism. This is a fact. However, this has nothing to do with all this. There's no link between the War Measures Act and the terrorist actions that took place because they've fed the disinformation given to our Canadian friends. They fed the hatred against Quebec nationalists, a hatred that was fully digested, and they sullied the Quebec nation. My Twitter account receives all sorts of hateful messages in the thousands. All of these people, well, not all, there are a few exceptions. While I forgive them, I don't answer them because it would take up all my time, but I tell them you're ill-informed. You've been misled. They fed you lies. And these people still spread these lies because that's what they've been told and retold. And we've said the opposite. We've said in French, these are one of these big myths of the 21st century is the myth of the bilingual Canada. The roundups didn't yield any terrorists. That was okay. It wasn't done to catch terrorists.
Il fallait, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the terrorists who absolutely should have been condemned, but they were used as an excuse, as a justification to threaten Canada, a Canada which needed peace and democracy. Quebec, many in Quebec wanted independence, sovereignty. In 1970, the federal government purposely created confusion. And the Prime Minister yesterday purposely maintained that same confusion. It is shameful, as this institution, this Parliament, should have truth as a core value. In 1970, Canada engaged in state terrorism. State terrorism. In 1837, Canadians, who were French Canadians, in the vocabulary of the time, they rose up, but they were oppressed. Canada wanted to assimilate the French Canadians. They thought they had no culture, that they needed to be assimilated for their own good. In 1868, Quebecers were humiliated on what would become our national holiday. Canada, the federal government wanted to scare Quebecers. And during the referendum in 1990, Canada wanted to scare Quebecers. The same happened in October 1970. Canada wanted to scare Quebecers. And with each of these occurrences, we thought it would be the last time. But it will never be the last time, because every day, every week, on every occasion, well, we're told that it won't happen again. We're told that people don't want to separate anymore, but some are still interested in independence. And I feel that we should work differently. We should work as partners, as neighbors, rather than having the government of Canada use money and power to stifle democratic expression. The Liberal Party of Canada, the Prime Minister of Canada, and the Conservative Party at the time, whose leader was Mr. Stanfield, they voted for the War Measures Act. Then they said that they regretted having done so because enacting the War Measures Act was not justifiable. At the time, there were many honorable parliamentarians who sat in this House. They were misled with a whole slew of lies, and most of them would not have voted in favor of the War Measures Act without these lies. There was such a hatred in this House, hatred of Quebec nationalism. That's the only way that there could have been such an affront to democracy and to what Quebec wanted. Mr. Speaker, these actors I've mentioned were on the wrong side of history. Quebecers will not stand for this humiliation again. People hoped that Quebec would finally be quiet, that Quebec would finally accept to be a province like all other provinces, that Quebec would be fine with being pacified again into resignation. The Prime Minister leads a minority government. He admits that he does not speak for Quebec. Well, he doesn't speak for Canada either. Who speaks for Quebec? Quebec does. The Bloc Québécois does. Mr. Speaker, is it acceptable for a government to lie, to cheat, to send in the army against one's own population? Just because you've said, "Just watch me"? Such pride prioritized over the people of Quebec. We, the Bloc Québécois, are here in this House. We want to offer an alternative to Quebecers who suffered humiliation. We want to offer Quebecers a better country, a country that will be theirs. But we'll save that for another day, another opposition motion, or maybe another election. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say I'm very proud of my heritage, which is rooted in good part in the province of Quebec. And when I listen to the leader of the Bloc Party, I can understand and I can appreciate why it is that the Bloc are presenting the motion that they've done today. And even though my priority for the people of Quebec, as it is for all Canadians, is still the coronavirus. Having said that, the question I have for the leader of the Bloc is, would he not acknowledge that it was through the support of the Premier of the province of Quebec, the Mayor of Montreal, in which the national government at the time responded to. And often, Mr. Speaker, you will recall the Bloc today constantly say, listen to what the province of Quebec is saying. Listen to and act on what it is that the province of Quebec is saying. I'm wondering if the leader of the Bloc Party can just explain or expand on those 2 points. Why does he believe the Premier of Quebec back then and the Mayor of Montreal felt it was necessary?
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The most blind are those who refuse to see. The most in the wrong are those who refuse to use their conscience. We condemn several individuals very clearly. First, the Mayor of Montreal at the time, and Quebec's Premier at the time, Robert Bourassa. Neither has had a statue erected of them in the Eternal Museum of Courage. And we have heard this shop-worn sentence so many times. We, the government, are dealing with COVID-19. COVID-19 seems to be an excuse to shut everything down. Don't bring motions, don't do this, don't do that. Because of COVID, COVID is being thrown around, bandied around as an excuse to not do X, Y, Z. Okay, we agree that COVID's a priority. Why don't we just have the Prime Minister come to this House right at the beginning of the day, read an official apology to us for 5 minutes, and then we'll talk about COVID for the rest of the day. Pride is not a virtue. Acknowledgement is. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. The member, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, is giving us the opportunity to reflect on the October crisis on its 50th anniversary. And I will explain our party's views momentarily. Now, the Bloc Québécois leader was very harsh. He spoke of lies, of fabrications, of cheating, of misinformation. And we will address all of that. But first, I would like the Bloc leader to explain to us why, in a very calculated way, in a way that could be considered disinformation, why he forgot to inform this House that the federal government took action on the request of Quebec's government. The member for Belleuil-Chambly. History does agree with you. Yes. My colleague made a reference that we're not allowed to be making and that I didn't make. There are many Conservatives in this House right now, many Bloc MPs, many NDP MPs, and there's one political party with less members in the House. Perhaps they're absent because they're ashamed. Make no mistake, yes, Robert Bourassa sent a letter to Ottawa. And Trudeau, father, he received these requests from the mayor, from the premier, and thought, oh, there might be a rising up. There might be violence. So the Prime Minister said, this is such a great occasion that we should really seize this occasion to quash the separatists, the independentists, once and for all. Historians, for the most part, do not confirm that there was going to be any insurrection. Even at the time, the RCMP said there was nothing like an insurrection arising up on the horizon. And yet this was used as an excuse, a justification to invoke the War Measures Act. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the bloc leader for his speech and for his motion. This is a very complex topic. There are so many facets to it. In fact, the only newspaper at the time opposed to the War Measures Act was Le Devoir. The only political party at the time opposed to the War Measures Act was the NDP, led by Tommy Douglas. Let's not forget that. I'd like to hear from the bloc leader, what is a state when it takes away its citizens' fundamental basic rights and then proceeds to arrest people like Pauline Julien and others? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Some lack modesty in this issue, especially in explaining what occurred. We don't often have occasions to thank the NDP for its support in 1970, to thank it for supporting the nation of Quebec. It is important for us to understand that there were elites in Quebec who did not want to identify themselves publicly, but there were Quebec elites who thought it was fine to break down doors, point weapons at people, take away the basic rights of Quebecers, even of children. Elites who really wanted to root out a political movement which was a democratic one. Historians are still studying the past and how it will be defined. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to thank my leader for his extraordinary speech. We already know how the Liberals will vote on this motion. The Conservatives, though, we're not certain how they'll vote. How will the Conservatives vote? And if they would vote nay, why? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Conservatives are not especially enthusiastic about our motion. Am I correct in saying that, colleagues? I feel that the Conservatives don't strongly support the motion, yet I feel more respect from the Conservative Party than from the Liberal Party. Here's what I hoped for. I hoped that we could accomplish two complementary things, which are not mutually exclusive. First, I want this House to unequivocally condemn the terrorism, the violence, and the entirely dishonorable actions taken by a teeny tiny terrorist group. And I would like us to condemn the actions taken by the Government of Canada. One wrong does not justify another. We don't want an eye for an eye. There was wrongdoing on both sides, and both should be condemned today. Resuming debate, the Honourable House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, we are in the House discussing the motion presented by the member for Belleuil-Chambly on the October crisis. This motion reminds us of a tragic, very sad time. This brings back difficult memories. This reminds us how far we've come, how far our society has come, and how privileged we are to live in Canada, in a democracy which respects freedom of expression and respects diversity. But first, I would like to share my personal experiences with you. I arrived in Quebec a few years after the events of the October crisis. My family came to Quebec as political refugees. My father, he was a lawyer in Argentina. He defended union leaders and other activists who opposed the regime in Argentina. My father was imprisoned and tortured. A bomb was planted in our house. My mother, my sisters, they were 2 and 4 years old. I was 7 years old at the time. We were very scared. And so we knew it was a matter of time before the regime would kill us. There was no doubt about that. So we left Argentina and moved to Quebec. And I grew up in Sherbrooke. Quebec welcomed us with open arms. Quebec, a democratic society where issues are solved with words rather than with violence. As all Quebecers of my generations, as all Canadians of my generations, I grew up learning about what happened during the October crisis, during that time. Younger Canadians did not directly live through that dark chapter of our history. It's so important for us to take the time to reflect on what occurred during the October crisis, but also let's reflect on everything we've accomplished as a society since then. I got into politics at a very young age, and we often debated sovereignty and independentism in cégep, in university, in cafes, in bars, but we had these debates respectfully, civilly, in an appropriate manner. I have sovereigntists in my family. Some of my best friends are sovereigntists too, and I love each and every one of them. We would debate. The debates would get heated. We would squabble and bicker, but then we would make up. That's how Quebecers are. We must commend ourselves on debating, on respectful debates. Respectful debate is a testament to strong democracies. We experienced the October crisis, but now we've learned lessons, and as a society, we are stronger now. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud to be a Quebecer. The October crisis and the events that led to it were the only time in modern Quebec history where citizens resorted to violence, weapons, terrorism to reach their political goals. This is the 50th anniversary of the October crisis, and the Bloc Québécois is bringing the October crisis back to the forefront, and that's fine. They're well within their rights to do so, but they should rise above partisanship, and they should keep in mind all of the facts and events that occurred. We all regret the October crisis in 1970, each and every one of us, but this motion presented by the Bloc Québécois only tells one side of the story, Mr. Speaker.
And that's very sad, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there were arrests, but we all know that that's not the only aspect of the story. There were many other tragic incidents marked the period. On Saturday, the 10th of October, 6 p.m. in the evening, Pierre Laporte was playing with his nephew on the lawn in front of his house, and that's the last time his family saw him alive. Why doesn't the Bloc Québécois motion mention that? Why does it not refer to the assassination of a minister, a man, someone who was the father, son, husband? I'd also like them to remember Wilfred the member who was working as a night watchman and who was killed. He was 65, and he was a night watchman. He died. And McWilliam Phillip, who was killed as well. There was a holdup by a group of FLQ members outside a corner store. So let's listen to these stories. Let's remember Thérèse Morin, who was killed by a bomb in her place of employment. Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain, who was also killed by a bomb at NDHQ headquarters, National Defense Headquarters in Ottawa. The Bloc motion sadly doesn't take the time to deplore the crimes that occurred, the crimes that led up to the crisis in 1970. And that's not the only thing that was left out of the Bloc Québécois motion. I led a copy of the letter that Mr. Robert Bourassa wrote to the Prime Minister of Canada to call for the intervention of the Canadian Army. And if I may, I'll read an excerpt from that letter. And I quote, "Under the circumstances, on behalf of the Government of Quebec, I request that emergency powers be provided as soon as possible to allow more effective action to be taken. In particular, I ask that these powers include the authority to arrest, detain persons whom the Attorney General of Quebec considers, on reasonable grounds, dedicated to overthrowing the government by violence and illegal means." That letter, Mr. Speaker, was written by the Premier of Quebec. In that letter, the Premier of Quebec asked the Government of Canada to intervene, and the Government of Canada did so. Now, I'd like to go back to the block motion. It calls for an apology. The events leading up to the October crisis were deplorable, tragic. But the motion doesn't address that. It doesn't talk about that at all, and that's why we cannot support it. Mr. Speaker, no one wants to see something like this recur. But when we wanted to avoid something from the past, we address the past as it was, without not addressing it by eliminating aspects of it that we don't want to consider. The Bloc's motion puts forth a truncated version of history and events, and that's why we can't support it. We can't ignore the death of Pierre Laporte and the other victims, nor can we ignore the pain facing families. It's not simply a detail of history that we can ignore. We can't ignore the climate of violence that existed at the time either, or the fact that the Government of Canada was responding to the requests of the Premier of Quebec. Today, the Bloc is trying to rewrite history to align it with their ideology, and the leader of the Bloc has told an incomplete version, Mr. Speaker, and we're not going to get involved in partisanship, and we won't try to divide Quebecers. As you know, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, I love Quebec. I love Quebec deeply. I'm convinced, and I know that all my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois love Quebec as well. But when you love Quebec, you don't try to divide the people of the province. It's the opposite. It's our duty, the duty of each and every one of us to do the opposite, to bring Quebecers together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vimy-Saint-Laurent. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, as I thank the member for the Bloc Québécois for his remarks. Not many people know about his personal story, but he knows what terrorism is all about. He experienced it as a child, and his testimony here today bears more weight than that of others, and I'd like to thank him for having shared that with us here this morning. He's right to say that the Bloc motion does hide a number of aspects when it comes to October 1970. I'd like to ask him why he thinks that the Bloc decided to not address some of the aspects of the history as it occurred. The Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his way of addressing the issue. I am asking myself the very same question. Why did the Bloc Québécois decide to leave out that part of history? Because there were the events of October 1970, and it followed on the heels of what happened before. We were talking about bombs that were being put here, there, and everywhere. People died, kidnappings, assassinations, families that were torn apart, families that were grieving and grieved after, a society that was suffering. Why didn't the Bloc talk about that in their motion? Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Government House Leader for his remarks. And I think that it was prepared before he even listened to the remarks made by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, who was strongly denouncing the acts of violence in October 1970, and the spirit of the motion today was to draw attention and shed light on the unfair arrests. And allow me to name some of these people. They were not involved in criminal activity. They were arrested. They had machine guns pointed at them. There's an article in the Le Devoir today. So what does the leader have to say to
Aramio, Claude Antil, Lise André, Jean-Luc Arène, Michel Aubé, Claire Auclair, Hélène Audet, Florent Audet, Lise Baclair, Marcel Barbeau, Robert Barbeau, Louise Barcelou, René Bataille, et je pourrais en nommer 500.
And I could name 500 people who were unfairly, arbitrarily detained and imprisoned because they had an ideology that the federal government didn't share. What does he have to say to them? Why doesn't the government offer an apology to those people who were detained unfairly and arbitrarily? Without denying the acts of terrorism that occurred, what does the government have to say to those people who are calling for recognition of that mistake and an apology? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Yes, those people suffered, as did their families. Like thousands of Quebecers who experienced these troubling times, facing doubt, uncertainty, concern, and in the worst case, they were grieving, Mr. Speaker. If the leader of the Bloc Québécois had talked about that in his speech, well, that's fine. But if it's important enough, he should have put it in his remarks. He did not. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. A very brief question, please. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very brief question. At a time where we are facing death due to a historic pandemic, and my question, of course, is for my colleague, the Government House Leader, is it not our duty to remember those deaths that have occurred during this pandemic? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I think that as a government and as parliamentarians, it's our duty as a society as well to remember people who've marked our past, our history, the events of 50 years ago. And in the future, too, we need to commemorate and remember events. How will the parliamentarians here be judged in the future on their ability to work together on the pandemic? They'll be judging this event, our managing of the pandemic, the same as they questioned and analyzed the previous events of 1970. Resuming debate, we'll now go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to speak on following my colleague who grew up in Sherbrooke, and I am the Member of Parliament for that beautiful riding today. October 1970 was a difficult time for all Quebecers. 50 years later, memories of those events are still very present and difficult. It's our duty. We have a duty of memory to the innocent victims and to their families. And it's impossible to refer to or to evoke the October crisis without these people being at the center of our thoughts. It's important to reflect on our history, to study it, and to understand it. That's how we can learn from what we have done. The lessons of our history remain anchored in our memories and guide our future action. Our children and our grandchildren need to learn from the past. They need to know that violence has never and will never be an acceptable way to make political ideas heard. 50 years later, we find ourselves once again in the midst of a crisis. This crisis is different from all other crises we've faced. This health crisis is the collective struggle of our lives. every effort is being made to fight it. COVID-19 has profoundly affected Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Quebec has been particularly affected. As the epicenter of the pandemic in Canada, Quebec is also one of the provinces where the economic impacts have been most pronounced. It's the government roles to oversee the security and safety of Canadians from violence and illness. I speak here today to talk about what the government has done in the face of a pandemic to support Quebecers in need, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, let's remember that before the pandemic, Quebec's economy was doing well, with a GDP growth of 2.9% and an unemployment rate of 5.1% in February 2020, the lowest since 1976. With respect to our companies, they were vital. There was long-term development that was solidly supported by our government's efforts in favor of innovation and growth. With the lockdown, a large part of the economy was forced to stop, and everyone's lives were turned upside down. This is particularly true for entrepreneurs and workers in small and medium-sized businesses. These businesses are a source of good local jobs, but also local pride, and they're the backbone of our economy and our communities. In light of the crisis, and given the scope of the crisis, our government quickly understood the importance of helping provinces through the crisis and acted very quickly. Since the beginning of the crisis, the Prime Minister announced a series of measures to support workers and businesses, and these measures were the largest economic assistance program ever launched in the history of the country. They include the emergency grant for companies to retain workers and rehire those who were laid off. The program supported 3.7 million Canadians and has supported that many to date, many of whom are in Quebec and have been able to take advantage of it. Our government also worked with financial institutions to make a range of low-cost loans available to SMEs. For example, the loan guarantee through which Export Development Canada can guarantee 80% of new operating credits and term loans for small and medium-sized businesses. This is financial support that is available to our businesses, whether they're exporters or not. Another example, the Canadian Business Emergency Account, launched in April. It offers interest-free loans with a partial write-off to small businesses that have seen their revenues decline due to COVID-19, but still have to pay fixed costs. By helping these businesses cover costs, this benefit facilitates a resumption of normal business operations after COVID-19. Finally, we established the Joint Lending Program through which the Business Development Bank of Canada can work with financial institutions to co-finance loans of up to $6.25 million in additional credit to meet operational cash flow needs of small and medium-sized businesses. We have remained responsive to the needs of the provinces and have adjusted and enhanced assistance on an ongoing basis. However, one of the things we heard when we met with entrepreneurs was that despite the extensive economic and social safety net that it put in place, the situation remained difficult for smaller businesses. So that's why we set up the Regional Response Fund with a budget of $962 million, including $211 million for Quebec. It's implemented by the Canada Economic Development Agency for Quebec and the regions, either directly or indirectly, through key partners such as the Community Futures Development Corporations or the Montreal SME Network. This fund is designed to support businesses that are at the heart of our local economy and cannot benefit from existing federal programs or that have needs that have not been covered by these programs. It offers small and medium-sized businesses and organizations that lack cash flow the emergency funding support they need to enable them to remain operational by helping them pay their employees and cover their fixed costs. Through this program, we have already been able to provide financial and technical support to 300 companies in Quebec, and we've contributed to the resilience of a number of SMEs in the province.
Of course, in addition to this, there are the 3,600 SME financing projects in peri-urban and rural areas carried out thanks to the RRRF through the CFTC network. Overall, between May and October, more than 15,000 jobs were protected in Quebec in thousands of SMEs, thanks to support granted under the RRRF. These measures protected many jobs in Quebec, provided emergency support to families, and kept companies afloat as they dealt with the impact of this health crisis. No sector of our economy was spared by this crisis, and with the second wave, there is a clear need for additional support, and that is why on October 2nd, our government announced an additional $69.8 million for the CED, the Economic Development Agency for Quebec Regions, to help Quebec businesses recover from the impacts of COVID. This amount is part of the additional $600 million announced for the REF at the national level. This additional investment brings the total amount of aid provided to Canada to over $1.5 billion, and the amount for Quebec is $280 million. In the speech from the throne, we reiterated our commitment to support businesses and regional economic development and to continue to strengthen communities in the fight against this pandemic. And this is why our government intends to introduce legislation to implement the new Canadian Emergency Rent Subsidy and to extend the emergency wage subsidy in the near future. Nevertheless, while supporting Quebec's SMEs in the short term, we're also working to help them take advantage of the business opportunities that are emerging in the new economy that is taking shape before our eyes. And I'll give you two concrete examples. First, the CED has organized the 5th Defense and Security Market Symposium, which brings together key players in this industry, as well as SMEs and research centers in Quebec, in order to create promising networking opportunities for our companies. Note that Quebec occupies an enviable position in the defense and security sector, with 25% of jobs related to the Canadian defense industry being in Quebec. Thanks to this initiative, these SMEs have been able to look to the future and position themselves with business opportunities offered by prime contractors in this sector, as well as in the new post-COVID realities that are beginning to emerge. The decisions we're making now will have a major impact on our future prosperity and on our investment possibilities. Our approach to PMEs is clear. We've been there with you with emergency measures and support, and we'll be there for you now to accompany you until our economy gradually reopens. We're working with you, learning from the past. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We know that during the Prime Minister's first mandate, he presented apologies 6 times on behalf of the government. Why? In the Parliamentary Secretary's opinion, should this request not be accepted? Because the Prime Minister has already apologized several times. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent for his question. The October crisis was a major event in Quebec's history and in Canada's history. And we shouldn't minimize the impacts and effects on families of Mr. Laporte and Mr. Lacrosse, who, as everyone knows, were gravely affected by this event. Nevertheless, today, in the midst of a crisis, our priority is taking care of the health and safety of Canadians. And it's also, we have to bring Quebecers and Canadians together to face this unprecedented situation. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the member for Sherbrooke wants to talk about something else. But earlier, someone said, when we asked for an apology, that we were denying historical facts. That's not true. We've recognized the events, the deplorable events that took place at that time. I'd like the member for Sherbrooke to tell me, in 89, 90, 2006, the Government of Canada apologized to the Japanese and Ukrainian community for the First and Second Wars, for the internment then. Were you saying that they ignored the events that took place then? I'd like her to answer that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will tell my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé, on the contrary, since the beginning, our government is focusing on all the events that surrounded the October crisis. There are historic events. There were bombs, assassinations. And we look at this an event as a whole. And I would return the question to my colleague. How come this motion does not take account of these historical events? Questions and comments, the Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, even though I didn't see the relationship to the motion that's before us today. Any political violence in this setting is, of course, unacceptable, but when people's rights and liberties are violated, when we arrest hundreds of Quebecers without reason, when they're threatened and traumatized, it seems that there should be an apology. How come, in her opinion, her government is systematically refusing to apologize to all of these people who were arbitrarily arrested? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To answer my colleague's question from Rosemont Lappetite-Patry, my speech was to show that as a government, we decided to look forward, look ahead, and the Bloc has decided to look backwards. But like we do when we're managing the current crisis, our priority is on Canadians, on a strong recovery, a fair and green recovery, to give our children and grandchildren a country where it's good to live. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. A 30-second question to leave time for an answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my esteemed colleague from Sherbrooke with... It's kind of surreal that we're here today in the midst of a pandemic when we've reached record levels of hospitalization. Doesn't it seem strange that we're debating this motion today when we should be talking about measures to take to protect Quebecers? Parliamentary Secretary, 30 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I share his thoughts. Of course, in these difficult times, as I said, we're going through an unprecedented period, and our government has put the priority on the health and safety of Canadians, and we're determined to do so and to bring together and support all Quebecers and Canadians. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. He was a lawyer, a journalist, committed to the fight against corruption. He was a member for 9 years. He was a minister under the Jean Lesage government. He was deputy prime minister under Bourassa. And most importantly, Pierre Laporte was a man, a son, a spouse, a father. But unfortunately, he never got to see his children grow up or to see his grandchildren be born. Because, Mr. Speaker, when he was playing with his nephew, he was kidnapped by terrorists, and a week later, we found him dead after being strangled. Mr. Speaker, today, because we're talking about the October crisis, our thoughts go out to the family of Pierre Laporte, who is victims of terrorists and criminals. Mr. Speaker, the War Measures Act wasn't adopted overnight, and it wasn't invoked right away. In the 1960s, separatists were inspired by national independence, and I respect Quebec's independence. It's an idea that is out there, and it is promoted by people who want to fight for their democracy. But unfortunately, in 1963, the independent movement took a violent turn, and it turned to terrorism. We often say that the period from 1963 and 1970 saw 200 terrorist acts, whether these were bombs that exploded or blockades or thefts. These people organized training camps. They bought arms in the U.S., and they did everything they could to gain hostages in these terrorist events that they conducted. Now, Thérèse Miron, who was 64 years old and who was a worker, she died because of an FLQ bomb exploded where she worked. Gérard Saint-Germain, who worked for the Department of Defense, died from a bomb. These people, Mr. Speaker, we should never forget them. And there are many like this, dozens, who lost their lives between 1963 and 1970 during the 200 terrorist acts that were conducted by the FLQ. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, when do we think about Madame Thérèse Miron and others, when we think about the FLQ, said that they defend the working class, all the people who died in their attacks were small workers and low-income individuals. So let's talk now about what happened during that terrible month of October and the kidnappings that took place. On October 5th, a UK diplomat, James Richard Cross, was kidnapped when he left his home by FLQ terrorists. The next day, the FLQ published its first press release saying that, and it was asking for the liberation of 23 political prisoners. Mr. Speaker, there was already an irresponsible approach at that time that was not worthy of the FLQ, saying that these 23 people were political prisoners because, as Yves Boisvert wrote last October, the FLQ members who were in prisons were never political prisoners. They were detained. They were not detained for their thoughts on the regime. They committed common law crimes, and that's why they were imprisoned. Mr. Speaker, that is why police intervened. On October 8th, we read the FLQ's manifesto, and unfortunately, throughout that whole week, from Monday to Saturday, the FLQ continued to show violence and to publish press release that clearly stated that they would kidnap other people and that hostages were executed. And unfortunately, on October 10th, at 6:10 p.m., Pierre Laporte was playing with his nephew outside of his home on the grass, and two people came and kidnapped him. Pierre Laporte never saw his loved ones and families again, and the only people who were happy after this were the terrorists who kidnapped him. And, Mr. Speaker, events gained momentum. We understand this after spending 7 years experiencing 200 terrorist acts, and after the kidnapping of a diplomat, and after kidnapping a minister, the deputy minister of Quebec, tension rose considerably. And that is why on October 12th, at the request of the Quebec government, the Canadian government sent in the army to Quebec. This is a fundamental component of our history. The Quebec government asked Ottawa to send in the army. October 14th, 16 political people in Quebec asked for negotiations, and I'd like to underscore the fact that they're talking about the liberation of political prisoners. That's not a viewpoint we share. We find this unfortunate that they use the same vocabulary as the terrorists. October 15th, Mr. Speaker, was an unfortunate day. That day, the National Assembly gathered and talked about the October crisis. They didn't call it that at the time, but they talked about the arrest and the kidnapping of these people. And Robert Bourassa, the Premier, confirmed that we asked for the support of the army to allow the police forces to continue to protect buildings and people. In Quebec, democracy is being threatened, and it's our primary responsibility to protect it. And with this in mind, with the cooperation of all members, we are going to live up to our responsibility. It's here in black and white. The National Assembly of Quebec and the Premier said that they asked for the army, and it was his responsibility to do so. He wasn't the only one to think that, Mr. Speaker. The Premier's request is absolutely understood and understandable, and in these circumstances. Who said that? Not a Liberal militant or not a friend of the regime or not a government minister. It was the parliamentary leader of the Parti Québécois, the father of the Bill 101. October 13th at the National Assembly, they said that the Premier's request to send in the army was absolutely justified given the circumstances. So let's go back and look at the context. And later, on October 30th, the leader of the Parti Québécois, René Lévesque, wrote in his chronic that the army has occupied Quebec. It's unfortunate but necessary given this current crisis. At the time, Mr. Speaker, on October 15th, after the kidnapping of 2 individuals and after other kidnappings were threatened, everyone understood that they needed to send in the army. Even the PQ, the Parti Québécois, thought that. On the evening of October 15th, the government made a final offer to the FLQ. They gave them 6 hours to refuse it or accept it. But even more important, well, there were 2 kidnappings, and even though the FLQ threatened other kidnappings, 3,000 people gathered in Montreal at a center, and they read the FLQ's manifesto. And these 3,000 people stood up, said that they will win against the FLQ. And that was the context at the time. And that's what happened on the evening of October 15th to the 16th. It's important to remember this. Between 1963 and 1970, there were 200 terrorist events, and they kidnapped a diplomat. They threatened to kidnap other individuals. They kidnapped the Deputy Prime Minister of Quebec, and they threatened to do so with other people as well. And they clearly said in their press release, pursuant to the plan that was established, we kidnapped Pierre Laporte, and he will be executed. It's here in black and white, Mr. Speaker, in the FLQ's press release. And even though there were 2 kidnappings and threats to kidnap other peoples, 3,000 people gathered to say that the FLQ will win. Was it not a reason, that in itself, to invoke the War Measure Act? The Army did intervene, and it was very formally at the request of Quebec and the National Assembly. And the federal government at the time met, and at 4 a.m., after a long debate, they did invoke the use of the War Measures Act. At that time, Mr. Speaker, it was Sûreté du Québec that conducted police operations with the support of the City of Montreal and the RCMP. The Army was deployed to support police officers, but it was Sûreté du Québec that conducted the arrests. Over 400 people were arrested, and they were arrested without a mandate. They weren't allowed to speak to their lawyers. They were imprisoned without telling them anything. Most of these people, if not all of them, had absolutely nothing to do with the criminal acts conducted by the FLQ. Mr. Speaker, this was police overreach, and it was Sûreté du Québec that was responsible for this. The next day, the FLQ published a press release stating that the FLQ has decided to take action, and Pierre Laporte was executed. Mr. Laporte was found that evening in the trunk of a car full of blood, and the autopsy confirmed a few later that he died from strangulation. René Lévesque wrote, "For those who coldly and deliberately executed Mr. Laporte are inhumane. There is absolutely no justification for such criminal acts, and Pierre Laporte was killed, and that was not by accident." And then, Mr. Speaker, on November 5th, the first terrorist was arrested, and the FLQ was arrested. Members of it were. And that was the October crisis of 1970. But things didn't stop there, because a few months later, on March 12th, 1971, the National Assembly, Jérôme Choquette, the Minister of Justice at the time, implemented a compensation plan for the more than 400 people who were arrested in Quebec. And he followed the recommendations of citizens who were arrested, and he made the following recommendation: that they be compensated. Mr. Marceau, who was in charge of protection of citizens at the time, we have to show the moderation and prudence. But the protector of citizens never mentioned that it was the federal government who was responsible to take such action. We hope that we see in this attitude a sincere desire to repair the harms that were done to these individuals. But the Minister of Quebec, the Minister of Justice of Quebec, never mentioned the federal government.
Du Parti québécois, Camille Lorrain.
Camille Lorrain, parliamentary leader of the Parti québécois, within this same debate about compensation offered by the Ombudsman, the public protector, said all that we could do to rectify and make up for the government's exaggerated interventions, we are in agreement. Yet there was no mention of the federal government. And with good reason, Mr. Speaker, the government of Quebec asked the federal government to step in. The government of Quebec asked the federal government to send in the army. And now we're being asked to present an apology? Here are the facts. The government of Quebec compensated victims, that is, those who were arrested, which was in fact a recognition and acknowledgement of responsibility. 21 people were found guilty. Here's the question before us today. Should the federal government make an apology? We do not feel that it should, Mr. Speaker. We acknowledge that the police overreached and committed wrongdoing during the turmoil. 497 people were arrested. Some were in prison for a few days. Others were in prison for a few months. The average prison time was 1 week. Often 1 week too much. Mr. Speaker, These arrests didn't happen for no reason, and the October crisis didn't come out of nowhere overnight. There were 200 terrorist acts committed by the FLQ. A diplomat was kidnapped. Press releases indicated that there would be more kidnappings. The FLQ were threatening to execute people, and they did execute one person. This story was a long time in the making. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, a few hours before the War Measures Act was invoked, there was a huge protest. The government of Quebec asked Ottawa to send in the army. The government of Quebec acknowledged its part in the story when it compensated victims. And, Mr. Speaker, the Sûreté du Québec led police operations and actions. Those are reasons why the federal government will not make an apology. There were so many events, so much violence that led to the federal government's reaction, that led to Quebec asking Ottawa to intervene. The Liberals have made 6 official apologies since taking office. Conservatives made a few apologies as well. In 1998, Brian Mulroney presented an apology to Asian Canadians who, for 3 years, were in a concentration camp. 21,000 Canadians, men, women, and children, were, for 3 years, held in concentration camps. Ottawa was fully responsible and presented an official apology. Next apology, 2008. Prime Minister Stephen Harper, here in this House, officially apologized to the First Nations people of Canada for residential schools. Over 100,000 First Nations children for 100 years suffered in residential schools, and that is incredibly serious. That led to multi-generational trauma, which is still felt today. That warranted an official apology. Absolutely. An official apology should be issued when the federal government is 100% responsible for something, for wrongdoing, as in the case of residential schools, and that is why the Conservative government made an official apology for residential schools. 497 people were arrested without a warrant. They spent some time in prison. Who was responsible for that? Who should apologize for that? We feel that in this case, the government of Quebec should apologize or should be accountable for it. The Bloc Québécois motion gives us the chance to reflect, to call back into our memories the difficult times during which an elected official was assassinated in cold blood by criminals, by terrorists. He suffered, and he was assassinated. Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain. There is no bridge to commemorate her, but she was a victim of the FLQ. When we open up chapters of history, we need to read the whole chapter, not just the pages we like best. Pierre Laporte is the true victim of the October crisis, and we offer our deepest sympathies to his family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I've heard colleagues on both sides of the House putting forward a lot of rhetoric about terrorist act that occurred during the October crisis and leading up to it. Let us not forget the 500 arbitrary and unfair arrests made. As my colleague, the member for Saint-Laurent, said, they were arrested with the clear support of the federal government. The federal government invoked the War Measures Act and sent in the army. We must acknowledge the unfairness that certain citizens have experienced in Canada. For example, Japanese citizens who were interned during the First World War. We've apologized. And when Canadians suffer, we need to acknowledge it here, and we need to issue an official apology. The federal government incarcerated 500 Quebecers who had nothing to do with the terrorist attacks. These terrorist attacks, I get the impression they're being defended in this House today. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 21 individuals were found guilty of violence and crime. There were police interventions which led to suffering. When it comes time to apologize, though, we need to look at the hard facts. The federal government sent in the army on the request of Quebec's government. The federal government can't just decide to send in the army willy-nilly. Mr. Speaker, too often we hear from the federal government, or sometimes we hear in the media, we hear this version of facts that Pierre-Elliott Trudeau woke up one day and said, oh, let's send in the army. Well, that is inaccurate. The government of Quebec asked the federal government to step in. Did the government of Quebec want the federal government to refuse to help? No, I don't think so. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent for his remarks. He has painted a vivid picture, calling back to memory difficult times for all Quebecers and all Canadians. My colleague spent many years at the National Assembly, and he heard very one-sided versions of this chapter of our history, one-sided versions which, in fact, forget some of the victims. I'd like to hear my colleague. Why does the Bloc Québécois insist on this very one-sided version of our history? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, that's the Bloc Québécois' choice. Mr. Speaker, the October crisis was not one isolated event. In fact, it was the culmination of so many years of tension and violence. Too often, we neglect to talk about the 200 acts of violence, which led to many deaths, like Jeanne d'Arc, who lives in my colleague's riding. There were many kidnappings, threats of kidnappings, threats of hostage-taking and hostage execution, some of which were followed through with. All of this led to the War Measures Act being invoked. The government of Quebec and the Sûreté of Quebec intervened, and later on, Quebec's government offered compensation. The government of Quebec is responsible for what happened. Without the government of Quebec, the army would not have been sent in and the War Measures Act would not have been invoked. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his remarks. It was an excellent speech with many facts. However, he arrived at a conclusion that I don't necessarily agree with. One wrong does not make another wrong. An eye for an eye, I don't support that. There were raids, thousands of raids into houses and basements. There were 500 arbitrary arrests. It resembled what was happening in other countries like Chile or Greece. None of that would have happened if civil rights hadn't been put on hold, essentially. The NDP was opposed to the invocation of the War Measures Act at the time. Does the federal government not acknowledge any responsibility? Does the federal government not feel that there should be an apology? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, let's look at the facts. If the Quebec government hadn't asked the federal government to step in, then there wouldn't have been the War Measures Act. But none of that would have happened if the FLQ hadn't been operating. There were criminals, assassins. There was so much violence. And let us not forget that. 497 people were arrested. We might consider them collateral damage of the FLQ and its operations. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in the U.S., around that time, there were thousands of bombs being set off. They didn't have a War Measures Act. At the same time, in France, they were having major social unrest, the biggest social unrest that they'd had in a decade. They didn't implement martial law, so why was Canada the only Western democracy to act so drastically? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Well, Wisconsin. I don't know whether Wisconsin asked the White House to invoke the War Measures Act. What I do know is that the province of Quebec asked Ottawa to send in the army and to step in to handle the crisis. Those are the facts. Those are historic facts. Now, today, 50 years after the facts, we're reflecting. And I find it very interesting that the Bloc Québécois is upset that Ottawa acquiesced to Quebec's request. Those are the facts. Yesterday, the Bloc leader mentioned the RCMP, and he said that the federal government would have been better off listening to the RCMP rather than the government of Quebec. That's interesting. We know what happened. We've said it. The government of Quebec asked for the army to be sent in, and the Sûreté du Québec proceeded to make arrests. The government of Quebec, after the facts, compensated victims.
Mr. Speaker, whether it was the government House Leader and now the opposition House Leader, I must really thank both of them for the perspectives that they bring on this debate. I found it very informative, and I would compliment him in terms of just the overall presentation on this very important issue. And I guess my question to the member is the area, what he was explaining in terms of the actual arrests that were being conducted. Can you just kind of expand upon that aspect in terms of what role did the military play?
L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
De Rosemont, la petite patrie, but well, I will have to do my best at that time. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay all my respect to my colleague, and so this is why I will answer in the question that he asked in English. I will answer in English. Mr. Speaker, we have to keep in mind that those moments were very tough for everybody, and yes, we had to take decision at that time. And it's important to remind the people to recall the fact that the Quebec government asked for the military, that the Sûreté du Québec was the one who called the shot during the arrestation, and the Quebec government recognized the responsibility by offering compensation to those who have been arrested. But specifically to this question of the member, when he said, what was the role of the Army? The Army was there on support of the police who were there to guide everybody. The Sûreté du Québec, the Quebec Provincial Police, Sûreté du Québec, was the operator of that situation with the support of Montreal Police, with the RCMP, and also with the military people. But those who were there to act were the Sûreté du Québec.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for New Westminster, Burnaby. This debate is complicated, multifaceted. It's very sensitive. It brings up different memories for different people. Thus, I won't make my remarks lightly. This is serious. We're not talking about some trade deal or any old bill. 50 years after the fact, we are reflecting on the events. It's very hard to be accurate 50 years after the fact, but let's put things in perspective, historical perspective. For so many years, Quebec's workers had been neglected, humiliated, treated like second-class citizens. In the 50s and 60s in Quebec, there were artists and a lot of public discourse which led to the emancipation of Quebec's working class. The Quiet Revolution changed many things. Jean Lesage was elected, and his Thunder team, Hydro, was nationalized. The Department of Education was created in Quebec. These were democratic reforms, peacefully achieved. We were proud and are still proud, as we should be. Now, I feel that people are losing faith in democratic institutions and in change. And now we are seeing, as we reflect, that there was violence to achieve political means. In the 60s and leading up to the October crisis, people were too frustrated, they got violent, and they committed irreversible actions, kidnappings, assassinations, bombings. We cannot forget that part of the story. When there is a kidnapping, the appropriate police response, yes, police, is search and rescue. Police officers did their jobs, or should have done their jobs, because when someone is kidnapped, the police, should search and rescue. But the police started to overreach. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. I'd like to remind my colleague that we should not have an eye for an eye policy. Wrongs and wrongdoing should not beget more wrongdoing. But let's not forget the historical context. There was an overreaction. Rather than enabling the police to do its work as law enforcement, rather than doing that, civil and basic rights were suspended, taken away. The War Measures Act was invoked, and Ottawa sent in the army to deal with its own people. For the first time in our history, the NDP, led by Tommy Douglas, very clearly stated that that was dangerous, that was a dangerous thing to do in our democracy, that you cannot save democracy by undermining your own democracy. You can't promote civil liberties when you put them on hold, and that it was going too far.
À la légère. This can't be taken lightly. Giving the army such vast powers to put an end to rights, to allow for arrests without a warrant, to take people and place them in detention without contact with the outside world. They spent 90 days before they were made aware of what they were being accused of. Now, back in the day, the NDP opposed that action and deemed it excessive. And I'll paraphrase, but I'd like to go back to the leader of the NDP at the time, Tommy Douglas, who said, in a democracy, the right thing to do, the only thing to do, is to go to Parliament and to ask parliamentarians to grant additional powers or to change the criminal code if need be. But that's not at all what happened. They went around Parliament, taking excessive measures, sent in the army against its fellow citizens in a time of peace. Yes, there was a serious crisis, but we weren't in a state of war at the time. Tommy Douglas continued, saying, fundamental human rights cannot be destroyed, suspended, just because there is a climate of fear. There was a climate of fear, but one doesn't justify the others. And in a society with the rule of law, people are considered innocent until proven guilty. But that was simply not considered. And Mr. Tommy Douglas continued. He said, it was a very slippery slope, repealing fundamental liberties and freedoms in that way. We've already seen what happened in countries like South Africa, Rhodesia, which was the name of the day, or in Czechoslovakia. And sometimes it ended very badly. Now, it's difficult to go back and look at history here, but it's almost as if they wanted to take major action and deal with a cell or a couple of cells. But it was a very broad approach. They brought out the heavy artillery in this case. And when I talk about the heavy artillery, they brought out tanks. There were tanks in the streets. Arrests, massive arrests. 500 people were arbitrarily arrested. And bear in mind, there were some 700 homes where people were woken up in the middle of the night. They found themselves with a machine gun pointed at them. Families, children, they were traumatized. Seizures, over 4,000 seizures, where they just took equipment from apartments. Of the 500 people who were arrested, there were intellectuals, artists, socialists, left-wing supporters, union workers, people who wanted a fairer, freer society. I can't understand today how people like Gaston Miron, Gérald Godin, or Pauline were arrested under the War Measures Act with no warrant. There were people who were not only arrested, but who were denied contact with the outside world. They had no idea what was happening. They were in jail. They didn't know why. The anxiety surrounded with that is beyond words. There were people who were threatened, physically threatened, intimidated, in jail. Don't those people today deserve an apology from the federal government? The police made mistakes. They were excessive in their action. But that wouldn't have been possible without this fundamental rights being suspended, without the War Measures Act. The scope of the action taken. Now, if we think about Chile and Argentina, for example, well, we can't be proud of what happened. And we have to acknowledge the wrongs of the past, the suffering that occurred for people who were arrested, and the families who lost their father, their husband, their friends, and who suffered and grieved. I'd like to quote something else for you here. The Devoir was the only newspaper who opposed the War Measures Act. Who was the director? Claude Ryan, who was his good friend, René Lévesque. And they both had a good friend in common, Pierre Laporte. But Mr. Lévesque and Mr. Ryan took a stand and said adopting the War Measures Act is unacceptable. And I'd like to quote an article from Jean-François Nadon in Le Devoir. He said, Guy Lachapelle pointed out in a new book devoted to the October crisis, Ryan and Lévesque were first and foremost allies in these difficult times. During the crisis in 1970, they attempted to kill democracy in Quebec by taking action against those who spoke out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In comment, member for Thornhill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his remarks. I remember the incidents of 1970 as if they were yesterday. I worked as a journalist in Montreal at the time.
Mr. Speaker, that those arrested in the police sweeps after the War Measures Act was declared were merely highly vocal critics of the governments of Montreal and of Quebec. They were Quebec nationalists. I had friends among them. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, and given that many historians today recognize the realities on the ground in Quebec at the time did not justify the War Measures Act, the Prime Minister of the day, Pierre Trudeau, had little choice when he received the panicked request from Mayor Drapeau and from Robert Bourassa, Premier Bourassa, to act as the Government of Canada for what they believed was much more than the reality on the ground with a number of thuggish murderers. Does my colleague recognize the fact that were a similar request made today, the Government of Canada, lacking the facts on the ground, would have to act in a similar way?
Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't remember the crisis because I wasn't born yet, but I've only had the opportunity to read through books and to watch documentaries and whatnot. But people who were friends of my father, experienced the events firsthand. Now, if we put ourselves in the shoes of Pierre Elliott Trudeau of the day, it was a difficult situation, and he needed to be the person who was the most reasonable, but he made the situation worse. He was also the father of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, so he took action that ran counter to what he did later as his political legacy, which was the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for Canada. And so his position was contradictory.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député du Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent said it was unfortunate because the Quebec government had requested the army, and so that's their argument. And that's why, because the Premier of Quebec put in a request, well, we have to say that it was right to enact the War Measures Act. But the same party today, or the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, the former party he represented provincially, is calling for an apology. So I would ask my colleague in the NDP if he thinks that the Quebec government is on the wrong track by seeking an apology from the federal government. The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. No, I think an official apology should be issued. These were troublesome times, difficult times, and it seems to me they wanted to snuff out a popular movement that was peaceful and democratic at the same time. And so the sweep was too wide, and it's like they took a sledgehammer to kill a fly. That's what Tommy Douglas said. And Jean-François Nadon said in his article, by condemning violence by the state, like the revolutionaries, Lévesque and Ryan, will defend the sense of institution. But this turned against, and they used this against the people of the province.
For Winnipeg North, we have time for a 25-second question and hopefully a 25-second answer. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm finding that I'm learning a great deal from this particular debate, in particular from both the government and official opposition House leaders in their perspectives. And I'm wondering if the member would not agree that it seems that we're taking a relatively small portion of the bigger picture that had taken place there, and is that the right thing to be basing a vote on?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie in 25 seconds or less. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we had written the motion in the NDP, it would have been written differently. But on the substance of the motion, the fact that the War Measures Act ran counter and violated the rights and freedoms of Quebecers, and that it was an excessive measure, we feel that it warrants an official apology, and that's why we'll be supporting the motion. as the NDP did, as Tommy Douglas did at the day he stood up and took a stand.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de New.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, for his remarks. There are two very important aspects, well, many things, in fact, but two that struck me first and foremost. The issue that today this is remains an emotional issue. The same for me, even if I'm the first speaker from English-speaking Canada. The member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie also said that wrongs committed by one do not justify other wrongs committed by others. And he's right when he said that there was a great deal of violence at the time. But that doesn't take anything away from the tragedy that occurred and the people who were arrested without a trial, without valid reason. The thousands of homes where the police and the army showed up in the middle of the night. It should have never happened. Mr. Speaker, I was an 8-year-old child when the October crisis occurred. I saw it through the eyes of a child. I was in BC at the time, and I saw the images on TV. I remember even back in the day, how emotional it was, how the emotions that I felt when I saw tanks in the streets, soldiers with their machine guns out in the neighborhoods. And I saw it as something that was very different from the country that I lived in. Even though I was only 8, I knew that there was something very worrisome about seeing the soldiers in the streets. And then later, Mr. Speaker, when I was in high school, I started to learn a great deal about the October crisis. The courage, for example, that many people showed. And at the time, Mr. Speaker, I also met Tommy Douglas, who was someone who had the courage to take a stand at the time when the elite and the media and the political circles said, no, it was fine, what the government was doing was fine. At the time, back in the day, I learned about our history, and I started to gain a better understanding about the action of the government, just how inappropriate the action taken by the government was, how excessive it was. Later, it was thanks to the way my life unfolded. I moved to Quebec. I lived in Quebec for over 10 years. I didn't speak French before that, Mr. Speaker, but I would have never been able to make a speech like as I'm doing today. It was a dream for me. So I got down to my studies. I studied in Chicoutimi and in Sherbrooke. I learned a great deal about Quebec society and its strong points. At the time, Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure, the luck, and the opportunity to meet Paul-Émile Julien. We were studying Spanish together in Montreal. In addition to being someone who was talented, and my friend Pauline was much stronger in Spanish than I was, and she talked about her story. At the time, there were allies in English Canada. We're talking about these emotions here today, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very disappointed in the speech made by the leader of the Bloc Québécois, because he didn't mention the role of many English-speaking Canadians played. First of all, Tommy Douglas, but others in the NDP caucus, but also the union movement. all of those voices that took a stand against the War Measures Act in English Canada. Those voices went unmentioned, and that's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. He also caricaturized English Canada. We're talking about such an important motion here today. It's as if everyone outside Quebec were in the same boat, and that's very unfortunate to my mind, because in reality, Tommy Douglas took a stand. Even if there were people, high-ranking officials in political circles and in the media who spoke in favor of what the government was doing, despite all of that criticism, Mr. Speaker, Tommy Douglas took a stand, and that's not mentioned in the motion, in a motion that is very important, and that's unfortunate. Because it was courageous. There were courageous voices in Quebec and outside Quebec, and as a result, today, we know that the federal government didn't have the right to do what it did back in the day. It didn't have the right to put people in jail.
Tommy Douglas and the NDP on several files at the time. They were the first one to recognize the right of Quebec's right to a nation. Even, 40 years later, today, Mr. Speaker, there are card-holding party members. I find this interesting, first of all, because this apology allows wounds to heal. These scars are still very sore today, even though it's 50 years after the events. It's important for this apology to happen because when you talk about a kidnapping, or rather, violation of someone's freedom and their democratic rights, they saw their fundamental rights violated not because they presented a threat or a risk to society, but because of their political opinions. That is something that should never happen again in the history of our country. We have to learn from these errors of the past, and the only way to do so is to offer an apology. And this way, we can heal the wounds and turn the page. But also, Mr. Speaker, we have to stop characterizing the leader of the Bloc Québécois. It's such a caricature that we're giving of him, and I find this rather unfortunate. In Westminster today, near my house, a couple blocks away, where I'm talking to you from, there's an immersion school with hundreds of students who are learning in French. The weekend before the school started, the parents waited in line over an entire weekend to register their children. And this is somewhat the case throughout English Canada. So I find such characterization of English Canada unfortunate. There is a minority in Canada that also makes characterizations of Quebecers as well, and I'm against that as well. We have to stop such characterizations. And today's apology is part of this process, in my opinion. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole issue of bringing a society together where everyone's included. Of course, this means Quebecers, but it also represents Indigenous peoples who have so often been pushed aside. And we've seen it with the sad stories in recent months. We still see that we have to fight racism. We have to fight systemic racism as well. We have to come together to ensure that we can apologize for the errors of the past and move towards a more inclusive society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague earlier from the NDP said he was disappointed by my leader's speech because he did not recognize that the Tommy Douglas voted against the War Measures Act. I'm not sure if he listened properly, but I was sitting right where I'm sitting right now, and I heard the leader recognize this, that Mr. Douglas did vote in favor of everyone's rights and freedoms. And I think it's good to see that sometimes there are good things that other parties do. We have to recognize that. But what I find unfortunate, I'm also disappointed by my NDP colleague's speech. He said, well, we're doing a good job. But I thought my leader made a very good speech, and he never said that the independent movement was the target of that action. He never said that in his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. I said it was for their political opinions, for people who were in favor of Quebec's independence who were targeted by those acts. And I mentioned my friendship with Pauline Julien, and of course, it's still recognized that, well, Tommy Douglas was mentioned, like my colleague from Rosemont La Petite Patrie mentioned him specifically, and the leader of the bloc did admit that, yes, there were voices in English Canada that were against that travesty of putting these Quebecers in prison. But the reality is that it's a kind of a characterization of English Canada, and I found that unfortunate, and I found it inappropriate because the motion, and I give full credit to the Bloc on this, it's a good motion. It should be adopted, and the speeches also have to live up to that motion and mention the importance of such an apology.
Merci, Madame President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am sorry to have to speak in English today.
That most Canadians think that the October crisis was something that happened only in Quebec, but as I was preparing for this debate, I learned that, in fact, the Francophone community in my riding of Edmonton Strathcona was impacted. Students at the campus Saint Jean were arrested during this attack on our civil liberties that Tommy Douglas and the NDP spoke out against. Today, the Francophone community and Francophone culture in my province is under attack again. The UCP government is refusing to support the campus Saint Jean, despite a legal contract to do so. So knowing how important it is to recognize and indeed to cherish our Francophone culture in Quebec, would the member agree that protecting Francophones across Canada is vital to healing the scars caused by the October crisis? Member for Westminster Burnaby.
I thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona. She's a very strong and powerful voice in this House of Commons, and it doesn't surprise me at all that she's standing up on that very important issue, given what is happening with the turmoil that the provincial government is causing in Alberta right now. And she's right to point out that it is important to defend Francophones right across the country, which is why I'm a New Democrat. In every single province where the NDP has been in power, we have put in place strong protections and additional measures and services for the Francophone populations. That is something that no other party can pretend to have done at the provincial level. And of course, the member knows in in Alberta, the struggle of Leo Piquet, the NDP MLA that pushed for Francophone rights in New Brunswick as well. What we have seen across the country, a consistency with the NDP when it comes to bilingualism, supporting Francophone minority language rights. That is something that I'm very proud to express as a New Democrat, and it's something that no other Canadian party has done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Madam Speaker, sorry for the short delay. For Steve Albert, Claude Dantil, Lise André, Marché Archambault, Jean-Luc Perrin, Michel Aubé,
Hélène Audet, Florent Audette, Nikoff Dermor, Lise Balsé, Marcel Barbeau, Robert Barbeau, Louise-Francine Barsalou, René Bataille, Pierre-Marc Beauchamp, Pierre Baudet, Marc-André Baudin, André Baudry, André Beaulieu, Gérard Beaulieu, Guy Beaulieu, Louis Beaulieu, André Beaune, Jacques Beaune, André Bélanger, Jean-Pierre Bélanger, Richard Bélanger, Roger Bélanger, François Bellil, Francine Bellil, Michel Belleau, Henri Bellemare, Claudette Bertrand, Jean Bertrand, Jacques Bérubé, André Bilodeau, Denis Bilodeau, Jean Bilodeau, Monique Bilodeau, Pierre Bilodeau, Robert Bilodeau, Michel Bissonnette, Normand Bissonnette, Denis Blanchard, Jocelyne Blanchard, Véronique Blanchard, Yves Blondin, Monique Blondin-Martin, Jean Boisjoli, Pierre Boissonneau, Michel Boisvert, Diane Boivin, Jean-François Bonin, Paul Bonneville, Denise Boucher, Pierre Bourgault, Yves Bourgault.
I rise today in this House to discuss the 50th anniversary of Canada's enactment of the War Measures Act. We would like to underscore this episode, which is one of the most traumatizing in Quebec's history and one of the darkest pages of in the history of the Government of Canada. It is high time for Ottawa to recognize its mistakes and apologize to Quebec. The enactment on October 16, 1970 of the War Measures Act, through this, the Government of Canada gave itself the power to suspend the fundamental freedoms of its citizens. This act allowed it to violate the rights of Quebecers, even though we were not at war against anyone. And this power, the Canadian government gave it to itself and abused it. 497 Quebecers were arrested and imprisoned. Some of them were very well known, such as the unionist Michel Chartrand, singer Pauline Julien, Gaston Miron the poet, and Gilles Paquin the journalist. Most of them were mothers and fathers. They were workers. These people did nothing wrong, except for the fact that they were Quebecers and they had political opinions that were disagreeable for those who were in power in Ottawa. Madam Speaker, today's government has to be responsible for recognizing the seriousness of the decisions they made at the time. They have to assume responsibility for the mistakes that were made and recognize the harms that were done and ensure never again will the rights and freedoms of Quebecers be so violated. The government has apologized many times since 2016 for injustices of the past, and it is high time that the Canadian government apologize to Quebec today. First, we denounce the enactment of the War Measures Act, and because its use was not justified. It is the first time in Canada's history that such measures in times of peace were adopted. Remember that one of the ministers at the time, Mr. Don Jamieson, wrote in his memoir that the government did not have serious grounds to justify the use of the army against its own population. And remember that some opposition members rose in the House to denounce the government's action and the total absence of proof to support this far-fetched idea that had been discredited for quite some time, talking about an insurrection in Quebec to justify such authoritarianism. The government turned a blind eye to these concerns and decided to move forward without any proof and used extreme force that was not justified. Only war and invasion or insurrection would be exceptionally allowing the government to use the army against its own population. And the government of Canada had no valid grounds to use it. It did not attempt any other avenues of action or nothing to justify the use of force against Quebecers. This is very serious and totally unacceptable. Why then? Why did the government decide to act in such a manner? The government could have chosen another approach, but it decided to use brutal force, fear, and intimidation in a single goal: to try to undermine Quebec's independent aspirations and to muzzle sovereignists. It's by using fear and intimidation that the Canadian government decided to treat what the council at the time called the Quebec issue. They used guns and machine guns and tanks, and there were more than 12,000 soldiers in the streets and villages of Quebec. There were more than 30,000 seizures that took place in the night, and the armed Air Force, was flying low over Montreal deliberately in order to scare Quebecers. Intimidation also meant broken windows, doors that were broken down, entire families that were held at gunpoint, and children woken up in the middle of the night by screaming soldiers. Intimidation is also when the police arrest you without justification, and they force you to leave your children without any care. People weren't allowed to even call their families to let them know they had been arrested. Intimidation is also police abuse and arbitrary detention for days, and unacceptable conditions of detention, corporal punishment, and psychological torture. Yes, Madam Speaker, this episode in Canadian history is very dark, and we denounce it clearly. This was a clear violation of the fundamental rights of Quebecers and a deliberate intention at the time to hamper the sovereignist movement and to muzzle Quebec's democracy. It is high time for Ottawa to recognize its mistakes and apologize for the victims of this episode. More than 497 Quebecers were arrested. 90% of them were let go because there were no charges laid, and the other 95% who were charged were acquitted. So I will conclude, Madam Speaker. These Quebecers have a right to an apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of his government. Since 2016, the Canadian government has apologized justly for the way Inuit people were treated, for Indigenous, for the Jewish community, to the LGBTQ community, and to Indian migrants from 1914, and justly. We want an apology for Ottawa's treatment of Quebecers, and Quebecers remember October 16th, 1970, and the Bloc will never forget it either. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. The October crisis was very sad, particularly for the family of Pierre Laporte and the other victims. Is there any value, well, if the Prime Minister does apologize? Because always apologizes, but there's rarely action taken to repair the situation. What does the member think of that? The member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you. I would like to thank her for a question. Yes, there have been many apologized, and sometimes apologies, and often some of them have been justly given. Others, well, we don't know. But 50 years later, the people I named as part of the entire October crisis, on that day, for those 87 people affected, 50 years later would allow them to recognize today and in the past that their fundamental rights were violated. And I think these individuals are expecting that of us as parliamentarians. We should recognize that their rights and freedoms were violated, and for the wrong reasons. And we need a proper apology. The honourable member for Rosemont-le-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'm very proud to rise in this House today to discuss this motion as the NDP's Quebec representative. We have to fight hard to defend fundamental rights and freedoms. We have to mention this. But I'd like my colleague to tell us a bit about the scope of the effect that it had on artists and the intellectual movement in Quebec at the time. What did the government and the police try to do at the time by arresting people like Gaston, the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville? First, I'd like to recognize that at the time, well, we would like to have the support of the NDP with this motion, but what it destroyed was the legitimate support of people who were fighting for their freedom and their right to democracy. Quebec was effervescent at the time, and this was undermined. There were journalists involved, and they were told to shut up, to keep quiet, and that is unacceptable. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech.
It was a moving speech. She started by listing many names. I would like to add a name to the list, Pierre Bibeau. Today he lives in Saint-Alexis-des-Monts. He called my riding office this week. He was deeply troubled by what had happened, and he was so moved by the Bloc Québécois motion, today's motion. When he was 20, he was arrested and detained for 7 days. He lived in Sorel at the time, and while he was detained, he wasn't allowed to communicate with his family. We are putting forward this motion for people like him. So how do my colleagues feel about this? How does my colleague feel when she's told by Conservative MPs that Quebec is responsible for what happened? Is this not yet another example of Ottawa wanting to do everything all the time, but yet never take responsibility? The honourable member for Thérèse Blainville. I would like to commend and acknowledge Mr. Bibeau. How do I feel? Well, indignant, angry. This chapter in our history really had an impact. The Prime Minister, he said, "Just watch me, just watch me." Well, this "just watch me" led to so many searches and seizures and searches of houses. And there was so much unrest in Quebec that there shouldn't have been. Why is the government today, 50 years later, accepting to apologize? Resume debate. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In case there is no federal apology, I wish to apologize to the 13 people of Lac-Saint-Jean and Saguenay and their family members who were victims of the War Measures Act in October 1970. Like my colleagues, I'm going to name some people for you who were unjustly imprisoned so that we can remember them.
Normand Brière, Régent Briggs, Brie Combe, Jean-François Gérald Brossin, Michel Bruno, Paul Kessy, Eugène Campeau, Georges Campeau, Jean-Louis Cantara, Paula Cantara, André Quentin, Gilles Caplette, Daniel Carr, M. Carbonneau, Diane Carmiglia, Claude Caron, Luc Caron, Réal Casavant, Jean Castonguay, Paul Chantraine, François Charbonneau, Jean-Pierre Charette, Madeleine Chartrand, Michel Chartrand, Micheline Chartrand, Réginald Chartrand, Yves Chartrand, Jean-Louis Chelminski, Livin Chénard, Robin Chevrette, Gilles Choquette, Bob Chornenky, Nicole Chrétien, Yannick Chuy, M. Clark, Gérald Claveau, Jean Cléroux, Marcel Cloutier, Pierre Cloutier, Robert Cloutier, Kevin Coalan, Marcel Corbeil, Gilles Cormier, Raymond Cormier, Rosaire Cormier, Serge Corriveau, Suzanne Corriveau, Gilles Cossette, Jean-Marie Cossette, Cécile Cossette, Christian Côté, Marcel Côté. Ces hommes et ces femmes.
These men and women, their only crime, so to speak, was thinking, independent thought. They were thinking for themselves and for their fellow citizens. Imprisoning, torturing, and threatening human beings is unacceptable, regardless of the context or the time. That is clear, and that's obvious, Madam Speaker. Let's not be afraid to say what really happened. 500 people, men, women, minors, intellectuals, unionists, artists, independentists, they were treated like political prisoners under horrible conditions, similar to what was happening in the worst political regimes on earth. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois wants an apology. The government cannot undo what it did, but it can at least help heal the open wounds that are still open for those victims who are still alive. The blunders that the Trudeau government committed, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's government, well, the heirs of that government, political heirs, should publicly apologize for the violence and wrongdoing against innocent citizens. And yet, these prisoners, they were brilliant. They were just thinking independently. We have historical hindsight. There is no doubt that the War Measures Act was unnecessary, overdoing it. It was abusive. And yet, still today, we see the traces of federal MPs who drank from the government's demagogic cocktail. They drank and drank and drank that demagogy in 1970. They were drunk on it. What could be more colonizing than justifying, violating fundamental rights of 36,000 Canadians? It wasn't necessary. Many have argued that. And what could be more colonizing than holding Quebecers responsible for a few isolated incidents committed by a few disorganized radical actors? In this House, Madam Speaker, all MPs should agree that the federal government should offer an apology to Quebecers for this dark chapter in Quebec's history. This isn't just part of Quebec's history, it is part of Canada's history. And yet the federal government gave in to authoritarian tendencies, making Canada the only Western democracy to declare martial law to deal with one radical splinter group, the only Western democracy, Madam Speaker. Now, let's call things what they really are. The War Measures Act, when it was invoked, that criminalized the fact that people were questioning the federal government, and it criminalized it through force, coercion, and making people very, very afraid. This government punished people for having opinions, clear and simple, and the Prime Minister said that the legacy of all previous Prime Ministers could be revisited and that included his father's legacy. Well, with all due respect to the Prime Minister, I think that we should absolutely apologize to the victims of the police state that his father and his government knowingly created. And that shouldn't be too hard for the Prime Minister to do, because what happened was wrong then, and it's still wrong today. Now, Radio-Canada recently took some statements from 13 men in my region who were imprisoned back then. They said that police entered through 3 doors of my house, or they yanked us out of our beds and started searching our houses, or the arrests were brutal, or they didn't even let us go to the bathroom. And they only questioned us after 7 days behind bars. So many victims suffered. In fact, one victim who was imprisoned in my riding, he was a unionist, and after the fact, he had to really take a step back from his union duties and go off the grid until 1980. 10% of those who were arrested, Madam Speaker, had depressive episodes later on. Police officers, they knocked down doors, they searched people's personal belongings, they arrested parents right in front of their terrified children, right in the middle of the night, with machine guns. Honest citizens were scarred, traumatized for life. They were branded for life, and all this with the Canadian government's blessing. Poets, singers, writers, unionists, Madam Speaker, Miron, Gaudin, Julien, Charton. The state was against free thinking, freedom of thought, revolting, shameful. And the government, it says and claims that it upholds so many freedoms and so many rights. It claims that every day, which makes the refusal to apologize even more revolting. The Liberals and the Conservatives seem to have the same thoughts, seem to be in bed together when it comes time to take a hard look at Quebec's history and the history of French Canadians. The federal government always has the right, it seems, to act with arbitrary violence as long as it pleases Her Majesty. Oh, Your Majesty, don't worry. We will step in and fix all issues. Now, the government is an accessory, after the fact, to violations of fundamental rights. The worst violation of fundamental rights since Indigenous schools. And the Conservative Party's Quebec lieutenant seemed to agree with the Prime Minister in justifying everything that because of the death of Pierre Laporte. The Liberals and the Conservatives, federally, are the only ones who think that the death of a man justifies imprisoning many, many innocent people. Frankly, the fact that the government doesn't want to apologize shows its demagogy and ideology. It's quite simple. In Quebec, everybody, all parties think that the federal government should present an apology, even the Liberal Party of Quebec. This isn't the first time that the federal government shows it doesn't care what Quebec wants, but I'm going to keep defending what Quebec wants as long as it takes for us to become independent. The federal government needs to help heal old wounds. The federal government needs to provide some closure because the harm that was done during this period, it still lingers. We need to be humble, we need to have some perspective, and we need to give closure. A lot of great art in Quebec was directly inspired by the trauma of that time in our history, before or after the October crisis. L'Alouette by Leclerc, Vigneault's Ticu la Chance, and so many other poems and works of art. Quebec will remember this chapter of our history for years to come. And I would like to conclude by reading you a verse of a poem by Gaston Miron. People were imprisoned unjustly for believing in Quebec, for defending Quebec. People were silenced. We were not given what we wanted. We were not given any concessions. In the fall, in October, we fought for our future, the future we wanted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I commend my colleague on his heartfelt speech. My colleague listed many names, the names of innocent victims of this unforgivable episode. My colleague also mentioned many artists. Here's my question for my colleague. Can he explain to me why, in his opinion, the raids carried out in 1970 targeted artists. Why were Quebec's artists targeted so often? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I thank my colleague for his question. The artists of a nation are always its heart and soul. And when you want to go after a movement, a group, a population, you aim for the heart and soul. That's exactly what Canada did when it invoked the War Measures Act. Artists, the heart and soul of independentists and of Quebec, were targeted. Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. I thank my colleague for his speech. And I would like to bring up another name, the name of Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain, a 50-year-old woman. She lives in Outaouais. She works for National Defence. She worked for National Defence, and she died when a bomb was set off in the headquarters of National Defence. What does my colleague have to say to her family members? I don't know that I can make them feel better 50 years after the fact, but I express my deepest sympathies. These bombs, these attacks, were carried out by a disorganized radical cell, a splinter group, and then, because of the actions of that group, thousands of Quebecers suffered. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his heartfelt and interesting speech. Sometimes I feel like we're not really listening in this House, or that we are debating on who has suffered more. I'd like my colleague to expand on something. Was a difficult situation used as justification for the arbitrary taking away of civil rights and fundamental rights, even though the situation didn't really call for it? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I thank my colleague for his question, and I agree that sometimes in this House we don't hear one another. All of Quebecers had their rights taken away. That can never be undone. It was unjustifiable and it was unacceptable. Today, I'm hearing a lot of demagogy. We want an apology from the federal government. This apology would help the victims of the War Measures Act close this chapter and move on once and for all. They have open wounds, and we truly feel that a federal apology would help them heal. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Madam Speaker, many names have been listed. We have gone over many historical facts and events. I'd like to add my 2 cents, and I hope that my Conservative colleagues will listen. Robert Long Stanfield, he led the Conservative Party at the time, and this is what he said about the War Measures Act. He said that the War Measures Act was cruel, unbelievable, invoked based on assertions that were unproved. He said that it led to injustice for thousands of Canadians and did not have the support of the majority of Canadians, even though Canada is supposed to be a country that values freedoms. Can my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean tell me how he feels about that quote? And I also wonder why the Conservatives didn't mention this. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean, a short reply. That quote, Madam Speaker, could not be more perfect. And I strongly encourage my Conservative colleagues to read what their leader said at the time and then read it again, and I hope some good will come from that. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Gatineau. This 50th anniversary takes us back 50 years to another time. It was almost a different world. This anniversary gives us the chance to think about our past and to better understand the historical context with some perspective. We need perspective to truly understand our history. With hindsight, we can reflect on how we acted. Historians are still studying what occurred before, during, and after the October crisis. It's important to understand why certain decisions were made and the consequences of those decisions. This 50th anniversary gives us the chance to take a hard look at our past. By the way, I'd like to mention that there have been some excellent articles in the news recently about the October crisis. An article was published on the CBC website, which examines several facets of the October crisis and the events leading up to it. I learned a lot about the attacks carried out by small splinter groups. As we've said, they were disorganized and small groups. It's important to truly understand what happened, to understand the timeline, especially for those who did not live through it. Maybe they weren't born yet, or maybe they didn't live in Canada at the time. But we should all understand what transpired. Like everyone who lived through that period, the crisis had an impact on me. I was about 13 years old. When we are young, the events around us have an impact on us, a deep impact. They lead us to look more closely at what happens around us. For example, the assassination of John F. Kennedy, or learning about Martin Luther King. Living through this type of events makes us grow up. It makes us more mature. I was born at the dawn of the Tranquil Revolution. Pierre Laporte and his contemporaries started to bring us out of darkness and lead to a new era for Quebec. A bit of context. The October crisis was not an isolated one-off event. Some might feel that the October crisis came out of nowhere, sprang up overnight, and then that the federal government decided to bring down the hammer on a peaceful province. The 7 years prior to the kidnapping of James Cross and Pierre Laporte were full of turmoil, violence, and fear, especially in Montreal.
A young person, if we were to explain the events of the 70s to them, would not believe it. In 1963, Molotov cocktails were thrown about, and fortunately no one was injured by them. That's where it all started. It was followed by a bomb that was put on a rail line between Montreal and Quebec City in the village of Lemieux. And fortunately, there was no damage done there. After that, a bomb exploded in the ventilation system at the Department of National Revenue. No one was injured. In 1963, a bomb exploded in a recruitment center in Montreal. William O'Neill, age 65, perished in the incident. In 1964, there was an armed robbery of a corner store in downtown Montreal. 1969, Loyal College, which is now part of Concordia University in Montreal, was a place where a bomb went off in the Bryan Pavilion, where courses were underway. My father, in fact, taught nights in the Bryan Pavilion. Luckily, he wasn't teaching a course that night. 500 people were in the pavilion that evening, but fortunately, no one was injured. Right up until the October crisis, 200 bombs went off over a 7-year period, as I explained. But let's go back to Pierre Laporte and to his legacy. Pierre Laporte was a lawyer who had become a journalist, a defender of the French language and of democracy in Quebec, a warm man with great integrity and great courage, unshakable courage. It took courage to take a stand to Maurice Duplessis, to stand up to Maurice Duplessis and to identify the flaws in the Union Nationale. Duplessis had ostracized Pierre Laporte as a member of the press gallery. In some ways, Pierre Laporte was flying solo, alone, facing off against Maurice Duplessis. But in addition to be a defender of Quebec democracy, and he was also, and first and foremost, a father, an uncle, a spouse. And I'd like to refer my colleagues to a report written by Thomas Laporte. Pierre Laporte was my father. That was the title of the article. And today our thoughts are with that family, with everything that Pierre Laporte did for the province of Quebec. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his remarks. He talked a great deal about the tragic death of Pierre Laporte, and I extend my condolences to all of the victims, to the Laporte family and all other victims, the families of the victims. We're talking about an apology for the people of Quebec, the citizens who were independentists. That was their only crime. They were artists. They were free citizens. That's what the motion refers to. And this takes me back to my colleague's speech, and he talks about a context. He said there was a context in the 1970s, in 1970, when people were thrown in jail during the First World War and during the Second World War. There was also a context, a backdrop, if you will. It didn't make it any more acceptable, the imprisonment that we saw, and it's the same for October. Why is the government refusing to acknowledge the suffering that took place among civilian populations at the time? The Honourable Member. Well, I acknowledge that suffering occurred, and it's important to talk about the context. That's why I mentioned it. That's what the member for Louis Saint-Laurent said as well. He said that the War Measures Act was implemented at the behest of the Quebec government and the Mayor of Montreal, who faced a bomb threat at his very home. It was a request put forth by Quebec, by the Quebec Police Force, and so there are some distinctions that need to be made there. The context is extremely important. I lived through that time. People were afraid. People were afraid. The member for Burnaby mentioned that, talked about, in fact, seeing the images on TV. He talked about people being afraid. And there were people on a kidnap list, an FLQ list, families, mothers, fathers. So the context is very important. People suffered. The law was implemented, the War Measures Act. Look at what happened with Mayor Daley in Chicago at the Democratic Party. He used that crisis to advance his objectives. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I would like to go back to a word that he used. He talked about courage and the courage of standing up. What does he think about the courage shown by Tommy Douglas, the NDP leader of the day, in light of all of the criticism he faced, because he considered that we couldn't lightly suspend the rights and freedoms, the fundamental freedoms of the people, and it wasn't by bringing in the War Measures Act that a democracy or a parliament should function or should operate, that it was a serious step that was taken and it had consequences for thousands of people. The honourable member. There are a lot of courageous gestures, but taking a stand is very courageous. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. He talked about the context. I'd like him to talk about the importance of the context at the time. In his answer a little earlier, he talked about the fact that Premier Bourassa had sought out assistance, the Mayor of Montreal. And then later, some said, well, there shouldn't have been anything done, even if the mayor, in fact, the Mayor of Montreal and the Premier of the province had asked for assistance. So when should, in the view of my colleague, the government not respond to a request from the Mayor of Montreal or for the Premier in that kind of a context? Could he comment on that? To the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis in 30 seconds. Well, if a Premier or the Mayor turns to the government, well, that's one thing. But at the time, we have to remember that the forces of law and order couldn't make a distinction between tangible threat and rumors. So we need to be very cautious, and historians need to focus on that. Was the government's fear justified? Was it real? Well, it depends on the facts. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has had an opportunity to speak today, including my colleague, the member for Lac Saint Louis, who is our caucus chair, and I thank him for his remarks. I'm pleased, as member for Gatineau, to have the opportunity to speak to the motion put forth by the Bloc Québécois today. We're in the midst of a unique pandemic. For months, our government, our businesses, our essential frontline workers, and our families have worked tirelessly to address the health and economic challenges caused by COVID-19. We've seen unprecedented mobilization of our governments in the health sector, our research community, and the private sector to respond to the crisis. Canadians have approached this issue with a single purpose, because they understand that we cannot be distracted by usual political gamemanship. On this side of the House, we remain concerned about what Canadians are experiencing, and we are continuing our efforts. Our government remains focused on supporting Canadians and Quebecers in these difficult times. So that's why it's difficult to explain why the Bloc is using one of its rare opposition days not to put forth concrete solutions for Quebec or for Canada to fight the pandemic, to help our seniors, to help our families, to help our most vulnerable, or to get us out of this crisis, but instead to offer Quebecers a truncated vision of our history, to show only a small part of our history, a version that seems to forget about the victims of the October crisis, a version that leaves out the real victims. It's important to remember our history, but it's also important to do so fully, without forgetting parts of it, and always keeping in mind the goal of uniting Quebecers, not dividing them. My colleague, the member for Louis Saint Laurent, established the context of the day, as did as have others. It was a very difficult time for many Quebec families, especially for Père Laporte's family, for Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain's family, killed by a bomb at D&D. The afternoon version of Le Devoir on June 24th, bomb explodes in Ottawa. That was the headline. Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain was sitting in the communications room at the Department of National Defense on Lisgar Street. She was waiting to complete her shift at 7 a.m. She didn't have an opportunity to wrap up her day. At 6:26, she was killed instantly by a bomb, a powerful bomb that exploded and that had been left at outside the building. The 53-year-old woman's body was found outside. Her jugular vein had been severed. She lived in Vanier and had worked for 15 years at the Department of National Defense. 2 soldiers who were in the communications room at the time of the explosion were injured by glass fragments. That's also part of the context, and that's a context that people in my riding understand, and people in the national capital as well, Madam Speaker. And that's why, and for many other reasons, because there were many other bombs and other attacks, that's why the political environment, the Premier of Quebec, the Montreal Mayor, called upon the federal government, the Government of Canada, for assistance. They asked for assistance and the authority to conduct arrests. There were victims. Yes, the Bloc Québécois has mentioned many of them. And there were some 500 people arrested, most of them without cause, and were detained for approximately a week, most of them. This is a black mark on our history. But, Madam Speaker, it's also the result of a conflict, of a climate of fear, terror. Everyone lived in a climate of fear. "50 years later, today, we are here in this House on this very sad anniversary, and it is a sad anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the October crisis. But we can't talk about collective duties and responsibility without talking about our duty to manage the pandemic and to protect our most vulnerable fellow citizens. That is today's context. We're facing the most serious public health crisis in our lifetimes. This is our crisis. Canadians and Quebecers are concerned about the way we'll get through it. They're afraid for their safety and that of their loved ones. They're concerned by being able to pay their bills, about PPE for our frontline workers. They were wondering if they're going to be able to see their loved ones and families at Christmas, if they can send their children to school without having them get the virus. As member for Gatineau and as parliamentary secretary, I have the privilege and the responsibility of working with my colleagues when it comes to procurement and the equipment that we need, including vaccines, treatments, equipment, ventilators. So I can't say how disappointed I am that the Bloc voted in favor of a motion dangerous to Canadians. There are people involved in the manufacturing sector, in our SMEs, in technology and science. The bloc will be judged by future generations. The way we are now talking about what happened 50 years ago. And this is about our ability to negotiate contracts for personal protective equipment, ventilators, and even vaccines. And I can assure you that all Quebecers responded to the call. There are many examples. Bauer, for example, making shields, face shields, for our health workers. Joseph Ridkoff, Yoga Jeans in Dorval. They've adapted their facilities to make gowns for hospitals for frontline workers. Many others are making masks, and these are just a few examples. Diagnostic testing equipment as well. Précision ADN that is active in my riding that is producing swabs. So this is what we need to focus on and mention today. But the Bloc has made a different choice for the debate on their opposition day. And I want to ensure everyone listening to us that the Parliament of Canada is focusing on the right October crisis in our deliberations here today.
The honourable member for Verchères, the Patriote Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have to confess that I'm particularly disappointed with my colleague's speech. Not surprised, but disappointed, particularly with the last things he mentioned. In his opinion, we shouldn't have talked about the October crisis. 50 years ago, more than 500 people were imprisoned. The War Measures Act was invoked by the government at the time, but we shouldn't talk about it. I'm trying to understand the logic behind that, and I'm having a hard time understanding. It's a black stain on Canada's history. Does he not want to admit this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. In this motion, opposition motion today, there's a somewhat truncated and asepticized version of the facts that the Bloc is putting forward of history 50 years ago. They don't talk about the terrorist attacks or the victims that were affected that I mentioned in my speech. They didn't mention that, and they don't mention the daily concerns of today's Canadians about how this pandemic is being managed by the Government of Canada. So that's what disappoints me, and that's what I am ashamed of. We shouldn't be here. We should be here, rather, to debate assistance for Canadians.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks, and I agree that the Bloc motion is unfortunately somewhat truncated in terms of the history of that time. But I disagree with his challenge of the Bloc's right to bring this important topic to the floor of the House of Commons 50 years after a great Canadian tragedy. And I think it's important to remember both Mr. Cross, who was thankfully rescued and released after his months of captivity, and it's important that we express sympathy on this 50th anniversary for the family and friends of Mr. Laporte. History has shown us that, based on the realities on the ground at the time, the War Measures Act was quite possibly not warranted. The federal government did respond to a panicked response from the Mayor of Montreal and the Premier of Quebec, but I wonder, with this Liberal government so freely giving apologies over the years, there can't be a more formal acknowledgement that an historic mistake was made, albeit on the basis of a lack of security intelligence.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member, and know he was a broadcaster. I don't know if he was a broadcaster during that particular period, but I do remember very well his interventions on a number of course, events that have marked Canada's history, and welcome his reflections on this one. However, I must disagree. The government of Quebec, the mayor of Montreal, and as I've illustrated, victims from elsewhere in the province and in Canada's national capital were part of the context of the age, and the government of Quebec made a very clear request. And I can only wonder that if the Bloc Québécois were in the House in 1970, doing, as they state, the bidding of the government and the National Assembly of Quebec, would they have unified their voice to that of other Quebecers at the time, and also stood with that request to send in the military to Quebec?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, a very short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his comments, and I certainly thank the other colleagues in the House that have spoken about this. He speaks about it not being important to recognize something that's so vital and so important that happened 50 years ago. It seems to me that while we do have an awful lot of work to do in this House around COVID-19, that I don't understand, if this government says that they represent human rights, why they will not apologize for this attack on human rights.
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Well, the most fundamental human right is life, Madam Speaker, and I think I and other colleagues in this House have laid out the context of the period where dozens of human lives were taken, where dozens of human lives were affected, and where dozens of human lives, thousands of human lives, were terrorized by.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to tell you from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Pointe-Lille. The 50th anniversary of the October crisis is an opportunity for Canada, and probably a missed one, to apologize for introducing War Measures Act and inventing a conspiracy that there was a so-called insurrection plot to overthrow the Quebec government. Indeed, in 1970, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's Canada sent in the army and allowed the RCMP to infiltrate and destabilize democratic and militant organizations in Quebec, going far beyond the tragic events that followed. Canada didn't do this to end an insurrection. They wanted to suppress the independence movement, and that's what it had in mind. At the time, Marc Lalonde, then Pierre Trudeau's chief of staff, summoned Peter Newman, editor of the Toronto Star, and he told him, "We believe a group of prominent Quebecers are plotting to replace the province's duly elected government. Among the leaders are René Lévesque, Jacques Parizeau, Marcel Pépin, and Claude Ryan. This attempt to establish a parallel government must be prevented." Imagine, with these big four names, there were 3 premiers and also a major union leader. So we were far from overthrowing the government at the time. This story served only to justify the suspension of fundamental rights in Quebec. Needless to say, the War Measures Act was passed in 1914 during the First World War, and has only been evoked 3 times in our history, during both World Wars and during the October crisis. In the days leading up to October 15th, the RCMP Security Service worked with the Sûreté du Québec to prepare a suspect list, and there were 56 names. The RCMP then added about 100 names to that list to present a list of roughly 158 people to the Prime Minister Trudeau. Individuals on the RCMP list had been known to have participated in or advocated violent demonstrations or were suspected of terrorist activities. When the arrests began, they were much more far-reaching and indiscriminate. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the night of October 16, 1970, the War Measures Act was proclaimed, and what ensued would be the largest peacetime military intervention in Canada. On that night alone, more than 450 people were arrested and imprisoned. 10 years later, the former Minister Jean Marchand, who became the Speaker of the Senate, would go as far as to say that the War Measures Act was the equivalent to mobilizing a cannon to kill a fly. The Prime Minister of the day, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, for his part, never showed any remorse. As late as in 1993, he wrote, "Society must take every means at its disposal to defend itself against the emergence of a parallel power that defies the elected authority of the country." During the October crisis, I was very young, and I was studying at university to become a teacher. One morning on my way to class, I passed soldiers crossing. I saw guns and the army, and I was going across the La Fontaine Park, and I was very anxious. When I think back about it, I realized I was very afraid. And the university had to close its doors. As soon as the Canadian Bill of Rights was suspended, and even though anti-terrorist experts from 3 police forces, municipal, provincial, and federal, had only a handful of suspects, 500 people were arrested and imprisoned without a warrant. Of the 500 people arrested, 90% were released without charges, and 95% of those charged were eventually acquitted or had their charges dropped. But these people were not criminals. Most of them were independence fighters, and some even weren't that. Those arrested or imprisoned included poets, singers, journalists, trade unionists, lawyers, and independent activists, students, and amongst them there were
Côté. Pierre Côté, oui, un deuxième Pierre Côté. Ginette Courcelle, Manon Courcy, Jean-Guy Couture, Jean-Marcel Cusson, Daniel Cyr, Micheline Cyr, Jean-Marie da Silva, Blaise Daigneault, Dominique Daman, Paul Danvois, Michel Danvois-Raymond, Jahangir Dardachi, Mario Darin, Brenda Dash, Victor Daudelin, Benoît-André Davignon, Bruno De Gregorio, Claire Demers, François Demers, Jean-Pierre Deschaines, Pierre Desfosses, Hélène Desjardins, Marcel Desjardins, Louise Desormeaux, Richard Desrosiers, Jean Désy, Jean-Pierre Dionne, Thomas Gordon Dolan, Gaëtan Dosti, Laura Maude Dutton, Ginette Doucet, Jacques Dubé, Michel Dubé, Robert Dubois, Bernard Dubois, Claude-André Ducharme, Albert Dufour, Claire Duguay, Claude Dulac, Michel Dumont, Bernard Dupéré, Claire Dupont, Pierre Dupont, Pierre Dupont, un deuxième Pierre.
A second Pierre Dupont.
Jeanne Dupont, Daniel Dupont, Daniel Dupuis, Myriam Farkas, André Ferretti, Mireille Filion, Lise Filion, Yvon Forgette, Guy Fortin, Joseph Fortin, Pierre Fournier, M. Fréchette. Et vous savez quoi, Madame?
And you know what, Madam Speaker? In the aftermath of the events of 1970, there was also the arrest of my brother, Michel Posé, who was questioned more than 4 hours. And I can tell you that I didn't know this right away. I only learned about it many years later. He never could talk about it. And I realized it was a shock for me to know that my younger brother, who was a student at the Cégep du Vieux-Montréal, had been arrested like that for nothing. I won't soon forget either that when the police came to the family home to ask questions, I was with my grandmother and my mother. And the police entered and they searched the entire house. And we weren't the only ones, because the police conducted 31,700 searches, including 4,600 seizures during that period. In several cases, these acts were violent. And that's what I call terrorism. They were terrorizing people. Today, I'd like to see the federal government denounce this violence. But despite our repeated requests, the government remains silent. However, the federal government has apologized many times for other things. In 1988, for the Japanese victims interned and displaced during World War II. In 1990, for the victims of Italian origin interned during the Second World War, and in 2006 for the victims of Ukrainian origin interned during the First World War, but nothing for Quebecers. In the first two cases, the government paid financial compensation either directly to the victims or to associations representing them to enable them to organize educational and commemorative activities. For Italian Canadians, the government promised to do the same in June 2019. So I ask the question once again, and I'll end with this, Madam Speaker. Where is the federal government's apology for the victims of the October crisis? Many Quebecers are still bearing the brunt of this crisis, and the government is not only refusing to recognize this, but it has to assume its share of the responsibility. Therefore, we're calling today for an official apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of the Government of Canada for the enactment on October 16, 1970, of the War Measures Act and the use of military force against the civilian population of Quebec, in arbitrarily arresting, incarcerating without charges, and intimidating nearly 500 innocent Quebecers.
The honourable member for New Brunswick, Miramichi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Once again, my honourable colleague forgot it to mention the real victims of the terrorist act. I remember the October crisis very well. And it also has left scars in New Brunswick because of the extremist acts. We've also heard a lot about arguments saying that the government's action suppressed Quebecers' democracy. But would my colleague agree that the peaceful movement that followed allowed the creation of the bloc, and it did not at all hamper the pacific democratic movement in Quebec? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Sometimes I wonder, does the government and all these elected officials pretend to not understand what we're talking about here? We are talking about the War Measures Act. That's what this motion is about. We're talking about who were imprisoned. We're talking about these people who terrorized my mother, my grandmother, and they searched the entire house for guns. That's what we're talking about here. This is violence. This is terrorism. It was state terrorism at that time. So I would like the government to focus on the meaning of our motion. It is on the War Measures Act that was invoked 3 times, twice during the first 2 wars and once during the October crisis. No excuses or apologies were offered. The government has been silent on this entirely. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Charbonneau-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like my colleague to recognize that the FLQ between 1963 and 1970 conducted terrorist acts in Quebec, more than 200, including the murder of Pierre Laporte. Does my colleague recognize that Quebec was experiencing a terrorist crisis, and it was normal to call in the army at the time because the police was overwhelmed. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have to say that I'm somewhat disappointed by my colleague's question. I thought it was just the government didn't understand what our motion was about. It's on the War Measures Act. It's not about anything else. But I'd like to remind my colleague, to fight criminals, we have the criminal code, right? And I'd like to remind him of something. There is no democratic country, aside from Canada, that has used a War Measures Act against its own population to fight crime. The state intervened before 1970. Well, we saw this in the U.S. in 1970. There was on average 280 bombs a month in the U.S., and never did the president have to use martial law to intervene. In Paris, General de Gaulle in France had a similar situation. It's funny, these are democratic countries, and they didn't have to call in the army against their own population. And they live in peace right now.
Violence.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je veux poser une question à mon...
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague from Repentigny. The people of Quebec were not the only ones to be impacted by this crisis. And now I'll speak in English.
With my friend from Repentigny, this apology the Bloc Québécois request is to the people of Quebec. I just wanted to put on the record that suspending civil liberties applied across Canada, and that in the city of Vancouver, the police used it as an excuse to ride mounted on horseback, batons flailing, to clear out the park of people they decided were undesirables. So the current state of the law, and this is my question to the member for Repentigny, if I've missed it in today's debate, I apologize, but I think it's quite significant that the War Measures Act no longer exists, that in 1985, this Parliament got rid of it and replaced it with an Emergencies Act that deals with an emergency like COVID, called a public welfare emergency, and deals with an emergency like an insurrection through a public order emergency, none of which have a national effect of suspending civil liberties. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment on that.
Un très court commentaire de l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Saint-Eustache Island. Yes, the Act was indeed replaced, the War Measures Act, and for good reason. It's better now, but we still want an apology for what occurred in 1970. Resuming debate. Madam Speaker, I believe strongly in nonviolence. I'm very inspired by Martin Luther King and Gandhi. The author, Luther Fournier, he is an expert about the October crisis, and I've read his works. This author, Louis Fournier, has written that FLQ extremism was a response to government extremism. The federal government took advantage of the situation to enact major repressions and to take action against innocent citizens. The government's actions were no better than the FLQ's. I was young during the October crisis. I have vague memories of it. I remember seeing a soldier outside City Hall, an armed soldier. The repression campaign was so widespread that no Quebecer who was alive at the time can forget it. The 16th of October, 1970, over 450 people were unjustly detained for no good reason. It was, psychologically speaking, very distressing. People were woken up with guns pointed in their faces. It's unbelievable. And of the 450-odd Quebecers detained, Most were released without any charges. 95% of those who were charged were acquitted or charges were dropped. We have a duty to remember them.
Gagné, Théo Gagné, Armand Gagnon, Charles Gagnon, Michel Gagnon, Paul Gagnon, souvent on les arrêtait par famille, Nicolas Galipeau, 15 ans, le fils de Pauline Julien, Pascal Galipeau, la fille de Pauline Julien, Michel Garceau, Juvencio Garza, Madame Garza, Claude Gaudreau, Annie Gauthier, Jacinthe Gauthier, Maurice Gauthier, Gilles Gauvin, Étienne Gazaille, Claude Gendron, Paul-Émile Giguère, Claude Girard, Jean-Pierre Girard, Pierre Girard, Rosaire Girard, Pierre Girardin, Gérald Godin, Madeleine Barbara Goldstein, Roch Gosselin, Jean Goulet, André Goyer, André Gravel, Pierre Graveline, Stanley Gray, André Grenier, Pierre Grenier, Roger Grenier, Yves Guindon, Yvon Guindon, Marek Gutowski, Louis Hins, Lise Walser Hins, Daniel Hardy, Jacques Hébert, Robert Hébert, Gloria Horowitz, Denis Huard, Solange Judon, Richard Hudson, Maurice Jean, Pierre Jobin, Réal Jaudoin, Janine Jaudoin, André Joffre, Pierre Jonca, Guy Joron, qui a été député du Parti québécois par Michel Joyal, Fabienne Julien. Ces gens, Madame la Présidente, n'étaient pas des criminels. Parmi eux, il y avait des poètes, des chanteurs.
These people were not criminals, Madam Speaker. There were artists, unionists, lawyers, poets, members of the armed forces.
Denise Bouchin, Michel Chartrand, syndicaliste, André Ferretti, qui a fait 51 jours de prison, je pense, Gaëtan Dosti, et j'en passe. Ils ont tous été jetés.
And I could go on. I could list more names. They were all thrown in jail. They had one thing in common. They supported the independence movement. In his book, Journal of a Prisoner of War, Mr. Godin talks about his experiences behind bars. He says, during the first day, I felt as though I was being uprooted. I was basically floating. I didn't know what I was being accused of. If I did know, I would feel like I was on solid ground, but I'm lost. It was a traumatic experience for him. Those who were thrown in jail were very scared. And we haven't seen the list of names because the government never published the list. There were over 30,000 searches without a warrant. And all of that was made possible by enacting the War Measures Act, which suspended rights and freedoms in the case of an insurrection. Today, we heard that René Lévesque supported the War Measures Act. He was leader of the opposition in Quebec at the time. This is false. First of all, he wasn't leader of the opposition. He wasn't even an MLA at that point. Second of all, René Lévesque was absolutely against the use of the War Measures Act, and I will read you an excerpt from something René Lévesque wrote, published in the Journal de Montréal in October 1970. The War Measures Act is awful and should not be used in this situation. This is a demagogic sleight of hand, a trick that the Liberal government is playing. Commissions of inquiry concluded, the Duchesne Commission and the MacDonald Commission. They were both set up by the federal government and both concluded that the War Measures Act should not have been invoked. The commissions also looked into the events that followed the October crisis, and many who lived through it shared their horrible experiences. Jameson, who was a minister at the time, wrote in his memoirs, "We had no serious cause to believe that there was an apprehended insurrection." Many ministers in Trudeau's cabinet, McKessie, for instance, and Marc Lalonde, his chief of staff at the time, they used this law to fight their political adversaries in Quebec, to fight sovereigntists like René Lévesque. Eric Kerens, Minister of Communications, dedicated many pages of his memoirs to this major injustice. That's what he called it. Professor Greg Whittaker is an expert in security and communications in Canada. He wrote, "The RCMP never requested the War Measures Act. The RCMP was not consulted as to whether it would be helpful. And had the RCMP been asked, they would have been opposed to the use of the War Measures Act." Peter C. Newman, he was the editor-in-chief of the Toronto Star at the time. He wrote of a provisory temporary government. He said that there was, in fact, an insurrectionist movement led by Louis Laberge and René Lévesque that would rise up against the federal government. That was a carefully concocted lie concocted by Prime Minister Trudeau and his chief of staff, Marc Lalonde. It was concocted, this lie, to justify invoking the War Measures Act. An expert wrote on the 40th anniversary of the October crisis, "We have a duty to remember the victims of this major injustice. This was so shameful, what occurred. We want an apology." The MacDonald Committee recommended that those who had suffered, whose rights had been violated without cause, be compensated. The Commission recommended that not only should they be compensated for all damages and losses, but that they should also receive apology or compensation for violation of their freedoms. Never again should basic rights and freedoms be violated. Freedom is a fragile thing. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It became immediately apparent that many were criticizing the government of Quebec and the government of Montreal.
The Bloc's initiative to bring this Canadian tragedy to the floor of the House of Commons, through you, Madam Speaker. And I think that it is important that we revisit the rights which were encroached upon and mistakes that were made in the absence of security information. But I wonder why the Bloc motion does not at least pay passing respect and commemoration to Pierre Laporte, politically assassinated, and to his family and friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci. Je pense que
The death of Pierre Laporte, we condemn it, absolutely. The FLQ went way too far with that. Quebecers are fundamentally nonviolent. Our motion doesn't mention that because our motion seeks to address the War Measures Act and the consequences of it. It's unbelievable how major the army and police and law enforcement interventions were. A police officer has testified that he was sent with his colleagues in the middle of the night to go arrest people. The police officer says that he was trying to be careful. He recounts a search in a house with a young mother and a young baby that he was asked to do, and then became a supporter of the independence movement the next day. All forms of violence must be avoided. And that is what the Bloc Québécois motion is about. It is about state violence. I hope everyone will support this motion. We must condemn state violence. The state must present an apology. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his remarks. The NDP, at the time, led by Tommy Douglas, stood up to defend fundamental freedoms. The raids, the sweep, it was so widespread. So many people were arrested. So many homes were searched. This went way beyond a police operation to find a man who had been kidnapped. In fact, intellectuals and artists, they were targeted. The Liberal Party claims to stand for the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, for all rights and freedoms. So why is it so difficult for the Liberal Party to accept to issue this apology? Answer. This is an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Douglas, then leader of the NDP, condemned violence, and he condemned the fact that the War Measures Act was used, and also that it was used against Japanese people during the Second World War. The Canadian government has apologized for the internment of Japanese people during the Second World War, so why can't we have an apology for the War Measures Act used in 1970? A lot of English media published strong opinions at this time. I've heard a lot of witnesses and victims. One man told me that his father, who had nothing to do with the FLQ, was searched, but he, in fact, was a university professor. He associated with some activists, and so this man, no contact with the FLQ, he was arrested. Including some members of the Parti Québécois. I think this was political violence, and it's deplorable. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my speaking time with my colleague for Sackville, Chess, and Prézicot. October 1970 was a difficult time for all Quebecers. Now, 50 years later, we remember these events. We have a duty to remember all innocent victims and their families. They must be at the heart of our discussions about the October crisis. It is important that we reflect on our history, understand it, and take ownership of it so that it remains rooted in our memories and impacts our actions in the future. Our children and grandchildren must learn from the past. They must know that violence has never been and will never be how to make political opinions heard. 50 years later, Canada finds itself in the middle of another crisis. This is a different type of crisis. It's a health crisis, but we are deploying every possible effort to fight this crisis. Today, Quebecers and Canadians are worried about COVID-19. They are living through such difficult times. So I would like to talk to you about our plan to combat this unprecedented health crisis. COVID-19 is a risk to the health and safety of Canadians and of people around the world. It also harms our economy. How will we get through this crisis? Well, the Government of Canada has a plan. These past few months, the Government of Canada has been working around the clock to strengthen its knowledge and expertise in order to prevent resurgence of COVID-19 outbreaks. We are taking action on so many fronts. The government is working to limit the spread of COVID-19. As a result, our gatherings will be rather different this year. That said, I'm convinced that Canadians and Quebecers will continue to do their part. All will continue to follow proven, effective ways to combat COVID-19. That is, public health instructions. Our government is confident that Canadians will continue to do their part. This pandemic has had devastating consequences. It has ruined our year. It has taken precious moments of our lives away from us. Canadians have a part to play. Each and every Canadian has a part to play to limit the spread, to get this pandemic under control, and our government will do everything it can to ensure that we do everything that is necessary. Our government has a multi-pronged plan to get COVID-19 under control, and this plan is based on scientific evidence and scenario planning. In fact, our response to COVID-19 has followed and will continue to follow best practice and scientific advice. Public health and public health communications will continue to be essential. The Government of Canada's plan rests on three goals. First, to continue to prevent and contain the pandemic. We will effectively keep COVID-19 under control by collaborating and cooperating with all other levels of government, especially now while cases are on the rise. Next, we are looking to find a vaccine which will help us with long-term recovery in Canada. In order to reach our goals, we have identified 10 ways that the Government of Canada can tangibly help Canadians stay safe and healthy and live in a COVID-19 world. First, monitoring and data. We absolutely need to keep track of all cases, to share our data, and to publish it. That is essential to keep Canadians healthy. Our scientific monitoring includes monitoring cases and outbreaks, as well as early warning systems and lab testing. Here's an example. We have strengthened our national approach to data collection and data monitoring in order to keep an eye on COVID-19 from coast to coast to coast. Another area we've identified is borders. We receive visitors at our borders and conduct inspections at our borders. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been implementing border control measures and health and safety services for travelers. This helps us limit the spread of COVID-19. For instance, we have increased and ramped up screening in our airports. We have set up controls on traveling and mandatory quarantine orders. This action we have taken has enabled us to reduce public health risks and lighten the load that Canada's healthcare system has to bear. Next, public health. Government of Canada is working with provinces and territories in public health and communications.
We have provided public health guidance on how to protect the health and safety of Canadians and reduce the spread of COVID-19. We see the results of this work every day. Basic public health measures are now part of daily life and conversation. Governments and health professionals at all levels continue to emphasize the need for physical distancing, hand washing, staying home when sick, and wearing a face shield.
Interrupt. Il y a un appel au règlement. Oui, l'honorable.
There's a point of order. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. This is not pertinent or related in any way to the motion under discussion today. Now, I understand that we have measures in place to fight the pandemic, but the motion on the table today is on the table, and I think that the member opposite is simply trying to avoid the motion. I'd like to invite the honourable member to try and make a link between the motion before us today and his remarks. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that my colleague will carefully listen to my speech, because I said that we're focusing on the crisis. This is something that Canadians are very much concerned with. It's something that's top of mind for all Canadians. If you were to ask Quebecers, for example. Another point of order, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that we can't do indirectly what we can't do directly. So, given the circumstances, I would invite him to get back to the topic at hand. So I'd remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to resume his remarks on the subject of the motion. Well, Madam Speaker, as I was explaining to my colleague, the member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, I'm drawing a parallel between the crisis that existed in 1970 and today's crisis, the current crisis, and of course I'm referring to COVID-19. Once again, as I was saying, if you were to ask Quebecers, and we did ask them what the most important crisis is that they're facing, the first thing that they point out is the health crisis. And it's important to remember that. That's the reason why we can draw lessons from what happened in the past and what's happening today from the experiences we face. So could you remind me, Madam Speaker, how much time I have left? I'm sorry, 2 minutes then. Okay. Madam Speaker, I could continue then by saying that we need to focus on the capacity for our healthcare system, facilities for vulnerable populations. Another point of order, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member should address the subject on debate today. I understand that he can, at times, draw a link to other topics, but his speech is on a different topic, and that's unacceptable to my mind, Madam Speaker. One last time, I will remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to wrap up on the motion that is before the House today. We have to talk about the past, Madam Speaker. We need to learn from the past. That is fundamental. But we must never forget about our fellow citizens who are suffering at this time. We must never forget to focus all of our energy on getting through this crisis. Madam Speaker, in 1970, we faced a political crisis. It rocked Quebec. It rocked Canada. The government responded to a request from the Premier of Quebec and the Mayor of Montreal. The same is true today. All levels of government and all civil society is urging and calling on the federal government to show leadership, to deal with this public health crisis, and that is exactly what we are currently doing, Madam Speaker. That concludes my remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I know we're in a crisis now, but this motion is discussing the crisis from the 1970s. And I think that it's a relevant debate to have, given that we're on the 50th anniversary now. My uncle was a Japanese Canadian. He was born in Canada. And in 1942, as a child, he went to an internment camp. There was war at the time. There was a real threat and serious implications that there could be Japanese Canadians who were working with the imperial military. And so people were put in internment camps. It was a horrible thing for my uncle Kaz Iwasa to go through. And the purpose of that apology at the time was to apologize to people like Kaz. Now, I've talked to some of my friends and colleagues in Quebec who were children during the October crisis, who lived in real fear of their parents being taken away at night because of their political involvement. And I'd just like to ask the honourable member if he thinks that those people deserve an apology for the actions that were taken by our government at that time.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Island for his question and for the link which he made to his uncle's experiences during the war. And Madam Speaker, it's really important for us to understand and to place ourselves in the time in which people were happening. We have the benefit now of looking back with history, with assurance as to what the results had been, because we did not live through them. I was very, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I heard somebody else interfere, but I'm assuming that's not, it was not you.
Call me back.
So, Madam Speaker, if I may continue, we have the assurance of looking back with the knowledge of what had transpired. But for the people who were in it at the time, they acted with the best information and the best actions that they could at that time. That is why the City of Montreal, that is why the Government of Quebec made a request to the federal government to invoke the War Measures Act. And the federal government...
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm shocked to have heard the speech. It was off topic. That shows a lack of respect and lack of empathy for people who were imprisoned without knowing why, without a mandate. And they include
Claude Rousseau, François Roux, Clément Roy, Denis Roy, Jean Roy et 497 personnes dont les droits civiques.
The almost 500 people whose rights were suspended. Does he not think that it would be time to apologize to these people and to also apologize for having been off topic on his remarks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, when I think back about what happened to the 1970s, not the 90s, but the 70s, I apologize, I also remember people I grew up with. These were people whose parents were involved in the nationalist movement and in the federalist movement as well. Everyone was afraid at that time. And Madam Speaker, now with hindsight, I can see what happened, but we must remember that people were terrorized by the assassination of Mr. Laporte. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to have heard my colleague talk about people who were the victims, Mr. Pierre Laporte, and the others who were killed during those years. Instead of, well, I think he could have used the crisis to talk about the serious incidents that occurred, to speak in the memory of those people. Why didn't he do that in his remarks? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, very quickly. People who don't understand are condemned to repeating it. Madam Speaker.
Du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start my speech by thanking the member for Belleuil-Chambly for having brought forth this motion to the House today. It's an important motion, and I'm pleased to have this opportunity to address it. But before starting, I think I should talk about my personal story. I'm the only Acadian elected in the Liberal Party in Nova Scotia, and I need to mention that because I must also point out that the crisis occurred when I was 11. It was a very difficult time for Quebecers, for Canadians, and for me and my family as well. We talked about it. It was very hard to see our country, Canada, with the army in the streets. And so I'd like to point out that I am an Acadian with my ancestors were from Quebec. And I point that out because I always say that a third of all Quebecers are of Acadian descent. And in my riding, a monument was put up in 1967 to celebrate the 100th anniversary, this Canada's centennial anniversary. So we were celebrating the Canada's centennial anniversary. And in Lévis, Quebec, they, in fact, my ancestors, the Sampson family, had a monument put up as well in Lévis. And it's on the corner of Saint-Louis and Belleville Streets in Lévis. And on several occasions, I've visited it, and many of my Quebec families have also visited it. So you can imagine the contribution, just how much of a contribution he must have made for a monument to be built. The FLQ, the Quebec Liberation Front, was a subject that I studied, as many of you did perhaps as well, in history classes. And it was very difficult. There were between 200 and 900 bombs that were planted between 1963 and 1970. So the crisis lasted 7 years. And we're talking about the crisis today, but it was very difficult. There were a number of people injured, deaths, etc. And I think it's essential to take a look at things in time. So based on the information we had at the time, and I'd like to say a few words about this in my remarks, is that it was a crisis, and an urgent request came forth from the Quebec government. Quebec police officers clearly stated they needed the support. They needed support. And so the head of the Montreal Police Force wrote a letter to Mayor Drapeau. And in the letter, he said, and I quote, "A subversive movement, an extremely dangerous movement, is spreading in Quebec and has been for several years, with a view to preparing to overthrow the legitimate government with armed intervention." It couldn't be clearer. There was a situation, a crisis. It was urgent to take action, and they needed the help of the federal government. I'd now like to draw your attention to the second letter. a second letter that was sent to the Mayor Drapeau and Mr. Bourassa. The two of them sent a letter, and they wrote, perceived insurrection are the words used in the letter, and they call for intervention, for action. Oh, they were calling for the federal government to take action. Why? Because of the crisis. The health and safety of Canadians and Quebecers was at stake. They needed help from the federal government. Rest assured, the government came and provided that support. They invoked the War Measures Act on the night of the 15th and between the 15th and the 16th of October, 1970. But once again, following a request from the province of Quebec, the Premier of Quebec, and Mayor Drapeau from Montreal. It's also important to point out, Madam Speaker, that so far no one has mentioned this, but action taken by the police and the army, provided by the government, were under the command of the Quebec Minister of Justice. So we provided resources available to help a province that had requested assistance during a crisis. And they were in command of what happened on the ground, not the federal government, Madam Speaker. I would like to point out to the honourable member that he will have 3 minutes remaining following statements by members and question period. We'll now start with statements by members.
By members, the honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Madam Speaker, it's an honour to rise in this chamber again and to talk about housing and cities. This week, our government took the historic step in choosing to work with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and directly fund cities as we work together to end homelessness in Canada. Our government knows that not everyone can safely practice social distancing because of shelter conditions or overcrowded homes. We know that when people who are already struggling with illnesses are left to sleep rough or pitch a tent in a park, that this precarious situation turns deadly very quickly under COVID-19. This is why $1 billion is there to help cities directly, to fund nonprofits and Indigenous housing providers in rural, urban, and northern communities immediately and to help them acquire new housing. This funding, combined with close to $500 million in reaching home funds this year for frontline homeless services, is so critical right now. As someone I talked to living in a tent encampment in my riding told me, homelessness is like COVID. We don't need a treatment, we need the cure. This rapid housing initiative is a bold move to do just that. End chronic homelessness now.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, psoriasis is a chronic inflammatory skin condition that affects an estimated 1 to 3% of people in Canada. Psoriasis causes skin cells to grow and shed 10 times faster than normal, resulting in flaking, redness, pain, along with itching and bleeding. People living with psoriasis are at a higher risk of developing other diseases, including arthritis and depression. Psoriasis has no cure, but it is treatable. Treatment decisions are often difficult because of the long road to stability with this unpredictable disease. Access to effective care is critical to supporting psoriasis patients. This World Psoriasis Day, I would like to recognize the work of groups like the Canadian Psoriasis Network and Unmasking Psoriasis in Saskatchewan for providing critical information and support to people affected by psoriasis.
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightfully proud of our tremendously rich diversity. For far too long, however, our extraordinary diversity has not always been reflected in our corporate boardrooms and senior management positions. our institutions and leaders should not only serve as microcosms of society, but also as inspirations to the next generation of incredible Canadians who deserve to see themselves reflected in positions of leadership. Representation matters. That is why I'm devoting my statement to welcoming the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industries' clarion call to Canadian businesses of all sizes to commit to the 50-30 challenge by striving to achieve 50% gender parity and 30% representation of underrepresented groups, including racialized persons, those who identify as LGBTQ2S+, people living with disabilities, as well as First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, we can unleash the full potential of diversity and the promise of inclusion for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Drummond. The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to let the victims of the October crisis do the talking. People like Gilles Paquin. He said they showed up at my place around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. They kicked in the door, two guys with machine guns. Mr. Paquin was jailed for 7 years without even being allowed to take a shower. People like Louis Haynes, arrested by the police. He said they rounded up the whole family, Nicolas, 16, Pascal, 19, and myself, 20. I'm not sure that I stayed for 1 week. I was in a place where the light was always on, and you lose the sense of time. Is it yesterday or tomorrow? Is it day or night? People like Gaëtan Dusty, who was woken up with a machine gun and then watched for 4 to 5 hours with a machine gun always pointed at him. It's not exactly the high life. Mr. Speaker, 494 other Quebecers have similar stories. The federal government owes them an apology. Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about the forgotten people of Yemen. The continuing war in Yemen is deemed by the United Nations as the worst humanitarian crisis in the world. Much of the country's infrastructure has been destroyed. 20 million Yemenis face food insecurity. 10 million are suffering from famine. The suffering of the Yemenis does not make front-page news, but the images of the women, emaciated children and families is a reality, and we should be concerned also about the human rights violation. Canada, as a middle power country, can facilitate the peace effort and should engage neighboring Saudi Arabia to ensure that the peace talks respect international laws and conventions. For peace to be sustainable, it is important that the Yemeni women are actively engaged because they bear the brunt of conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's beleaguered oil and gas industry has suffered for 5 years at the hands of this government. From East Coast refineries to West Coast access to oil drilling in the territories, this government's disregard for the industry from coast to coast to coast is astounding. As Canada's territories work tirelessly to recover from the economic effects of this pandemic, vital oil drilling projects have been noticeably absent from the North's recovery. What's worse is the disregard for dialogue, as this government didn't even consult with its territorial counterparts before it banned offshore drilling in the Arctic. I have seen firsthand in my riding of Calgary Centre how this government's policy misdirection has cost my constituents jobs. Canadian workers in the oil and gas sector are rewarded for their dedication to excellence with cancelled projects and open disdain for their valuable work. I wonder when will this government start listening to territorial and provincial leaders and stop punishing Canadian workers and their families based on unsubstantiated policies?
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I celebrate Mr. George King and wish him a very happy 100th birthday. George was born in Scotland, served in the Second World War, and chose to make Canada his home. He is a very proud Canadian, Scot, and family man. Here in Canada, George served on boards and is director of the Canadian Real Estate Association because it is community that matters most to George. Just 2 years after arriving in Canada, he co-founded Rexdale Rexdale Presbyterian Church, a touchstone in our community. 2 decades later, he co-founded the Rexdale Presbyterian Senior Citizens Corporation, which today is home to 200 seniors. George is a man of strong faith, deep conviction, and tremendous wit. I hope to see George for Robbie Burns Day share a poem and song and reminisce about the Highlands. But for now, I thank him for his service to Canada and wish him happy birthday.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with Will Pecheneg, a local hockey champion who formerly played professionally for the Oshawa Generals and is now coaching kids locally. Will suffered the loss of his father, Dan, in 2013, and like so many who have lost a parent, Will's grieving never stopped and didn't get resolved immediately. In fact, 1 in 14 children in Canada will experience the death of a loved one by the age of 18. Knowing this, Will has created a program called A Heart Like Mine, helping kids who have lost a parent. In honor of his father, this young man has converted his grief into passion and taken initiative to make sure that others in our community have the support that they need. Will continues to use his profile as a professional hockey player to help build a children's grief center in the Durham region, which will serve over 3,000 children in need. The facility would offer children a place to share experiences and heal. I invite everyone in the Durham region to support his efforts. And Mr. Speaker, I hope the honorable members of this House will join me in recognizing Will's dedication and leadership in the pursuit of his dream, helping grieving families in Durham region. Will, I'm sure your father would be proud.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were 2 major announcements this past week regarding our energy sector. First was the merger between Cenovus and Husky, which unfortunately is going to result in some more job losses in my home city of Calgary. But the announcement that received less attention was Suncor's repatriation of 700 jobs from Mississauga and Oakville to Calgary. Now, this should be a wake-up call for these Liberal members across the way, Mr. Speaker, who represent those ridings. These jobs are leaving Toronto and coming to Calgary, but it proves how the energy sector has had a stronger impact on the entire Canadian economy than this government will give it credit for. And the government policies around the green agenda, banning plastics, is not only a direct attack on Western Canada, but jobs across this country. And it's time for these Liberal MPs, Mr. Speaker, to stand up to their leader and say no to his desire to phase out the oil sands and ruin the economy of Western Canada.
L'honorable député. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, on October 16th, together with my MPP colleague Stephen Blais, I had the honour of visiting the very impressive Orleans Health Hub, where construction is moving along nicely. Thank you to the team from the Montfort Hospital, Bernard Leduc, Mélanie Potvin, and Carl Napper, as well as Andrew and Ziad from Ellis Dawn General Contractors for hosting us. The Orleans Health Hub is a unique and innovative project that will provide integrated health services to our community. Mr. Speaker, the fundraising campaign is in full swing, and I'd like to thank Yves Tremblay and his wife Sylvie Villeneuve, who recently made a historic donation of $1 million to the Montfort Foundation. I join with the entire community of Orleans and Ottawa in thanking them from the bottom of our hearts for their historic $1 million donation for this philanthropic gesture and for their commitment to this project. Thank you.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
The Jessica Martel Memorial Foundation operates Jesse's House, a home for those fleeing domestic violence in my constituency. Jesse's House opened this past May after years of fundraising, and it couldn't have come at a more needed time. With the pandemic raging, domestic violence has increased, making spaces like Jesse's House crucial for survival. Unfortunately, due to economic conditions, charitable support has decreased dramatically. Provincial government support and some federal support has been forthcoming, but they need to access the wage subsidy to cover part of their estimated $60,000 monthly payroll. Jesse's House was denied the wage subsidy because they had not been open long enough. This is absurd. We need shelters like these now more than ever. They are only running at half capacity and are turning away those fleeing domestic violence for lack of support. It's time for this government to immediately revisit the wage subsidy legislation to ensure that crucial shelters and other desperately needed services get the financial support they deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Speaker, our nation and our hometown of Hamilton lost a statesman and icon this week with the passing of Senator David Braley. A successful entrepreneur from humble beginnings to kind-hearted philanthropist with an avid passion for sports and arts, David Braley was the first Hamiltonian to serve in the Canadian Senate. He was an extraordinarily selfless person. When the Hamilton Tiger Cats were on the verge of bankruptcy in 1989, David Braley stepped in to save the team. The senator also chaired the committee that brought the extremely successful World Cycling Championship to Hamilton, was a director of the successful 2015 Pan American Games bid, and has donated millions to amateur sport. Never missing a single opportunity to help his fellow Hamiltonians, he's led fundraising campaigns and donated millions to the Royal Botanical Gardens, local hospitals, art galleries, and other educational institutes, including his alma mater, McMaster University, where an athletic center, a health sciences center, and a center for antibiotic discovery all bear his name. Speaker, when asked why the senator was so generous, he responded, and I quote, "I think Hamilton is a very special place. I'm making sure Hamilton has the best." David Braley was one of the most truly honorable people I've had the privilege to know. David, you are and will be sorely missed by all, my friend.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, for over 20 years, St. Thomas More High School has conducted a Halloween for Hunger campaign in support of the Neighbor to Neighbor Center in my riding of Hamilton Mountain. Instead of trick-or-treating, students can collect non-perishable food donations for the food bank run by Neighbor to Neighbor. Sadly, due to COVID-19 restrictions and out of concern for the health and safety of their students, the event has to be canceled. 42% of our current households using the food bank are new to the center, putting added pressure on the food bank as we head into the holiday season. Undeterred, the high school is reaching out to the community, asking for financial support for Neighbor to Neighbor. I recognize it's been a difficult time due to the pandemic, but I'm asking those who can to help Neighbor to Neighbor Food Bank by making a financial contribution this year. Details are available on the Neighbor to Neighbor website, and I would like to recognize and thank the students of St. Thomas More for their past and continued efforts to help Neighbor to Neighbor and the residents of Hamilton Mountain. And I would also like to add that it's my daughter's birthday. Happy birthday, Megan. She's my youngest daughter at 29 years of age.
The honourable member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's not us in the Bloc Québécois who are asking for an official apology for the abuses of the October crisis. I'm going to let the victims of the abusive arrests and detention without charge and intimidation do the talking today. People like Serge Mongeau, who said, "The worst part was not knowing what was going to happen. Did my wife even know what had happened, where it had been taken, how long it had been, or how long it was going to be?" For him, it was 8 days. People like Jocelyne Robert, 7 months pregnant. She says, to calm me down, he pulls out a piece of paper of his briefcase and shows me my name on it. He tells me it's a list of people we can't allow to escape. We're even authorized to shoot at you. Some women tell me they've been there for 3 days, a week, 10 days. I can only imagine I'll be giving birth behind bars. Mr. Speaker, 495 other Quebecers have similar stories to tell. The federal government owes them an apology.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
It's a privilege to pay tribute to a lion and a legend. The Right Honourable Don Mazankowski served Canadians with dignity and integrity for more than 2 decades as the MP for Vegreville. As Deputy Prime Minister, he was called the Minister of Everything, where apparently the Prime Minister's instructions to everyone else was, run it by Maz. He said he was inspired by Diefenbaker's visit to Vegreville and his message that the West must play a meaningful role in national business. Maz was a powerful voice for Alberta, for the West, and for our role in Confederation. He never forgot where he came came from while he was in Ottawa, a staunch advocate for his riding where he is much loved. He was said to have no enemies after over 20 years in politics, which really is a remarkable feat on its own. I can't say the same for myself after only 5. After political life, Maz kept giving in other ways to countless charities and causes. Selflessly, he even declined a Senate seat. A former MLA in Lakeland said Maz did politics the right way, tenacious but gracious, argumentative but not mean-spirited, hard-nosed but soft-hearted. To Lorraine, Roger, Sherry Ray, Morgan, Mackenzie, and all the Mazankowski family, thank you for sharing him with Canada. We are all better for it.
Yeah. The honourable member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House on the anniversary of the 97th Republic Day of Turkey. On October 29, 1923, Turkey was formally declared a republic. It was also the day that the Republic of Turkey elected its first president, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. 21 years later, Canada and Turkey established diplomatic relations. And now in 2020, the Canadian-Turkish community has grown to over 65,000 citizens. Canadians of Turkish origin are a vibrant community whose language, culture, and traditions have enriched the social fabric of Canadian society. Organizations such as the Federation of Canadian Turkish Associations, among others, work hard to put on important events for the community, including International Children's Day. I want to acknowledge and thank them for their tremendous contributions to Canada. Canada is stronger because of our diversity, and the Turkish community has made us a stronger and better country. I want to conclude by wishing a happy Republic Day to all those celebrating in Canada and abroad.
À l'ordre. Suite aux discussions.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of the victims of today's attack in Nice, France. I now invite honourable members to rise.
À l'ordre. Order. Oral questions. Question orale. Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister contradicted his own government on the shutdown of the pandemic warning system. In an interview last weekend, the Health Minister admitted the pandemic warning system had been shut down and the decision was being examined. Yesterday, the Prime Minister suggested his government made no change to the system. Both these things cannot be true, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government spreading misinformation about their shutting down of Canada's pandemic early warning system?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be really clear about one thing. Canada today is facing a grave second wave of the coronavirus. Now is the time for all of us to come together and fight this second wave, which is ravaging Europe and our neighbor to the south. Now is the time for us to focus on what we can do going forward to save Canadian lives and to preserve the Canadian economy. There will be a time for postmortems, Mr. Speaker, but while the plane is flying, you don't try to change the engine.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if you made some errors while the plane was taking off, you should learn them before the plane has to land, Mr. Speaker. There has been another disagreement between the shutting down of the pandemic warning system. In the same interview, the health minister said the review into closing the system hadn't started yet. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said the review was complete. So will the Deputy Prime Minister let this House know? Is it over? Has it started yet? And who will they appoint to review the decision to shut down Canada's pandemic warning system?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, what I'm focused on, what the government is focused on, and what I believe all members of this House need to be focused on today is the crisis before us. We need to work together to fight the second wave, which is here right now. I do agree with the member opposite that there are lessons we can all learn from this global pandemic. And for me, one of those lessons is, as a country, going forward, we need to invest more in our public health systems. We need to invest more to be sure that when the next pandemic comes, Canada is even more prepared. And I know all members of this House will support us in doing so.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister is correct. We have to work together. We have to learn the lessons. So we'd like to learn who made the wrong decisions in her government, because a news report this morning reveals that the Deputy Prime Minister disagreed with the Health Minister's handling of the early pandemic. Particularly, she was in favour of closing the border immediately, and the Health Minister wanted to keep the border open, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the Deputy Prime Minister is simple. Why did the Prime Minister overrule her decision and favour the Health Minister's decision to keep our borders open, letting in thousands of more cases of COVID-19?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the global pandemic hit Canada, we introduced tougher restrictions on the Canada-US border than have existed in Canadian history. And what I'm especially proud of, Mr. Speaker, is that we have managed to have those restrictions in place without harming the vital trade between our two countries. That is a real accomplishment for the Canada-US relationship. It is an accomplishment by all Canadians, and I want especially to thank Canadians living along the border who have really enthusiastically understood the value of these restrictions and support them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
La France, encore une fois, est
France has been attacked once again. Our values of openness and freedom of expression are the target of Islamist attacks. After the horrible murder of Professor Paty, the Prime Minister took 10 days to mention the attack. That's a long time. Does this Prime Minister hesitate in standing up for our values and our allies? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question is really very important. I think all Canadians are absolutely horrified by the Nice attack. I think I speak for all members in this House today when I say that we stand with the French people and the people of Nice. France is one of Canada's most important and dear allies, and we will always show solidarity with France. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. When France is attacked, all democracies are being attacked. Here in Canada, the Prime Minister has promised to create de-radicalization centers. That is yet another broken promise, Mr. Speaker. Protecting Canadians against terrorist attacks should be a Prime Minister's priority. Why is he refusing to show leadership on this point? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we never refuse to show leadership when it comes to protecting the lives of Canadians. And for that reason, for our government, protecting Canadians here in Canada and abroad is a priority. But I would like to say something else because it's very important. That is that Canada, both today and in the future, stands in solidarity with France and the French people. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the wolves have been released. The day of shame has arrived. That's what René Lévesque said when the Canadian Army was deployed to arrest 497 people and intimidate thousands of others in October 1970. Innocent Quebecers who saw the authorities burst in the middle of the night bearing weapons, they were arrested without grounds and detained without explanation for days. 50 years later, these victims deserve an official apology. Prime Minister, we are watching. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my father's not the one who said, just watch me. But this is an important question. We must recall that the period around October 1970 was difficult for all Quebecers. It is important to start by thinking of the family of Pierre Laporte. For this family, this anniversary brings back tragic memories. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, in hindsight, the use of the War Measures Act was announced by stakeholders in all parties. The Liberal Minister of Justice, John Turner, opposed the use of this act, and Jean Marchand, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's Quebec lieutenant, said that it was like using a cannonball to kill a fly. The Conservative leader at the time, Robert Stanfield, said that the use of the War Measures Act was cruel and based on unproven assertions. Why does this government refuse to recognize that this was an abuse of power and deserves an apology? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the period surrounding October 1970 was indeed difficult for all Quebecers. We must reflect on the path that we have followed since then. We can be proud of living in a country where we can choose to express our ideas peacefully without violence. And we can be proud of living in a country where the government leaves space for democratic debate, like today here in this House. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, more than 10,000 people have died because of COVID-19. 80% of those deaths were in long-term care centres. Canadian troops had to be sent in to protect our seniors. And the problem is continuing. The Prime Minister has promised to work with provinces and territories to establish national care standards. Where are those standards? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. This is a time when our country is in the middle of the second wave of the pandemic. We need to think about our seniors. It is true that our women and men in uniform were there in the spring and summer to protect our seniors. And now, today, we must continue to work together with the provinces and territories to protect our seniors in long-term care during this difficult second wave.
For Burnaby South.
We have to take in these numbers. 10,000 Canadians have died because of COVID-19. 80% of them have been in long-term care homes. But what's even more staggering is how clear the evidence is that the worst conditions were found in for-profit long-term care homes. Now, the evidence makes it clear. So my question to the Prime Minister is this. Knowing that the worst conditions were in for-profit homes, does he still believe the federal government should be in the business of for-profit long-term care homes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is right that there have been particular concerns about how our elders have fared in for-profit long-term care facilities. We cannot turn a blind eye to this, and I very much agree that all options need to be on the table when we think about how we run, operate, and regulate our long-term care facilities in the future. The life of our elders must be a priority. Our country as a whole has not done well enough, and we need to do better going forward.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, this government isn't transparent or consistent about applying their pandemic rules. Another day and yet another revelation that a wealthy U.S. executive was granted a quarantine exemption when he entered Canada on October 19th to push the Teamster union workers to accept a new contract. The first time this kind of thing happened, the minister said it was a mistake, but he hasn't fixed it. Quarantine restrictions are enforced on everyday working Canadians, their small businesses, their family members. So a very simple question: why is there still one set of rules for wealthy, well-connected elites and a different set for everyone else?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the member for an important question. Mr. Speaker, there's no two set of rules. Canadians have the right to enter Canada at any time when they follow proper health and safety protocols. To our question, our top priority is the health and safety of Canadians during this pandemic. Decision on exemptions by officials are only issued after the approval of the Public Health Agency of Canada and the relevant province or territory. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to protect the health and safety of all Canadians.
Honourable member for Lakeland.
But, Mr. Speaker, everyday Canadians are concerned and confused about the obvious double standard. They don't know what to expect. People, for example, who go to the border for a visa or other issue, they stay in their car, remain in the neutral zone, don't even cross into the U.S., but when they turn around, they're told they have to put their lives on hold and quarantine for 2 weeks. But if you're a U.S. billionaire and want to come to Canada and travel around freely, no problem, Liberals say. Doors open, come on in and take our jobs while you're at it. When will this government show the same compassion and fairness to everyday working Canadians as they do to U.S. billionaires?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
He set the record very, very clear. There's not two set of rules. Canadians have a right to enter Canada at any time when they follow proper health and safety protocol. To the question of the member, as I said, the health and safety of Canadians is the top priority of all members of this House during the pandemic. It is also essential, and I'm sure the member would agree, to keep our economy moving during this pandemic and protect our critical and essential business. Exemptions have been granted after extensive consultation by Global Affairs Canada's officials with the Public Health Agency of Canada and the province and territories. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that we need to keep...
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
With our unemployment the highest in the G7, the 1.8 million Canadians without jobs are wondering what the economic plan is. Well, yesterday we learned that the Finance Minister's plan is debt-fueled government spending. The Bank of Canada's governor's plan is debt-fueled consumer spending. It's the credit card strategy. How to pay it all back? Well, we'll cross that bridge when it collapses. Mr. Speaker, when will this government realize Canadians want paychecks, not bigger credit card bills?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start where the member opposite started, which is something that is so important to this government: jobs for Canadians. And let me just point out to everyone in this House that the job recovery in Canada has been stronger than in the United States. TD pointed this out in a report they issued on October 20th. This is what they said: no matter how you slice the data, the Canadian labour market has been on a steadier road to recovery relative to the U.S. This is true both for full-time and part-time employment, despite similar depths of initial decline. Mr. Speaker, we're working hard for Canadians and Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, she quotes bankers because bankers are thrilled with all the printed money that's being pumped into their profit margins. But she forgets to mention that we still have the highest unemployment in the G7, higher than the United States, in fact. And what do we have in response? So far, no budget in a record 18 months. We have no number to associate with the deficit, no spending levels to report, no date for the fall economic update. And the last time we had those biweekly reports on COVID spending, well, that was back before Bill Morneau became Bill No More. Mr. Speaker, when are we going to get some facts about the recovery?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what is really important is for Canadians to understand that our work to support Canadian jobs is working. Canada has recovered, particularly on employment, which is such an important measure for us all, much more strongly than the economy with which we are mostly connected, the United States, more strongly than economists predicted. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? That is because Canadians want to work hard, they are working hard, and it's because we've put the economic measures in place to allow that jobs rebound to happen.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, we learned this week that Francophone public servants are being left to their own devices. Today, the Commissioner for Official Languages has raised the alarm. And it's not the first time that he's raised this problem, but nothing has been done. Once again, we've heard a lot of nice words from the government, but no action. Why is this government ignoring the alarm that's been raised by the Commissioner and Francophone public servants? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Commissioner for his report and important work. During a pandemic, Canadians need to have access to information in the official language of their choice to protect their health and safety. The Commissioner, during the crisis, raised some issues and stated that we had responded promptly at that time, but I agree with him and with my colleague that we must always do better, and we will. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly problematic during a pandemic. It's not me saying that. The Commissioner of Official Languages said that and stated that the government must correct the situation and offer information in both official languages simultaneously. It's a matter of Canadians' safety. The leader of an Acadian organization states that with the current situation, Canadians are being placed at risk. When will the President of the Treasury Board fix this situation in all departments? The Honourable Minister. The President of the Treasury Board and I agree, of course. We must always do more to protect Canadians' health and safety, as well as official languages. And to respect the Official Languages Act, we are continuing to work on this every day. Now we know that we are in the middle of a crisis and that we were facing an extraordinary situation, and that we constantly had to adjust. With that in mind, I would like to thank the Commissioner for his excellent work. We will follow his recommendations. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the federal government had no grounds to justify its use of the War Measures Act in 1970. In fact, it had to invent a scenario worthy of James Bond to justify this. They claimed that an insurrection was being prepared in Quebec, that a provisional government was ready to overturn the rule of law, that 3,000 terrorists with machine guns, rifles, and dynamite were just waiting for the signal to overthrow the government. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government lied in order to invoke the War Measures Act and did so against the advice of the RCMP. 50 years later, will it recognize that this was a serious mistake, and will the government apologize? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we have the privilege of living in a society that has chosen to respect dialogue, openness, where differences are settled through the political process and not by violence. That is who we are as a country, Mr. Speaker. That's our history. But when we speak of our history, it's important to discuss what that really means. It's important to talk about the entire context and not just cherry-pick the facts. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the federal government didn't arrest terrorists during the October crisis. Instead, it arrested our national poet, Gaston Miron. It tried to silence the great Pauline Julien. Ottawa arrested poet Gérald Godin. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Heritage is also the member for the Plateau-Mont-Royal area, which is the riding of Godin and the home of Miron and Julien. Does he recognize that the federal government tried to intimidate Quebec by placing his culture in a cage behind bars? And will the government finally apologize for the abuse of power during the October crisis? The Honourable Minister. On Saturday, the 10th of October, 1970, at 6 o'clock, Pierre Laporte was playing ball outside of his home with his nephew. That was the last time that his family saw him alive. Why doesn't the Bloc's motion mention that? Why does it ignore the kidnapping and assassination of this man who was an MNA, a minister, but most importantly, a father, a son, a husband? Why? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the October crisis' 497 arrests were not only immoral and violent, but also illegal. That's what the IRAI organization shows in a study that was published this morning. The War Measures Act decree was written in English only. It was also illegal because it caused violations to at least a dozen articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In 1970, what happened weren't actually arrests, they were kidnappings. Why does the government refuse to apologize for these terrible actions? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I love Quebec deeply, as I know all of the members of the Bloc Québécois do. But when you truly love Quebec, you should not seek to divide it, Mr. Speaker. You should seek to bring it together, and that is what we must do. It is up to each and every member in this House, as well as all the members of the Bloc Québécois, to seek to do the same. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Prime Minister 2 questions, and he didn't seem to be able to answer. So today I will ask the Minister. The first vaccine development contract was signed with the Cantino Biologics, a Chinese company. But when that fell through, because one can't trust the Chinese communist regime, well, now what we want to know is how many millions of dollars were lost in that failed attempt at a deal. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to clarify. This company did not receive any funding from the Government of Canada, and we are continuing to follow all possible promising leads for a vaccine against COVID-19. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, what an answer. That is an answer. You should tell that to the Prime Minister, because he didn't seem to be able to give us an answer like that. And I'd like to hear that kind of answer when it comes to the We Charity scandal and all the other scandals. But things didn't work out with CanSino. And now we're late when it comes to vaccines. So I'd like to know when Canada will finally have a vaccine against COVID-19. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm pleased to be able to answer this question. It's very important to have a vaccine strategy, and that is why we will continue to work with all relevant businesses to find solutions for Canadians, and that is a priority, a key priority for our government. The Honourable Member. Thank you. Perhaps the Minister will be able to update his sheet for next time. Now, let's talk about rapid testing. Another complicated file for the Liberals. The first time I asked the question, the Minister was very proud to say that there were 200,000 tests for Quebec. Then she changed her mind and said that it was 30,000. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said it was 200,000. Can we make sure that the government actually knows what it's talking about? How many rapid tests are ready for Quebec, and when will we be getting them? The Honourable Minister.
And in fact, the Honourable Member is actually correct. I made an error. In fact, 453,000 tests have been shipped this week to Quebec, and we look forward to supporting the province of Quebec with future shipments as they arrive.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speakers, families are sharing appalling stories of the treatment of their loved ones at Parkview Place. Yesterday, CBC reported that this federally owned for-profit care home did not even separate COVID-positive residents from other residents. Their beds simply pushed apart. This is unacceptable. We know reducing crowding saves lives. The tragedy at Parkview and other long-term care homes has happened under the watch of this Liberal government. Will this government immediately end for-profit care, implement national standards before families lose more precious lives?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I share the deep dismay of the member opposite about the conditions that many people have to live in long-term care homes. Let me be clear, all long-term care operators must be held accountable to providing care that protects the lives and dignity of the people for whom they're paid to take care of. We must do better, as the Deputy Prime Minister and Prime Minister have said. Every step of the way, we've been there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, including $730 million in the Safe Restart program to ensure better infectious prevention control measures. And we'll continue to be there, Mr. Speaker, as we develop standards for every Canadian across the country.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Canadians across this country are deeply concerned about their parents and grandparents in long-term care. Shamefully, seniors living in for-profit homes are 4 times more likely to become infected and die from COVID-19 than in nonprofit homes. That's unacceptable, and it shows what happens when profits are the priority instead of quality care for seniors. Every dollar must go to the well-being of patients. Will this government commit to getting profits out of long-term care to ensure seniors are safe in these centres?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I share the member opposite's deep concern about the outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities. This is a national tragedy. We've worked closely with our provincial counterparts to ensure that provinces and territories have guidance for facilities on how they can protect their residents from COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, I believe that all long-term care operators must be held accountable to keep their obligations to protect the people whom they are paid to serve. And under the Safe Restart Agreement, Mr. Speaker, we provided $740 million to support, control, and prevent infections, including those in long-term care. And Mr. Speaker, we're going to work with provinces and territories to set new...
The Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as the only Francophone university west of Alberta, St. John Campus is a source of pride for French-speaking Albertans and for all Canadians who believe in supporting official language minority communities in Canada. I know this because I was proud to go to French immersion in West Vancouver. However, the proposed cuts to education by Jason Kenney's Conservative government are threatening this vital institution, the St. John Campus. Can the Minister for Official Languages tell the House how this government will continue to support St. John Campus and the Franco-Albertan? The Honourable Minister for Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government recognizes how important this is for Franco-Albertans and all Albertans, in fact, to have access to post-secondary education in French. We have always supported St. John Campus, which is threatened today by the Alberta Conservative government through budget cuts. We know that these kinds of institutions are key to the vitality of our minority language communities. Can the Conservative leader opposite join us and condemn the cuts that are currently taking place in Alberta and speak to his friend Jason Kenney to condemn them?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, many thousands of unemployed Canadians, after claiming EI benefits, negotiated severance packages with former employers, individually or through lawyers. But now they're stuck with no income at all. And that's because Service Canada isn't issuing notices of debt, which leaves severance packages frozen in trust accounts, while EI has been cut off pending back payment of portions of those packages. Mr. Speaker, does the minister realize what's happening?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we worked really hard to make sure that severance earnings did not impact a workers' entitlement to EI under the new, more generous EI system that we temporarily have in place. I can promise this House to look into the exact issue the member is raising between myself and my colleague to make sure we address it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, even before COVID, notices of debt were often delayed for many months. Now they're not going out at all. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't involve deep mathematical computation. The employer knows the severance package amount. The government knows how much EI has been paid. Simple subtraction should release the balance. Why won't the Liberals act to ensure that more Canadians aren't pushed into poverty?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, as I said, we actually lifted the requirement that severance be considered as part of forward-looking income as we changed the EI system to welcome more Canadian workers into the system. I can happily report that 1.8 million Canadians are in the new, more relaxed and generous EI system, with another 2.5 million Canadians on the new recovery benefits. We have 4 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker, who are very happy today because they are getting support from the federal government.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, Ontario's Long-Term Care COVID-19 Commission released an early report last week. This report has urgent recommendations to help protect Canada's seniors in care and to mitigate the risk of outbreaks. It emphasizes the critical need for prioritized access to rapid testing in these facilities. The number of COVID-19 cases, Mr. Speaker, are on the rise again, and there is no time to wait. Why do our most vulnerable people, our seniors, still have no access to rapid testing?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the member opposite is incorrect. Since October 21st, nearly 1.2 million rapid tests have been sent to provinces and territories. In Ontario, 530,000 alone. I could go through the list, Mr. Speaker. Rapid tests have been deployed and are in the process of being shipped to provinces and territories on a rolling basis. And provinces and territories will be able to use those with the populations they deem the most urgent.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Jacob Guziak is a 1-year-old in my riding who suffers from severe combined immune deficiency, and he's been given 6 months to a year to live. His family has been working tirelessly to get him access to gene therapy treatments and are currently unavailable here in Canada. Now, over a month ago, and on behalf of the family, I wrote the Minister of Health about Jacob, and we still have yet to receive a response. Time is precious. Will the minister commit to reviewing Jacob's case so his family and hopefully others can get the help they deserve?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would be pleased to speak with the member opposite about Jacob's case and understand it so that we can ensure that Jacob has the supports he needs.
The
Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard Liberal colleagues say today that they cannot give an apologize for the War Measures Act because they have to focus on the pandemic. And yet it is their stubbornness alone that means that we're forced to debate this issue that occurred in the past. To say, I wish to offer an official apology on behalf of the Government of Canada for invoking the War Measure Act and using the Army against citizens of Quebec would take 8 seconds, just 8 seconds. This government prorogued the House for 6 weeks, but they can't take a mere 8 seconds to apologize to the 497 people arrested illegally at gunpoint. The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, they're talking about the past in all of its aspects without talking about the elements that they were refusing to face or accept. The Bloc's motion is proposing a false version of all of the events that occurred. We cannot ignore the death of Pierre Laporte and the death of other victims and the pain and suffering of their families. It's not a simple blindly changing history that we can just do this. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the federal government rightly apologized for the unfounded mass internment of Japanese Canadians during World War II. The Italian community was promised an official apology for similar reasons during the same war by the Prime Minister himself. The only people subject to unfounded mass arrests for whom the Prime Minister has no time to apologize are the 497 victims of the War Measures Act. Why an apology that's justified for some, but not for these innocent Quebecers who were unjustly imprisoned? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, there were these arrests. There were also bombs and deaths, injured, kidnappings, assassination of Pierre Laporte. All of that occurred, Mr. Speaker. But when we want to talk about history in a responsible way, it is our obligation to speak about it with all the facts, not just some. It's an obligation that the Bloc had and failed to do. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, airlines' fate hang in the balance. This government must find a way to save these companies and related jobs, but just as important are the consumers who paid for a holiday and yet weren't able to take it. The government must insist a full refund for Canadian travelers as a precondition to the airline bailout package. When will this government act and ensure that Canadian consumers will get all their money back for services not rendered? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand, of course, passengers want to be refunded and they're frustrated because of the existing situation. We are working on this file and on the major file that's affecting the entire industry. Because this industry has been hard hit, we are working to find solutions. These solutions will help us to ensure Canadians who depend on the air service sector that this industry will be there after the pandemic is over.
Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, after months of COVID restrictions, we know that our internet connectivity is more important than ever. And despite years of Liberal promises, we still have areas that lack broadband internet and adequate cell service. In my own riding in 2016, I was promised $12 million for a specific SWIFT program, which now the Liberals say they're going to deliver in 2026, which is not SWIFT. So when are the Liberals actually going to deliver on their promises to build broadband internet in rural areas?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like my colleague from Sarnia, I too care about rural economic development and see high-speed internet as a vital recovery tool for every Canadian. Whether in Curve Lake First Nation, Duro-Dummer, Trent Lakes, Havelock, Belmont, Mithun, North Kawartha, Selwyn, or Peterborough, or any corner of this great country, Canadians deserve access to this essential service. Our government's been there for them, including partnerships with SWIFT. There's more to say, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to working with my colleague to that end.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the Liberals, a Team Canada approach means helping their friends in business. Months ago, manufacturers in the prairies and in BC were quick to retool, prove their capacity, and offer ready support. They weren't picked by the Liberals, and now there are piles of PPE going nowhere. But there's totally the opposite treatment for companies like Baylis Medical and Medicom. Why does the government prioritize Liberal connections and Liberal ridings?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of this pandemic, we have taken every effort to procure PPE from domestic and international suppliers, and we have received support from suppliers right across the country who have stepped up to support this great effort. We now have 2 billion items of PPE procured. We have 28.5 million rapid tests procured, and we have 7 agreements for vaccine procurements, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because our government is here for Canadians and will remain so.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker,
COVID-19 has exposed significant ugly weaknesses in our healthcare system. Of all of Canada's deaths related to COVID-19, a staggering 85% have occurred in long-term care homes. With a second wave, we must do more to protect our most vulnerable. Many seniors from my riding were residents of Camilla Care long-term care home. Tragically, Camilla Care lost over 70 residents to coronavirus. I'd like to hear from the Honourable Minister of Health regarding what is being done to support those living and working in long-term care homes in these difficult times. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his deeply important question. I share his concern about the outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities, and my heart goes out to all of the families who have lost a loved one across Canada. Under the Safe Restart Agreement, we provided $740 million for measures to control and prevent infections, including those in long-term care. We supported provinces and territories with their work to boost care in these long-term care homes through the Canadian Armed Forces and, of course, the Red Cross services. If provinces and territories need support, we're there. Mr. Speaker, we continue to provide support to long-term care homes across the country, and we'll continue to do that to support Canadians no matter where they live.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
We recently learned that the U.S. has set its sights on yet another Canadian industry. This time it's blueberries that are the target of American tariffs. The Americans know a weak-kneed Liberal government when they see one. They went after our steel and aluminum. They went after our softwood lumber. And we all know how this Liberal government sold out our dairy industry in the NAFTA renegotiations. So, does a similar fate await our blueberry producers? And what action has the minister taken to defend our blueberry industry?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always stand up for Canadian producers, farmers, and agri-food industry. We are very concerned by the U.S. decision to launch a global safeguard investigation of fresh and frozen blueberries could eventually lead to the imposition of tariff on imports from Canada. Minister Ng have raised the issue during a recent call with the U.S. representatives, and we are confident that there will be no problem. Thank you.
I just want to remind all the members, I've heard it on both sides, and I didn't say anything, but just when we refer to someone, we refer to them by their title, not by their name. I just want to remind everyone. I know it's kidding. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, this week we learned the Liberals allocated more than half of the promised $1 billion for rapid housing behind the scenes. How is it fair that some big cities get funded while the remainder of Canada's communities struggling with homelessness are left to compete amongst themselves and apply for the rest? What about Coquitlam? What about Trois-Rivières, Mission, and Guelph? And what about rural Canada in the north, Mr. Speaker, where housing challenges are more acute than anywhere else? Why are these communities and regions less important to this Liberal government?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Rapid Housing Initiative is focusing the first $500 million to the top 15 municipalities that have the highest number of individuals experiencing homelessness. The second $500 million is open to every other community that has ready-made projects that can turn affordable housing solutions in 12 months or less. That is the advice that we got from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. Yeah. That is the advice that we got from the mayors of the top 15 municipalities that have the highest number of homeless individuals, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal strategy for Fraser River Chinook salmon has been an utter failure. Instead of implementing an effective recovery strategy for our iconic Pacific salmon, the Liberals chose once again to place unnecessary restrictions on fishing opportunities for British Columbians. The minister has closed the fishery where there are lots of fish and impeded efforts of groups trying to restore salmon stocks in areas with low numbers of fish. They have ignored balanced proposals and the advice of experts, including their very own scientists. When will the minister stop scapegoating British Columbian fishers for her failing to protect our BC salmon?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to do a lot to protect the BC salmon. That's one of the reasons that we've put a number of initiatives in place. Mr. Speaker, this is an iconic species that means so much to the province of British Columbia. We continue to make our decisions based on the best science available. We will continue to work with our provincial and territorial partners, as well as with Indigenous groups, to make sure that we are protecting salmon. Mr. Speaker, this is a long-term solutions that we have, and we will make sure that we do everything we can to protect this species.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Speaker. Since the beginning of the pandemic, local business in my riding of Don Valley North have been reaching out to my office to ask about what support are available to help them throughout this difficult times. Shutdowns due to COVID-19 have been extremely difficult for small businesses. That's why I'm proud that from day one, our government has acted quickly to support small businesses through this crisis. Can the Minister of Small Business Export Promotion and International Trade please explain how these changes to the Canada Emergency Business Account will continue to help small businesses in Don Valley North?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Member of Parliament for his advocacy for small businesses in Don Valley North. And since the very beginning of this pandemic, we have listened to small businesses, and the member has been excellent at sharing feedback from those businesses in his riding so that we can better serve them. And to date, the CEBA has helped more than 770,000 businesses, and I'm pleased to announce that the businesses operating with a personal account now can have access to this important interest-free loan. Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Don Valley North can tell the businesses in his riding that we are for them every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 14 long-term care facilities in Alberta have COVID-19 outbreaks. 90% of COVID-related deaths in the province are seniors. The government needs to do much better to support our seniors. The priority needs to be on care for our loved ones, not on the bottom line. Care standards need to be put in place and they need to be enforced. When, what date will this government put in place national standards to protect our seniors?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I share the member opposite's deep concern for the outbreak of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities. And of course, my heart goes out to all the families that have lost a loved one in every community across the country. In fact, early on, we understood that long-term care homes were particularly vulnerable to COVID-19 infections, and that's why we provided $740 million for measures to control and prevent infections. We've also provided, as the member knows, a help with long-term care through Canadian Armed Forces, and the Red Cross is still on site in a number of care homes across the country. We'll be there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker. We'll work with provinces and territories to strengthen standards so no matter where you live, you have a safe accommodation.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Grenville.
As we hear demands for an apology from the Prime Minister for his father's invocation of the War Measures Act of 1970, as we hear the current COVID October crisis spike in terms of cases, I remind this House that the Emergencies Act replaced the War Measures Act in 1988. In light of what is happening in Canada, in the US, and around the world, can the Prime Minister please tell us if he intends to invoke the Emergencies Act as our COVID crisis continues to seriously endanger lives, health, and safety of Canadians? Further, is he confident his actions and his leadership today will not see demands for an apology for not invoking the Emergencies Act 50 years hence?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
I didn't get it going. Mr. Speaker, when you go back to the events 50 years ago, we have to remind ourselves and keep this in mind that the province of Quebec has requested the intervention of the Army at that moment, Mr. Speaker. And again, if I may, to go back to the Bloc opposition motion today, they just spoke about part of our history, and when we want to be true to ourselves, we should speak about the whole story, not just part of it.
And that's all the time we have for questions today. I believe we have a point of order coming from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following. That the House, A, condemn the threats, harassment, and intimidation tactics which are targeting family members of flight PS752 victims. That we call on the government to investigate the complaints, and that we call for greater action to protect the safety of all family members of flight PS752 victims.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, for the sake of clarity, I will only ask those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Thereby no dissenting voice. I declare the motion carried. It being 3:10, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, la Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C7. Call in the members.
La liste des députés.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mr. Guilbeault, moved that Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Now, before proceeding, I want to remind all the members, we'll start off with in the House, but once we begin from the virtual, we want to replicate what happens in the House. And it's a simple voting in favor or voting against. And I just want to remind them, there's no additional information required. The reason we ask you to say, I vote in favor or I vote against, we need enough words there to activate the cameras. Plain and simple. No more. The time for debate has long passed. We don't want to introduce it here. All those in favor of the motion and are participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Cito Brampton East.
Mr. Cito Brampton East.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Ah, excusez-moi. Correction. Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à...
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. General.
Mr. General.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Miss Sin.
Miss Sin.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Albutev.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Algabra, pour.
Mr. Amos.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Amos, pour.
Miss Annan.
Je vote en faveur aussi, merci.
Miss Annan, pour.
Mr. Ananda Desangri.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ananda Desangri, pour.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
No, pour.
Mr. Aria.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aria, pour.
Mr. Badaway.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Badaway, pour.
Mr. Bagnall.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, pour.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Baker, pour.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baptiste, pour.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Beach, pour.
Madame Bandayan.
Je vote en faveur.
Madame Bandayan, pour.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour la motion.
Bessette, pour.
Mr. Biddle.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Biddle, pour.
Mr. Blair.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blair, pour.
Mr. Blois.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blois, pour.
Mr. Brattina.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Brattina, pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote for the motion.
Madame Brière, pour.
Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey.
For the motion.
Mr. Casey, pour.
I vote for.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Champagne, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Chen, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Cormier, pour.
Miss Demoff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Demoff, pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, pour.
Miss Dillon.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, pour, for.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, pour, for.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, pour, for.
Monsieur Duclos.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Duclos, pour, for.
Mr. Duguid.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duguid, for, pour.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, pour, for.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, pour, for.
Mr. Easter.
I vote for the motion.
For, pour.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur El Khoury, pour, for.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Erskine Smith, for, pour.
Monsieur Fergus.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, pour, for.
Mr. Fillmore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, for, pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, pour, for.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fisher, for, pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fonseca, pour, for.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Madame Fortier, for, pour.
Mr. Fragiscaros.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Fragiscaros, for, pour.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Fraser, pour, for.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Fry, for, pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter la caméra n'a pas été déclenchée?
Oui, certainement. Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour, for.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Gerritsen, for, pour.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Gould, for, pour.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, pour, for.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Hardy, pour, for.
Mr. Holland.
I vote for the motion.
For, pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Housefather, pour, for.
Miss Hutchins.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Miss Hutchins, pour, for.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Iacono, pour, for.
Miss Jazek.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Jazek, for, pour.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Jones, for, pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, for, pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, for, pour.
Miss Khalid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Khalid, for, pour.
Miss Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Kara, for, pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour, for.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk, for, pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour, for.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Lambropoulos, pour, for.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Lametti, pour, for.
Miss Latanzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame Latanzio, pour, for.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je suis pour la motion.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour, for.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Le Boutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Long, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, pour 4.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez Farada.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez Farada, pour 4.
Mr. McDonald.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McDonald, 4 pour.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, 4 pour.
Ms. McKenna.
I vote in favor of the motion.
4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Mendocino.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Mendocino, pour 4.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote in favor.
Ms. Monsef, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Ms. Murray.
I vote for the motion.
Madame Murray.
Ms. Murray, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
I vote for the motion.
Whoever's in the House votes first.
Normally. Try lowering your the boom on your headset.
I vote for the motion.
There we go. Perfect.
Ms. Murray, 4 pour.
Ms. Ing.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ing, 4 pour.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote in favor of the motion.
O'Connell, 4 pour.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote for the motion.
Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. O'Regan, 4 pour.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote for the motion.
Pawlowski, 4 pour.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I like him. But...
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ratanzi, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Regan, pour 4.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sahota Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Saini, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Sangha.
I vote for the motion.
Sangha, 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Sarai, 4 pour.
Monsieur Shifke.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Shifke, 4 pour.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Scholt, 4 pour.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Serré, pour 4.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Groh, 4 pour.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Shanahan, pour 4.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South, pour 4.
Mr. Secan.
I vote in for.
Mr. Secan, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Sobera.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Sobara, pour 4.
Seriously?
Mr. Spangeman.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Spangeman, pour 4.
Ms. Tassi.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Tassi, 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, 4 pour.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vancouverden, 4 pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Vandal, pour 4.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Varani, pour 4.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Weiler, pour 4.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote for the motion.
Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Ms. Yip.
I vote for the motion.
Yip, 4 pour.
Ms. Young.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Young, 4 pour.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Zaid, 4 pour.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Zan, pour 4.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Aitchison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Aitchison, 4 pour.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Alislev, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Allison, against, contre.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Bazan.
I vote in opposition to the motion.
Mr. Bazan, against, contre.
Mrs. Block.
I vote against the motion.
Block, against, contre.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote against the motion.
Bragdon, against, contre.
Mr. Broussard.
I vote against the motion.
Broussard, against, contre.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Calkins, against, contre.
Mr. Carey.
Contre le motion. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carey, can you repeat we didn't hear.
I vote against the motion.
Okay. Mr. Carey, against, contre.
Mr. Chu.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chu, against, contre.
Mr. Chong.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chong, against, contre.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote against.
Mr. Cooper, against, contre.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cumming, against, contre.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Dancho, against, contre.
Mr. Davidson.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davidson, 4 pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. d'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Doherty.
Vote for the motion.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdall.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in. Mr. Dowdall?
I vote for the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowdall, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
I vote against the motion.
Against. Contre.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, pour, 4.
Mr. Epp.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Epp, against. Contre.
Mr. Fast.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Fast, against. Contre.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4, pour.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4, pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, against. Contre.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Généreux, pour, 4.
Mr. Jennis.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Jennis, against. Contre.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Godin, pour, 4.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Gould, pour, 4.
Miss Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Gray, 4, pour.
Mr. Hallan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hallan, against. Contre.
Miss Harder.
I vote against the motion.
Miss Harder, against. Contre.
Mr. Holback.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hoback, against. Contre.
Miss Jensen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Jensen, against. Contre.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kelly, 4, pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, against. Contre.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, against. Contre.
Mr. Cram.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cram, against. Contre.
Mr. Couric.
I vote against the motion.
Couric, against. Contre.
Mrs. Cousy.
Je vote contre la motion. I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Cousy, contre. Against.
Mr. Lake.
Against the motion.
Mr. Lake, against. Contre.
Mr. Lawrence.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lawrence, contre. Against.
Monsieur Lew.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lew, contre. Against.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis, against. Contre.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, 4, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, against. Contre.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lobb, against. Contre.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, against. Contre.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. McKenzie, against. Contre.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuire, please repeat. Your camera did not kick in.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, 4, pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Martel, pour, 4.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Mazer, 4, pour.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. McColman, against. Contre.
Mr. McLean.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLean, 4, pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, 4, pour.
Mr. Malilo.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Malilo, 4, pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Moore, against. Contre.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4 pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4 pour.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Motz, against, contre.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader, against, contre.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Patzer, against, contre.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote en faveur de cette motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour, 4.
Mr. Redekop.
I vote against this motion.
Mr. Redekop, against, contre.
Mr. Reid.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Reid, 4 pour.
Miss Rempel Garner.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rempel Garner, 4 pour.
Miss Rude.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Rude, against, contre.
Miss Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, against, contre.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, 4 pour.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Scheer, against, contre.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Schmale, against, contre.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Seaback, against, contre.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shields, against, contre.
Mr. Shipley.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Shipley, 4 pour.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Sloan, against, contre.
Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Steinley, against, contre.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Strahl, against, contre.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Stubbs, against, contre.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Sweet, against, contre.
Mr. Upal.
I vote against the motion.
Upal, against, contre.
Mr. Van Pupta.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Pupta, against, contre.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Vidal, against, contre.
Mr. Viersen.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Viersen, against, contre.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sorry? Okay, take care.
Mr. Viss, against,
Okay.
contre.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, against, contre.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Workington, against, contre.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Waugh, against, contre.
Mr. Weber.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Williamson, against, contre.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Wong, against, contre.
Mr. Yerdiga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Yerdiga, against, contre.
Now, I want to remind the honourable members that if they are not voting, please mute their microphones. Les honorables...
The members of the Bloc Québécois.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour, 4.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, pour, 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Champoux, pour.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Charbonneau, pour.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote pour la motion.
Bellefeuille, pour.
Monsieur Desilets.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Desilets, pour.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, pour.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Larouche, pour.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, pour.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Michaud, pour.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, pour.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Singh, pour.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, pour.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Backrack, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, pour.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River, pour.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Boulouris, pour.
Mr. Cannings.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Cannings, pour.
Miss Collins.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Collins, pour.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Davies, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Garrison, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Gazan, pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour.
Madame Hughes, pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour.
Miss Kwan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Atwin, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, pour.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote yes.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands, pour.
Independent members.
Mr. Tabera.
I vote for.
Mr. Tabera, pour.
Miss Wilson Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Wilson Raybould, pour.
Si vous avez entendu la question.
If you heard the question and were not able to vote due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raise hand function And the chair will recognize you.
Trudel.
Oui, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Poliev.
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Polyev, against.
We didn't get Mr. Poliev, can you...
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Polyev, against, contre.
Thank you. Mr. Diot.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Diot, against, contre.
Mr. Stanton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Stanton, pouvez-vous répéter?
Mr. Stanton, could you please repeat? Thank you.
Stanton, pour.
They're in that box in the room. We're almost done.
Once again, I want to remind the honorable members to shut off their microphones or mute themselves if they're not voting. The honorable member, Mr. Couric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't see my video before. I would vote against the motion.
Okay. Mr. Couric, against, contre.
I think we already had it. Good. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Oui, Monsieur le Président. J'ai voté tout à l'heure, mais j'ai quand même communiqué avec les TI parce que je voulais m'assurer que mon vote a été enregistré étant donné que j'ai eu des problèmes techniques.
Oui, il a été enregistré. Merci beaucoup.
Yeas pour 246, 246. Nays contre 78, 78.
I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, the government orders will be extended by 39 minutes. I'm sorry? Thursday question. Oh, I'm sorry. The question, of course, it comes from the Honorable Député.
The Honorable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent.
Future, Mr. Speaker, maybe in a few months or few days or few weeks or few years, it will be reverse angle. So, Mr. Speaker, as you know, this is Thursday, and comme c'est l'habitude, c'est avec...
As usually, it is a pleasure, of course, that I ask my counterpart on the government benches what will be on the agenda for the next coming days. The Honorable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was with the same amount of enthusiasm and pleasure that I respond to the question asked of me this week. We have concluded debated second reading of Bills C6 on conversion therapies and C7 on medical assistance in dying. And I want to thank the members of the opposition for their collaboration on these bills. This afternoon, we will continue debate on the opposition motion from the Bloc Québécois. Tomorrow, we will resume debate at second reading of Bill C5, an act concerning the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation.
On Monday, we will start second reading debate of Bill C8 concerning the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 94. And I would like to inform the House that Tuesday, November 3rd and Thursday, November 5th shall be allotted days. Merci.
Thank you.
Journée d'opposition.
Opposition days.
Okay, very good. David, carried. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government bills. Resuming debate on the motion of Mr. Blanchette requesting an apology.
Please du débat, the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs has 3 minutes left in his debate, and I'll let him proceed.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will resume where I left off. And it was following the request of the province of Quebec and the Premier and the Mayor of Montreal, who asked the federal government to provide the necessary tools to support the province that was dealing with the crisis. And I also wanted to mention the importance that police officers and the army were under the responsibility of the Quebec Department of Justice and not under the federal government. So if we take this as a whole, the leadership made a decision based on data at the time. So it's easy 50 years later to question whether this was the right decision to make at the time. The request was given and made to the federal government. The federal government provided support. The other point I wanted to make is this, is that 99%, 2 months, rather, two months after, 99% of Anglophones said that they were in favor of the War Measures Act, and 96% of Francophones. So as you can see, the government took the action that was required according to the Canadians that responded to this poll. So this is what I wanted to say now. Just to make the connection with COVID-19, we are faced with a new crisis, of course, this time. We've had the first wave, and we're now facing the second wave. And once again, we have an example of where the Quebec government, as well as the government of Ontario, have asked for support. And that support was provided in the form of $19 million for education. Then we had provided support from the Canadian Forces to help the two provinces in question, that is Ontario and Quebec, to care for seniors in long-term care homes. So we deployed those soldiers. It's important to talk about this. We should focus now on thinking of the families of Pierre Laporte and the people who faced challenges. It should be a day to recognize these individuals. What bothers me a great deal is that the Bloc seems to want to rewrite history in order to create division, partisan division. The Liberal Party is here to help Canadians. There's a pandemic, and we're here to help. We are still here to help, and we will be here tomorrow as well to help Canadians in order to ensure that all Canadians can receive support across the country from the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been very patient throughout the day, and now we can't listen anymore to them saying that it's not the fault of the federal government. Something happened in 1970. There were human rights that were violated, Mr. Speaker. And when people say, well, they asked for it, was it a federal act or not? I would like my colleague to talk about this. Does he recognize that the War Measures Act was a federal law, that the gesture was made, the action was taken by the federal government, and so something should come from the federal government. The other levels of government will deal with their own apologies, but this is what we're asking for here. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Colleague, and I thank my colleague for his question. It's an important question, and I want to remind him that this is a Canadian law. This is something I want to remind him of. The second thing is that the mayor and the premier of Quebec both asked for support, and it was our responsibility to provide it. But Quebec was in control on the ground, and we provided support to Quebec and to the people of Quebec, and we did that at the time, and we continue to support Quebecers. Thank you.
Question, observation, question.
Questions and comments?
L'honorable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and just to follow up on the previous question, I would ask my colleague, given the very nature of the fact that the federal government at the time was being asked by both the province of Quebec and the city of Montreal, and the very nature of all the background information, vast majority of which is missed from this particular resolution, I am somewhat surprised in terms of the reaction from the Bloc. If we, as today, had some requests coming in from both the provincial government in Quebec and the mayor of Montreal, they would be standing up, jumping up and down, saying, why aren't you doing what it is that the Quebec government and the mayor of Montreal are asking of the federal government? Does he see any thoughts, or would you like to share his thoughts on that?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his important question, because it is the essence of this discussion today. And as I've stated in my speech earlier, the chief of police in Montreal sent a letter to the mayor, Monsieur Drapeau, saying this is extreme danger. And then, in turn, the Prime Minister, the Premier of of Quebec, as well as the mayor, sent a letter asking for the government to come to their aid as quickly as possible. Based on that, they had to do is to support the Quebec citizens, the people, and that's exactly what they did. And also, I'd like to add, as my colleague mentioned, I know that Quebecers would be screaming if we had not come forward, because as my survey showed, 86% of all French people in Canada.
We have just enough time for one last question. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we know that a number of things happened in October 1970, and that explains the whole situation and how heavy it was, and the difficult decision that the federal government had to take when Quebec made its request. A few hours before the law was enacted, there were 3,000 people who gathered in Paul Sauvé Center to demonstrate. 3,000 people chanted the FLQ slogan with their fists in the air, enthusiastically supporting the FLQ, which had in days previous kidnapped 2 people, threatened their death, and were threatening other kidnappings as well. So I'd like to hear from the member, does he think that the 3,000 person strong demonstration chanting the FLQ slogan just a few hours before the War Measures Act was proclaimed, does he think that that influenced the decision-making process? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Veterans Affairs Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And as I explained in my speech, when you put yourself back in the time with the information that was available, the decision was urgent, and the Quebec Premier and the Mayor had said there was a crisis and had asked Ottawa for help. They said it was very likely that there could be an insurrection. So there's no doubt the federal government had a responsibility to come to the assistance of Quebecers, and that's precisely what we did. And that's what brings us to today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm very pleased to take the floor to speak to this issue with great humility and compassion, because this is a motion which is rooted in expressing compassion towards those who were jailed in October 1970. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, who's right behind me right now. Mr. Speaker, the oxen are slow, but the earth is patient. That's a Chinese proverb that my friend Pierre Falardeau liked to quote. Obviously, it talks about the independent struggle of people, the ups and downs,
I think that proverb is very relevant to the motion we're debating today. It's been 50 years since the War Measures Act was enacted, or proclaimed, 50 years since people have been asking for justice, 50 years that people have been calling for recognition of the trauma the victims experienced. October 16th, 1970, Mr. Speaker, was a very dark day in Quebec history. On that day, the government suspended the individual liberties and arrested 500 people. On October 16, 1970, Quebec was living de facto under a dictatorship. What happened? How did a democracy like Canada come to this? Why did the government do this? The government was afraid, Mr. Speaker. They were afraid, not of the FLQ. The government was afraid of the rise of Quebec nationalism. In order to fully understand what happened, Mr. Speaker, you have to go back 10 years. In the 1960s, in Quebec, it was a period of economic, social, and linguistic oppression by one people over another. In 1960, 44% of Quebecers were under 20. A bunch of people just coming into life wanting to rattle the cage and change society. They wanted to build a society that was reflective of them. They were men and women, Quebecers, who were willing to stand up, thousands of people willing to stand up. And they founded two political parties, democratic political parties. In the 1960s, Chaput, d'Allemagne, and Bourgault founded a movement that would then become a political party, the Rassemblement pour l'Indépendance Nationale, or the RIN, which ran candidates in the 1966 election. And then, in 1968, René Lévesque left the Liberal Party and founded the Mouvement Souveraineté Association, which became the Parti Québécois, or the PQ. So these two parties had the same answer to the oppression and exploitation that Francophones in Quebec were experiencing. One and the same answer, independence. The PQ in 1970 got 25% of the votes. 25%. And remember, at the time, a vote for the PQ was a vote for independence. So clearly, in 1970, the independence movement had the wind in its sails. That's what Trudeau was about to attack. On October 16, 1970, Trudeau was not afraid of the FLQ. He was afraid of René Lévesque and the thousands of followers. And this movement was the movement that they wanted to crush in 1970. Those were the people they were trying to intimidate and arrest on the night of October 16, 1970. People, young people, kids, women, people who love freedom, justice, people who thirsted for equity and equality. People like, for example, singer Pauline Julien, or people like Guy Kozak, Gilles L'Espérance, Marie Labelle, Ronald Labelle, Reynald Lachaine, Gérard Lachance, Robert Lachance, Donald Lacoste, Michel Lafaille, Henri Lafrance, Robert Lafrenière, Jacques Lagacé, Hélène Lacoff, Serge Denis Lamontagne, Hélène Lamotte, Daniel Lamoureux, Michel Lamoureux, Denis Landry, Richard Langelier, Robert Langevin, Yvan Lapierre, Harold Lapointe, Hélène Larochelle, André Larocque, Jacques Larue-Langlois, Claudette Larue-Langlois, Les Lascaux, Jean Lorrain, Michel Lauzon, Michel Lavoie, Pierre Lavoie, Roger Lavoie, Urbain Lavoie. This is a story of whole families. Jean-Denis Leboeuf, Alonzo Leblanc, Combe Leblanc, Monique Leblanc, Thérèse Leblanc, Christina Leblanc, another family situation there, Manon Léger, Jim Leach, Jean-Guy Lelièvre, François Lemay, Robert Lemieux, Serge Lépine, Marcel Lepau, a resident of my riding, Jean-Guy Leroux, Jean-Jacques Leroux, Loyola Leroux, Robert Leroux, Michel Lesiège, Gabriel Levasseur, Jean-Yves Lévesque, Michel Lévesque, Serge Lévesque, and hundreds of others, Mr. Speaker. The only reason the government used in arresting these people was a feared insurrection. 50 years later, all historians, because when you're talking about an insurrection, you figure there must be some grenades, some machine guns, some caches of weapons. Where were they? Well, they've never been found, Mr. Speaker. In 50 years, nothing has ever been found of that sort. I've just named a bunch of people. 497 people were arrested. But behind that number, there are some realities, some real people's stories. And I've met with some of the people who experienced imprisonment in 1970. Jocelyn Robert, for example, Mr. Speaker, he was 22 years old in 1970. She was, rather, and she was 7 months pregnant. She was an independentist, like thousands of others. She lived in Montreal with her husband and her parents. And near the end of October, 8 police officers arrived with their machine guns. Her father had suffered a heart attack and was in the back room, and she said, "Don't make any noise. My father's in the back room. Don't disturb him." They kicked the door down and stuck their machine guns in the father's face, and he could have died from the fright, Mr. Speaker. They arrested her. In fact, they came back they came 3 times, and the 3rd time, they put her in a car. She said she was stuck in a car with 2 big officers on either side of her, and they showed her a list with her name on it. And the police officer was being all friendly. He said, "Look, your name's right here on the list, and we've got orders to arrest you. And if you were to try to escape, you know, we're authorized to shoot at you. We could shoot at you if you tried to escape." That's what the police officer told her in 1970. This woman, in the middle of the night, was stuck in a cell with a bare light bulb, and she was given a strip search. She was 7 months pregnant, and they did a cavity search. She couldn't talk about it, what happened to her in that night of October 1970. Does she deserve an apology, Mr. Speaker? Could the government apologize to this woman? She wrote a book a few years ago, and it finally came out. But it took her 45 years to speak about it. The trauma was so great. Lots of people had similar experiences. I've met tons of people who've experienced trauma like that in October 1970, and they've never gotten over it. And for all the others, dead or alive, we're calling for an official apology today so that that experience, that trauma, was not experienced in vain. So that we can at least say to them, at last, "No, you didn't. It wasn't a dream. Your pain is real. It was a mistake. It never should have happened." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my neighbor, my parliamentary neighbor from the Bloc Québécois, for his comments. It's true that most of those arrested and detained in cells on Patronnet Street, they were merely nationalists, Quebec nationalists. One of them was an acquaintance of mine who became a friend, Nick Oftemer, who became a friend of mine subsequently. And I remember that I was in the street. I could see people through the windows, the detained.
The rights of activists, nationalists, those who were speaking for change in Quebec. it is true that history tells us with hindsight that the federal government, properly fulfilling a panicked request from the mayor of Montreal and the premier of Quebec, made a mistake, made an historic mistake, and for, as I've said earlier today in debate, for this Liberal government, which has been so free with its apologies over the years, an acknowledgement, if not a formal apology, an excuse formelle, should at least recognize that a mistake was made. But my question...
Je m'excuse.
I'm sorry. There's only 2 minutes left. Could you just wrap up your comments, please? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is simply, why could you not, as well as recognizing this national tragedy, recognize and sympathize with the family and friends of the assassinated politician Pierre Laporte? In your motion.
La députée de
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I find his comments very appropriate. Nick Offerman was in the list of people who were jailed. Look, we've done that already. The death of Pierre Laporte was a national tragedy. We admit it. It never should have happened. Quebecers, the Bloc has no problem with acknowledging that. But in October 1970, that was the end of the idea that political violence could be a tool used in Quebec or Canada. Nobody since then has believed that political violence was a legitimate tool. We are against political violence. We condemn the death of Pierre Laporte. But this motion, Mr. Speaker, this motion is about 497 people whose rights were violated. Their civil liberties were suspended. They lived under a dictatorship in October 1970. Those people today deserve our consideration. They deserve a gesture that says it was a mistake, it never should have happened. That's what this motion proposes, and that's what we expect from this government. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I think that the member for Thornhill is right. There's no reason why it wouldn't be a good idea to change this motion a little bit to acknowledge Mr. Pierre Laporte, because the purpose of seeking an apology from the government is an important one. And I would encourage my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. I agree that the story he told is awful. It's horrible. The idea of a pregnant woman, that her interaction with the police was just horrible. But why is the Bloc not open to amending this motion so that everyone could support it? Now, a member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the death of Laporte, well, there's no one in Quebec who denies that this happened, that it was dramatic. But the motion before us today is about the 500 people who were arrested. And I think it's important. The story of Ms. Jocelyne Robert, I think you can see on the Bloc's Facebook page. It's a very interesting story, but there's a whole bunch of stories like that. I could talk about Louis Haynes, for example. That's an interesting case. The guy was 20 years old in 1970. He was from a conservative family. He voted for Trudeau in '68. He was driving around. He thought that Trudeau was great, driving around in a convertible and dating Barbara Streisand. But he got rounded up. He was only 20 years old. He was going out with Pauline Julien's daughter, and that's how he got caught up. So they rounded up Pauline Julien one night and her husband, and then they picked up her daughter and the daughter's boyfriend. And a 16-year-old was rounded up And why? Oh, I don't have enough time. Too bad.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Rivière des Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière des Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to speak here. On the 19th of October, 1970, hundreds of Quebecers, we've repeated it several times, but I'm not sure everyone fully understands, hundreds of Quebecers were arrested unfairly, arbitrarily, and sometimes violently. Let me give a few examples. Gaston Laurent, Jean Laurent, Serge Loyer, André Maillot, René Maillot, Denis Maillot, Félix Maltais, Michel Maltais, Francis Marin, Emery Marlot, Denis Martel, Mathieu Martin, Jacques Massé, Colette Mataigne, Pierre Melançon, François Mercier, Pierre Mercil, Gaston Miron, Serge Mongeau, Paul Morel, Gilles Morin, Guy Morin, Raymond Morin, Marcel Morin, Michel Morin, many Morins, in fact, Pierre Nadeau, Serge Nadeau, and many more. 497 people. In October 1970, I reiterate, Pauline Julien was arrested, an actress, composer, and author, an icon of Quebec songwriting, well known in Canada and in Europe, and who was the partner of a minister. Jocelyne Rabel was also arrested, and she was indeed pregnant. And there's something my colleague didn't mention. She gave birth to a daughter who had an ophthalmological problem associated with the arrest. Michel Chartrand, a union leader, Robert Lemieux, a Quebec lawyer who was active in the defense of civil liberties. How odd. Nick Altamar, a journalist and Montreal councillor. Gaston Miron, our national poet, whose voice is still heard today. Denise Boucher, a writer and a poet, etc., etc. It is remarkable, something never seen before in a Western country. These young people, nationalists, supporters of independence, union leaders, lawyers, artists, writers, teachers, poets, and activists, regardless of the party they supported. They supported the PQ at the time, but regardless of the party they supported, there is no justification. These free thinkers, men and women who played an important role in the progress that occurred after the Quiet Revolution, these strong people who cared about Quebec and cared about the evolution of this nation. Mr. Speaker, the War Measures Act was already an archaic law at the time. It goes back to the 12th of August 1914. It was used 3 times, for the First World War, the Second World War, and the Third War, the war that the federal government declared on sovereigntists. This War Measures Act gave all sorts of powers to the government. Supposedly, when there was a war threatening an invasion or an insurrection. I just mentioned 3 options: war, invasion, or insurrection. Which of those occurred in Quebec? None. None of the above. This was a piece of legislation that enabled the government to use a quick mechanism to use extreme measures regarding Quebecers' rights and liberties. That's why the act was used quickly, secretly. And the result was that the Liberal government violated individual freedoms as no preceding government had done. Just as the same Liberal government recently violated parliamentary freedoms in this very House not long ago, but I won't go into that. 497 arrests resulted from the use of the War Measures Act, 30,000 searches, kidnappings perpetrated by the forces of order. People were thrown in prison, there were interrogations, psychological and physical violence was used. People were beaten in prison. They were beaten for their convictions. Some of these victims were forced to participate in mock executions. Some people were arrested with a weapon pointed at their forehead or their stomach. Some people were held at gunpoint for hours in their home before being taken to the police station. It's remarkable to think that was only 50 years ago. People were incarcerated in cells 24 hours a day without any access to a common room, without a shower, books, pen and paper, without visits, and most importantly, without access to legal advice. Having access to a lawyer is the very basis of our justice system, our supposedly democratic system. An army of 18,000 soldiers was deployed in Quebec. The presence of these soldiers on each street corner, I remember this, I was young at the time, these 18,000 soldiers on each street corner reminded us that Canada was at war. When you see tanks, armed men, soldiers all over the place, well, we all know what that means. 18,000 soldiers were apparently required for this operation, which I would call political terrorism. Political terrorism. It's strong words, but that's what I feel. 18,000 soldiers, which I would just say in passing is 15 times the amount of soldiers that came to help us in Quebec in the middle of the pandemic when people were dying in our long-term care centers. 15 times fewer, and we had to fight to get that help. Politicians decided to use this legislation, which was by no means commensurate with the situation, on the pretext that there was an insurrection. When I hear my colleagues saying that one day history will show us such and such, well, now, 50 years later, history has shown us what happened. And that is why the Bloc Québécois is taking this position. The goal of the War Measures Act was to crush the rise in the sovereigntist movement in Quebec. We should recall that the Parti Québécois had just gotten some MNAs elected. Sovereigntist parties had just united, and so there was a force among independence movements, and that was scaring the federal government. Despite the tumult and change in the 60s, elsewhere in the Americas, no civilized country used such a barbarous law. I say I only have a couple of minutes left. You can think of all sorts of people, like Robert Stanfield, who said that it was absurd to take these actions. I could go on much longer, but let me just conclude. I remember these arrests, the 497 arrests, the 30,000 searches, because I was part of the collateral damage. I remember that. I was 12 at the time. And then at 12 years of age, I remember the search that occurred in my home early in the morning. I remember my mother coming and saying, "Don't be scared, Luc," which of course scared me more. I remember that she was flanked by 2 RCMP officers, one of whom was deliberately showing that he was carrying a rifle. They told me to get up, and I had to get up in my underwear so that they could search me, a little boy of 12 years old. And the same thing was done to my brother and sister. Why? Because my father was a photojournalist. Because he worked at a newspaper's editorial office. His only weapon was a pen. That was why my father was on the list. It's deplorable. My father was well known and respected, and that's why we were searched, because the federal government wanted to silence people like my father. When you think about those 30,000 searchers and you think about all the collateral damage, the children, the parents, the spouses of these people who were searched, it's horrifying. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we are asking for an apology. And I know that questions are going to be asked later. And we're not asking for apologies that have to do with the death of Pierre Laporte. No one is saying that the killing of Pierre Laporte was justifiable. Of course not. We're asking for an apology on a completely different topic, the application of the War Measures Act.
Questions and comments? Questions, observations? Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire, the leader du gouvernement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I guess I would look more so for clarification. And, the member made a couple of, I thought, a little bit surprising statements, but it might be consistent with what the Bloc genuinely believe. He believes that the War Measures Act was put into place to crush the sovereignty movement. And I believe that's the wording that the member was trying to imply, and that the federal government wanted to silence people. My question to the member is that what he genuinely believes is an accurate portrayal of history, given the fact that it was the province of Quebec and the city of Montreal that requested Ottawa to bring in the War Measures Act?
La députée de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what I said, and I'm happy to repeat it. The War Measures Act was principally implemented to crush the sovereignist movement. That is clearly the reason. There were barely 10 members of the FLQ who in any case were already being targeted and appeared in court. It's hardly much of an insurrection, right? And let me also recall the famous remarks of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, just watch me. And the other things that Pierre Elliott Trudeau said, he said that those who feel that their rights are being violated, well, they're just bleeding hearts. They're weak. Imagine that level of respect shown to Quebec.
It's the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. I was just about to say Quinte West. Peterborough South.
We'll take that too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable member for his interjection. I thought it was very compelling. A question to him, as we've seen today, I feel like I've gone back in time a little bit between talking about obviously the dramatic events in Quebec, and also we're on the anniversary of the National Energy Program. In both these instances, I think we've seen an example of federal government potential overreach. So, as important as any apology, my mother always told me, is the actions you're going to take next. I wonder if the member could comment on the impact of perhaps government overreach and what happens to freedom and liberty when government overreaches, and how that might apply today. Thank you very much.
La députée de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I don't fully understand my colleague's question, but I appreciate it nonetheless. But I would just say that today's debate is very simple. We're not talking here about the tragic death that everyone will remember forever. No one's saying we shouldn't remember that death. I'm talking about the use of excessive force. The Liberal government has apologized for all sorts of things over the last several years. All sorts of things that are perhaps less important and much farther away than I would hope Quebecers are to the hearts of the Liberals. If in 2020, if there appeared that there was proof of insurrection, solid proof, would my colleagues really appreciate the application of such a law?
Comments? Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires by video conference. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for many of us outside of Quebec, the October crisis, can be known as a relatively unknown event, especially with young Canadians. And, this is one of the only times that citizens' rights have been suspended for really the sole purpose of controlling what the government has deemed an imminent uprising. And I want to thank the member for explaining the importance of this historical scar for Quebecers, but also sharing his own personal trauma that this inflicted on him. Here we are 50 years after the October crisis, and the wounds of the enactment of the War Measures Act are clearly still being felt by this member and many Quebecers. Maybe he can give us some idea. Why would the Liberal government still refuse to acknowledge its responsibility and apologize to Quebecers?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was 12 years old. And what I can say is, in the weeks that followed that experience, the weeks and months, I was just a little kid at the time, and I would lock my door. I wasn't supposed to lock my door in my family, but then I was allowed to do it after. It's just a small detail, but it shows how scared I was. And another thing is that I was scared of the police for years afterward. Good heavens, isn't the police there to protect people? No, that's not what my experience was. I did get over it. I did a bachelor's in criminology, and I ultimately recovered. But in the years that followed this experience, I was always a little bit skeptical and afraid.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the member from Marc Aurel-Fortin. Where to start, and to put it all within 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker, maybe it's to say that I love my city, Winnipeg. It's a beautiful city, and very proud of it. But I am first and foremost a Canadian, a very strong nationalist, someone that believes in our confederation, someone that understands I believe, the true value of what it is Canada as a nation has to offer the world. And there is no doubt there has been times in history. We are talking today about the October crisis. It wasn't that long ago where I stood up and asked for a unanimous consent in regards to the 1919 general strike, which was a very significant event in Canada. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that, and I've made reference to this in the past, in terms of my own personal heritage, is actually rooted in the province of Quebec, and I hope to get back to that momentarily. But before I do that, I wanted to be able to try to portray my understanding. And it is somewhat limited. I would have been 8 years old at the time. But it actually did make national news. And the years that followed, those 2 or 3 years when you're in elementary school, even going into secondary school, it is still a very hot discussion as a topic. I could only imagine the individuals that were walking the streets, that were living in the community, like the Liberal caucus chair earlier talked about his situation. You know, if you gotta put things into a proper context, imagine hundreds of bombs that have gone off over a number of years. Imagine you're a child or an adult, or you have a child living in the city of Montreal, and you have no idea when your child goes out for a walk in the street, maybe to school or whatever it might be, and a bomb could go off. That was actually happening here in Canada. And to forget all about that sort of a description, we hear about a politician who was the deputy premier who was kidnapped, out with his child, never again to see his child, and then to be assassinated, Mr. Speaker, to be killed. That is a part of the story. That is a part of our history. You know, what about the diplomat Cross being kidnapped? And can you imagine psychologically the impact that that would have had on him and his family and friends? Not to imagine the impact of what was taking place in the environment with the overall population. A great deal of concern. When you get the mayor of the city of Montreal saying to the federal government that we need your help, that tells me at the time that there was a great deal of concern by the citizens of Montreal. When you get the premier of the province appealing to Ottawa saying we need your help, to me that emphasizes the importance of the issue. And I think what's being missed by the Bloc today is that they're not putting everything into a proper perspective. If you want to reflect on our history, then make sure that you're covering the different aspects of it. I must say that, you know, when I think of what's happening today with the coronavirus and the people of Quebec, people across Canada, I think that should be what it is that we could be talking about, but I'm not going to take it away in terms of the importance of our history and our heritage. I'll be passionate about this, Mr. Speaker, because I love my country. I believe in the freedoms. I served in the Canadian Forces because I believed in our country and I believe in our freedoms, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister that the Bloc are quick to criticize is the Prime Minister that brought in the Charter of Rights, the Prime Minister that ensured that we have bilingualism in Canada. If you take a look, you know, I talked about my heritage and my family originating out of the province of Quebec. My father could actually speak French. There is an issue that had taken place during the 40s and 50s and the 60s where it was not necessarily encouraged from Francophone families to learn French. It was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that ultimately made sure that the French language was going to be spoken coast to coast to coast and that Quebec would always remain a Francophone province. But yet the Bloc seemed to be just as interested in trying to be critical of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. For what? Because he listened to what the province and the premier of Quebec was saying at the time? For listening to what the mayor of Montreal was saying at the time? Could you imagine if the current Prime Minister was being called upon by the province of Quebec and the mayor of Montreal, and we did not listen to what they were saying, or at least give them some attention? They'd be jumping out of their seats, demanding at least that we listen. Put it in the perspective of what was taking place at that time. At that time, it wasn't just people in Quebec that were concerned. Canadians were concerned coast to coast to coast. If you ever come to Winnipeg, you'll see there's a beautiful Francophone community, and the contributions that the people of Quebec have played to the province of Manitoba are immense, immeasurable. We have communities that my family goes back to St. Pierre, St. Boniface, communities that are there today. And our Francophone community is doing well. You know, if you take a look even in the north end of Winnipeg, years prior, if it wasn't for the efforts of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, we wouldn't have French being spoken to the degree it's being spoken in the province. When you get people of Filipino or Indian heritage speaking Tagalog, French, and English, I see that as a positive thing. Mr. Speaker, we should be appreciating the value of our Confederation. And have there been areas in which there have been room for improvement or where we have made some mistakes? Sure, there has been. But let's not try to turn it into a political issue by trying maybe to give a slant on history that isn't necessarily all that accurate. Just like the former speaker said, well, the federal government, Mr. Speaker, brought it in because we want to crush the sovereignty movement. That's just not true, Mr. Speaker. It's just not true. My understanding of it is it's far from that. When they say that the federal government wanted to silence other people, again, it's just not true. You have to understand or try to get a better understanding, I believe, as to what is motivating the Bloc to do the things that they're doing by bringing forward this motion. Is it really the victims? Well, Mr. Speaker, maybe to a certain degree it might be, but I don't believe it's the primary reason why they're doing it. I think it's a little bit more mischievous, Mr. Speaker, and that's the reason why you hear them every so often bring up Pierre Elliott Trudeau, or why they're so quick to blame the national government. We need to recognize that the purpose of the Bloc is to take apart Canada. That is what it is that they really want to do. So when they come to the chamber here, and good for them, those that get elected, great, good for them. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, they represent a percentage of the province of Quebec. Sadly, we have separatists out west too. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that they're not as successful in terms of getting representation here in the House of Commons. But I will always respect those individuals that have garnered the support that's necessary in order to get into the House. And I see my time's expired, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate the opportunity to address the House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say in this House that I'm very proud to rise to say that I'm a sovereigntist. And I'm not afraid of that, Mr. Speaker, of saying it, because what we're talking about here is that I'm an independent sovereigntist and I have been for 20 years. If this bill were to pass in the 2000s after Lemire, and I would have been Lemire. I would have been victim of the same things that these people were victims of, to resume or summarize what the member for Winnipeg said. I am not afraid to stand up here and say it. My question is quite simple. Why not show compassion to these victims and their families and the Quebec people and support this motion? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, one could reverse the question and say, well, why not reflect within the motion the context of everything that was done, or better reflect the history? But more, if I was a Bloc member, you can still be a sovereigntist, but recognize that Canada is in a coronavirus pandemic. And the people of Quebec are looking to Ottawa, they're looking to all their elected officials, including members of the Bloc, to do what we can to fight the coronavirus and the negative impact that it is having on our communities, all of our communities throughout Canada. There will continue to be more opportunities to have this debate, I'm sure, well into the future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard the history of the October crisis and its historical context, and we've heard members from the government side talk about how since then there have been the Charters of Rights and Freedoms implemented. But, Mr. Speaker, through you, this is also a government who supported the draconian Bill C-51, which of course put the economic disruption as a form of domestic terrorism, thus extending the government overreach to Indigenous communities who are also seeking their inherent sovereign treaty rights, to environmentalists and trade unionists. So through you, Mr. Speaker, to the party that has in fact named as the Minister of Public Safety the person responsible for G20, What do they have to say about their continued support on Bill C-51, which has resulted in situations like lethal overwatch from the Wet'suwet'en territory to rubber bullets being fired at Haudenosaunee peaceful land defenders today, this very day?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was here during the debate on Bill C-51. In fact, I was sitting not too far from where the member would have been sitting, but on the other centre block, of course. And I can tell you that there were many aspects of C-51 that deserved the support of us as the third party back then. For example, the establishment of a security committee. You know, when we take a look at the Five Eyes countries of the world, Canada being one of them, we were the only one that didn't have a parliamentary committee to deal with security-related issues. We have one today as a result of this government. That was one of the things that we talked about during that whole debate of the C-51.
Questions and comments? By video conference, the Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal and Conservative colleagues can play Pontius Pilate, but what we see in the motion, what has not been talked about for 50 years in this House, is the government's of the responsibility of this abuse of power. On October 5th, James Cross was kidnapped, and October 10th, the Deputy Premier was playing a ball outside. So what an insurrection. James Davison said, in talking about the War Measures Act, without proof of insurrection to affirm his power, he was convinced that starting with James Cross's kidnapping, the Prime Minister took this opportunity to allow him to put forward the federal government's position. His chief of staff at the time said that René Lévesque, Claude Ryan wanted to put in place a parallel government. That's not nothing. Starting in the first few minutes that followed the death of Pierre Laporte, René Lévesque condemned this. It's been 50 years that terrorism has been condemned by the sovereigntist movement, and this House never wanted to take responsibility and admit that this was an abuse of power. So the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader can give us a lesson today. Jean Marchand, during the debate, said, unfortunately, that is the end of the available time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I think one of the things we need to do is to put the things in perspective of time. Even if you talk about the different tools that police forces back then had compared to what we have today, whether it's data banks, the contacts, computers, no computers, you know, things change over time. I think what's important to recognize here is that you had a high sense of cooperation between the municipality of Montreal and the province of Quebec, both appealing to Ottawa. And it was very important in portraying the issue that we have a holistic approach in dealing with it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound in respect to small business, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands in respect to public safety, and the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes also in respect to public safety.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member by video conference, Marc Aurel Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an opportunity to take part in today's discussion. 50 years ago, in October 1970, Quebec had been experiencing strong social tension, and for a number of years. There was the murder of the Minister of Labour, Pierre Laporte, on October 16, 1970. The War Measures Act was invoked. The federal government then took action following the request of the Premier of Quebec and the Mayor of Montreal in order to respond to this crisis at the time. During the 1970s, I was a teacher at Curé Antoine School in Laval, and I remember all of these moments that marked our collective memory. Today, it is our duty to remember these events in order so that we never have to express our political demands through violence. We must look at history in the face and not forget it. Rewriting it is a mistake. We must tell it as it happened, be it glorious or dark. It is our duty as members of this House to take part in this effort of national union on essential issues. Quebec and Canada are experiencing difficult times, and we must protect our people. Quebecers and Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, rewriting history during a global pandemic is quite irresponsible. We must all work together and ensure that we do the right thing in this House to protect our fellow citizens and allow our businesses to survive this crisis. That is exactly what our government is doing now, and we call on the other parties present in the House to help us in a constructive fashion. We take the safety of Quebecers and Canadians to heart, Mr. Speaker. That is why we are working to put forward bold plans that will allow us to beat this pandemic and this virus. I want to talk to you more about support being offered to Quebecers and Canadians since the beginning of the crisis in March, when COVID cases were starting to increase at an alarming rate across the country. All orders of government took drastic measures to control the virus. That is when the government launched the Canada Economic Intervention Plan to respond to COVID-19. There were investments that were the most comprehensive and significant in the history of Canada. They represent, in direct aid, more than 15% of GDP. More than 3.7 million Canadian workers have had their jobs supported through the wage subsidy benefit. $44 billion provided in subsidies in mid-October, and the number continues to rise. More than 9 million Canadians have been able to feed their families and pay their rent thanks to the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit. As of October 20th, inaudible for the interpreter. The interpretation will resume when the sound resumes. The interpreter regrets, but there is no sound.
Excusez-moi.
I apologize to the honourable member. I don't know for what reason, but there is no sound. Perhaps, please make sure that we can you hear me? I think now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Alors, soutenir les Québécois.
Supporting Quebecers. We support Quebecers experience difficulties due to the pandemic. To present, more than 2 million Quebecers have made an application to receive the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit that provides support to eligible workers who had to stop working or whose working hours were cut due to COVID-19. Although the program is now ended, Quebecers needing support can turn now to the economic recovery benefit, We have also provided direct assistance to the most vulnerable people in Quebec, students, seniors, and families, as well as frontline workers, low-income frontline workers. More than 160,000 Quebecers have received support under the Canadian Business Emergency Response Benefit for a total of $6 billion. During this difficult time, it is essential for the government at every level work together to protect our economy and fight against COVID-19. So we have put in place the commercial rent assistance program in cooperation with all the provinces and territories. To date, this program has helped more than 137,000 of these companies and supported 1.2 million jobs in the country. In Quebec, more than 32,000 landlords have used this benefit for a total of $400 million in commercial rent subsidies. This has helped to support more than 228,000 jobs in Quebec. On October 9th, 2020, the government proposed new emergency response benefits for rent. This follows on the previous program by offering direct assistance that is easy to access and targeted for eligible organizations affected by COVID-19. And this without having to go through landlords. It complements Canada's response plan. The government has put in place a regional recovery fund with over $280 million just for Quebec. The fund seeks to help organizations in Quebec that have difficulties with liquidity. It is for all economic sectors in Quebec, be it aeronautics, retail, businesses, cultural and sports organizations, manufacturing, food, tourism, etc. To date, more than $211 million have been paid to different companies and organizations in Quebec through the Regional Economic Recovery Aid Fund. We are committed through all these programs to invest in businesses in Quebec. These investments will allow us to continue to work to ensure that we can have a safe and reliable vaccine made in Canada. The programs that we have put in place support Canadians. My apologies to the MP. My apologies.
A point of order. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, what our colleague is talking about has nothing to do with the motion before us today. Can we move on?
I
appreciate the point of order from the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. There's about 1.5 minutes left in the member's speech, and I would ask whether the honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin could address his comments to the issue before the House in the remaining minutes of his speech, if his remarks could be pertinent to the topic at hand. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, what I'm talking about is a major issue currently in Canada. So I'm not that interested in history. I want to talk about the present. Depending on how the situation unfolds, we will adjust our supports, but rest assured we will never leave Canadians to fend for themselves. As the Finance Minister said yesterday, we will continue to provide support to those who need it, as we've been doing since the start of the crisis, because that's the right thing to do to ensure an economic recovery and because our economy will not be able to get back on its feet. Point of order. Out of order. Order.
Orleans, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. On a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm sure the member went to great pains to prepare the remarks that he's continuing to read after the last point on relevance was read. However, the Opposition Day motion is not related to the speech that he continued to read after my colleague rose on the same point. Chair.
The time available to the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin is up at any rate, so that's the end of his time. So that settles the points of order. So we will proceed to questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'm a bit in shock still, given that speech from the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin, which was completely off topic. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. You can deal with the pandemic and still take eight seconds to apologize to the 500 Quebecers who were victims of the War Measures Act. And at the same time, I can work on my constituency work and all the work that was interrupted by the 6-week prorogation of this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, the October crisis was difficult for many Quebecers. I remember it well because I was there. It's important to remember that the federal government at the time answered an official request from the Government of Quebec and the City of Montreal. Let's not rewrite history today.
Questions and comments? Par conférence.
By video conference, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to add my voice to my colleagues who are disappointed that the Honourable Member spent almost all of his time speaking about the COVID recovery and not about the issue before the House, which I think raises a very important issue. I'm proud to be a New Democrat who is very proud of the fact that in the 1970 October crisis, our party stood in the House and opposed the War Measures Act, and we did so because of the extreme suspension and attack on civil liberties. I keep hearing that the fact that the province of Quebec and the City of Montreal wanted federal government involvement somehow justifies the federal government's, the Pierre Trudeau's move to suspend civil liberties in this country. So I'm wondering if my honourable colleague has any comment. Does he agree that the decision by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in 1970 to suspend the civil liberties of Quebecers was a justified response, even though there was obviously great political problems in Quebec at that time?
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that I 100% support that. I was there. I was 28 at the time. I was a teacher, a high school teacher, and I can tell you this was a step forward. But today, the Bloc is trying to rewrite history for political purposes. They're trying to create division for partisan purposes. The government needs to support Canadians and Quebecers at this time in meeting the greatest economic and health challenge we've had in ages. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin said he didn't care about history. But if he did, I'm sure he'd be sitting on this side with us, because Jacques Parizeau said they're no longer teaching history because that merely creates more sovereignists. So I'd just like to ask the member, could he not simply recognize that the War Measures Act is an abuse of power that deserves an apology? The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. The October crisis was time for reflection over the progress that has been made since. Since 1970, violence has never been used as a political tool in Quebec and Canada. My concern is what's happening now in Quebec and all around the country, and that is COVID-19. We have time for just one brief intervention. The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, and I do appreciate my colleague's speech in the fact that he seems to be wanting to deal with what's on the minds of all Quebecers, all Canadians, in fact, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time. And I'm wondering if he could just kind of expand on anything else he would like to provide a further comment on in regards to just how important it is that we continue to work hard every day with regards to the pandemic.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Canadians' health is the vision of the future for our young people and our less young people. It concerns me greatly. So what I'm going to do is put all my energy into working on things that will pave the way for the future of our fellow Canadians. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. For my part, I commit to address this issue head-on in my speech. In 2003, one of the greatest people in Quebec history, Jacques Parizeau, said the following: I didn't put anyone in prison, but I was called a fascist. Pierre Trudeau put 500 people behind bars, and he's considered a great Democrat. I don't want to play that game anymore. Mr. Speaker, like Mr. Parizeau, I would like to say that many of us refuse this version of history and refuse to play along. These 500 people, workers, mechanics, bookstore owners, militants, poets, artists, free thinkers from all around Quebec, their only crime was to want Quebec independence. Yves Patel, Robert Patrick Frény, Madeleine Piché, Jean Pilon, Jacques Pinsonneau, Jacques Plante, Marcel Plot, Claude Poisson, Jacques Poitras, Jacques Paulin, Bernard Potvin, Jean-Pierre Potvin, Roland Prénovo, Charles Prévost, Jean Brieur, Denis Pronovo, Gilles Pronovo, Francine Crayon, Pierre Rabhi, Mario Rassette, Monsieur Racicot, Jean Racine, John Rankin, Robert Reed, Mr. Richard Rice, Jean-Marc Griot, Jean-François Rivard, Jocelyne Robert, Gilles Rochelot, Yvon Rodrigue, Lise Rose, Suzanne Rose, Rose Doré, André Rousseau, Louise Rousseau, François Roux, Clément Roy, Denis Roy, Jean Roy, Normand Roy, Serge Roy, André Loyer, César Lutigliano, Raymond Sabourin, Colette Saint-Hilaire, Gilles Saint-Pierre, Marcel Saint-Pierre, Claude Sanson, Luc Sanson, Ali Sommier, Maurice Savard, Clément Séguin, Daniel Séguin, Penny Simpson, Eric Scoop, Viviane Scoop. These 59 names are among the almost 500 people who are victims of very serious acts of terror at the hands of the government. Between us, my colleagues and I will name all of them today. On October 16, 1970, over 490 people were arrested under the War Measures Act. That was 50 years ago. Ottawa has never published an official list of those who were arrested under the Act. The application of the Act led to some 32,000 warrantless searches. Of those arrested, 90% were released without any charges being laid, and 95% of those charged were ultimately released and acquitted through a stay of proceedings. In 1977, the Quebec government set up the Cable Commission to look into the police operations in Quebec. Their 451-page report showed that RCMP officers in 1970 and the following years had conducted a campaign of surveillance and provocation against organizations with independence affiliations. The report focused on the illegal acts of the RCMP. attacks, fires, thefts, wiretapping, and so on. They wanted to create a climate of ongoing fear in the community. And Ottawa refused to cooperate with the Commission. Should we be surprised today that we're confronted with a deafening silence from the Liberal Party 50 years later? The War Measures Act was passed in 1914, and it was only invoked one time besides the two world wars in 1970, as if the two world wars were comparable to the October crisis. In October 1970, the act was proclaimed or was invoked before Pierre Laporte had been murdered. So people were jailed without charges. Rights and freedoms were suspended. Neither the United States, which was having bombings, nor France, in roughly the same time. They had the Algerian crisis. There were bombs being detonated all around France. Neither France nor the U.S. reacted in the way Canada did. Canada claimed, the federal government claimed there was a fear of insurrection. The Canadian Intelligence Service, point of order. The Honourable Member Shefford on a point of order. My colleague forgot to mention that he'd be sharing his time with the colleague for Verchères, Les Patriotes. Sorry.
Oui. Je comprends complètement.
I totally understand. Thank you.
C'est correct. Allez-y.
Okay, go ahead.
Merci.
Thank you. So if the specter of a coup d'etat was truly a reality, then the intelligence services should have known and should have recommended the War Measures Act be proclaimed. But nothing of the sort happened. And the War Measures Act, in providing for mass arrests, was going to slow down any investigation. Ottawa did not consult the RCMP about any apprehended insurrection. And they invoked the War Measures Act in spite of that. And the report by the inquiry reminded us that it was the police that wanted the RCMP called in. So in other words, the RCMP could have been involved without invoking the War Measures Act and suspending Quebecers' civil liberties. And two things coming from the Trudeau government confirmed this in the past. They said there was no evidence that would found a fear of insurrection. And there was never any evidence that there were some 3,000 people plotting an insurrection. Ottawa invented a conspiracy, and they claimed that René Lévesque, Jacques Parizeau, and Claude Ryan were all involved in the conspiracy. Claude Ryan, who was an infamous federalist, the leader of the Liberal Party of Quebec. It's pretty hard to take that conspiracy theory. And Marc Lalonde, Pierre Trudeau's chief of staff, was involved in this conspiracy theory, in propagating it. It was essentially politically based. Ottawa was trying to crush the independence movement that was growing in Quebec. Ottawa should apologize nation to nation. The War Measures Act had only been invoked 2 times before the October crisis, as I said earlier. And in both of those cases, the government apologized and even offered compensation to the victims. In '88, for the victims of Japanese origin who were interned, and then for Ukrainian Canadians as well. In 2006, an apology for the Ukrainian Canadians who were interned during the First World War. The Quebec nation should be entitled to similar consideration. The list of innocent victims was drawn up by Ottawa. The police even called on Trudeau, Marchand, Pelletier, and Gilles Vigneault. He asked them to play around with the list, to take some names off and add some others. That's a great demonstration of democracy. René Lévesque said that the Trudeau administration had acted like a totalitarian government in peace times, and he was totally right. The deafening silence from Ottawa today, 50 years later, is totally reprehensible. In 2004, to add insult to injury, and as a result of not being masters of our own destiny, the Dorval Airport was renamed the Pierre Elliott Trudeau International Airport. And he was never the champion of rights and freedoms that he claimed to be.
He never showed any remorse for what he did. In fact, he always said he was proud of his decisions. It's heinous to think about. We will be celebrating the 25th anniversary of the stolen referendum in 1995. When Quebec peacefully and democratically votes for its independence, just watch us. The first thing we're going to do is change the name of the Montreal airport.
C'est correct. J'excuse. Le temps est expiré.
The honourable member's time is up. We will move to questions and comments.
Secretary to the Government House.
Mr. Speaker, well, we know now that the Bloc's primary purpose, outside of attempting to break up Canada, is to rename the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport. And I find it somewhat interesting in the sense that Pierre Elliott Trudeau is the one that brought in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms for all Canadians. I would also notice that in terms of the French language, and this is what I would form my question around to the member, is in terms of the French language, Pierre Elliott Trudeau was probably the most ably-minded, strongest advocate for Quebec having remaining a francophone province and the rest of Canada becoming bilingual. It's one of the reasons why there's as many kids and adults today speaking French today in the province of Manitoba is because of the efforts of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts on those 2 points.
La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Well, my honourable colleague says that Pierre Elliott Trudeau built the bilingual Quebec. Well, he's also the one who led to Bill 101 being twisted. I would ask my colleague to comment on that.
The honourable member will go by video conference. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I don't agree with everything that he's had to say, but I do agree that we've made mistakes in the past based on the information that we had at the time. The Japanese internment, the internment of Ukrainian Canadians, and these situations were based on the information that was given to us or to our leaders. And in Quebec, it was the same situation. So the Quebec government asked for help and the mayor asked for help, but there was overreach in this situation. And I think that an apology is in order for those that were victimized by that overreach, the people that were collateral damage in this situation. My question is, there's a lot of dissension on this, and my question to the honourable member is, would he accept, would the Bloc accept amendments to this motion to make it more acceptable to other members of this House?
La députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, but he didn't specify what type of amendment he would like. It's hard to speak to a hypothetical amendment. Still, I would thank him for agreeing with the principle of the apology, and I hope that when it comes time to vote, I hope he will stand with us.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Prairie. We heard earlier from the member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin, who spoke for 10 minutes about subjects unrelated to today's motion. He said that history wasn't important for him. Perhaps that's why he's a liberal. But I have a question for my colleague. But listen, Mr. Speaker, I've always told my students that if you want to know where you're going, you have to know where you came from. My colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin said history isn't important. What would my colleague respond to that? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. That leaves me without words, completely speechless. I feel that my colleague's question, well, I'm just speechless. I would ask any colleague, in fact, to come have a glass of wine with me later, and I'll tell them what I think. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much. Perhaps some of my colleagues know more about history than I do, although that was always one of my favorite subjects. In 1970, there had recently been a provincial election. And perhaps that's why Mr. Bourassa found himself in a difficult situation, asked for that assistance. Mr. Drapeau, for his part, was having an election only a few weeks later, and that may also explain why he did what he did. As a school principal, I was always told that it was important not to try to blame others, that I was accountable for what I signed and what I decided. I would ask my colleague, regardless of what happened at the provincial and municipal levels, wouldn't he say that it's true that the ultimate responsibility lies with Pierre Elliott Trudeau? The honourable member. Yes, indeed, because it was in Ottawa that the matter was voted on. Let's be very clear. We've heard a lot about how Quebec asked for this and that. Well, first of all, there was already a great deal of agreement in Quebec that it didn't make sense to invoke the War Measures Act. But ultimately, we're hearing that from people who don't want to take responsibility, who don't want to apologize. It's all very well, but it's no good to rewrite history. The previous speaker mentioned history and said that the Bloc is rewriting history. No, it is the Liberals who are trying to rewrite history. The matter was voted on in this House, a House that is so eager to apologize to anyone, ultimately, and yet they don't want to make this apology. And we need to take action and perhaps change the name of the airport, as my colleague said.
L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, le Patriote Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe for his extremely eloquent and interesting speech. Today, we are here to talk about the infamous War Measures Act. I've been disappointed all day to hear my colleagues across the way say that we shouldn't be talking about that today, that we should be thinking about other things. I find that extremely disappointing. Because this is a historic year. A 50th anniversary only happens once. And it's something that's affected so many people. I don't understand why we shouldn't be comfortable discussing our history. It's as if the Liberals aren't comfortable discussing it. And yet very often, it's important to realize that when people don't want to discuss something, it's because they have something to hide. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't born when the October crisis happened, so I ultimately learned about it through history books, videos, documentaries. There's a lot of content still today. But what I did learn shocked me deeply, that the army was sent into Quebec, that Quebecers' rights were suspended, that there were 30,000 searches, that there were nearly 500 arbitrary arrests without a warrant, and to see that decision makers in Ottawa were trying to create a climate of terror in Quebec. Now, I wasn't born at the time, but my father was. He was a young child. And he said that he was afraid of venturing out of home at that time because there were soldiers everywhere. Moreover, his father was a card-carrying member of the Parti Québécois, which for the Liberals practically meant that he was a hardened criminal. My father was a child at the time. So every time he saw the soldiers go by or when he came home from school, he constantly wondered if the soldiers were going to come and take his father away and drag him into prison. You can imagine how stressful that is for a young child and how scary that is. In the end, my grandfather was never thrown behind bars. But imagine how many other children and families were terrorized in the same way. And think of all the families who weren't as lucky. People who were thrown into prison. People who were guilty of nothing more than their opinions. Nothing more than being big bad separatists. They had such dangerous opinions, supposedly, that they needed to be crushed and thrown into prison. 50 years later, the federal government has still never published the official list of the people who were imprisoned. What gall! The 497 names we know of are only those that were found through research. Here are some names. For example, Sloan Edward Martin from Outremont, McCullough Sloan, Harold Slobod, Patrick Straram, Charles Felder Studach, Diane Sinet, Pierre Tadeo, Jocelyne Talbot, Monique Tardif, Claude Tedguy, Pierre Tétrault from Montreal, and Pierre Tétrault from Longueuil, Richard Terrien, Colette Terrien, Gilles Toupin, Julien Tourigny, Gérard Dondillet, Tran Doctran, Gaëtan Tremblay, Jean-Yves Tremblay, Pierre Tremblay, Yvon Tremblay, Louise Trépanier, Mona Trudel, Léonard Turcot, Normand Turgeon, Andrew Tipaldos, Arthur Vachon, Pierre Vachon, Marcel Veuve, Pierre Vallière, Jean Van Scories, Annie Vautier, Léo Vaillette, Claude Veilleux, Fernand Venn, Pierre Venn, René Venn, Roger Venn, Gilles Verrier, Michel Viau, Frédéric Wickerson, Doduc Vien, Pierre Villeneuve, Anne Villeneuve, Hélène Vinet, Robert Walker, Janine Warren Champagne, Daniel Waterloo, Léon Vincent Wright, Arthur Young, and Claude César. In hindsight, what we see is that the real objective of the entire operation, the whole parade, it wasn't to find members of the FLQ. In fact, they barely found any. The real objective was to intimidate the Quebec people, to scare the Quebec people, to send a message that what happened to those who were in prison could happen to anyone in Quebec. That is serious, Mr. Speaker, because it happened in a supposed democracy, a country that's supposed to enshrine values of openness and freedom of expression. And in the end, it seemed more like a country that was willing to send in the army to crush an entire nation, like dictatorships do, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister has almost made apologizing his specialty. He's always eager to apologize, and yet he's shown himself incapable of apologizing for what his country and even his own father did. Even Jean Chrétien, the former Prime Minister, said in his book, published in 1985, a book called In the Lion's Den, and I'm looking through the book, Mr. Speaker, he said one thing was clear. It was not necessary that the police arrest as many people as it did. Perhaps only around 60 people, but in the end, more than 400 people were arrested. A little farther on, it says, in hindsight, I see that the powers granted the police by the War Measures Act were excessive. The fact that there were only a few apprentice terrorists would not justify this apparatus. Jean Chrétien, the former Liberal Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. And yet there have been all sorts of apologies. For example, There was an apology for Canadians of Ukrainian origin who were interned during the First World War. The Canadian government apologized. There were apologies to Italian Canadians and Japanese Canadians. Again, the government apologized. But when it is Quebecers that are arrested, well, this government doesn't seem to need to apologize. This Prime Minister doesn't want to apologize for his father's War Measures Act. Is that why he thinks, is that because rather he thinks that he might have to apologize then for other actions taken by his father towards Quebecers? For example, before the 1970 elections, there were all sorts of propaganda measures taken to think that capital would flow out of Quebec and no money would be left in the bank. As a commission showed, efforts were made to frame the FLQ. All sorts of efforts were made to prevent Quebecers from being masters of their own destiny. The RCMP did all sorts of things to suppress members of the Parti Québécois. It's remarkable to learn this history and see the hypocritical, oppressive nature of the Canadian regime that's ready to do anything to squelch the Quebec, which didn't prevent the PQ from taking power in 1976. Quebecers stood up and said no to this bullying. And the most ironic thing is that the same Prime Minister, Pierre-Elliott Trudeau, a few years later, after having brought in the War Measures Act, then came in and forced us to accept a Charter of Rights in 1982 that was later used to skewer Bill 101. And now today, there are people who want to use that same charter to eliminate our secularism bill once again. And the worst thing, what really rankles, is that this government doesn't want to apologize for sending soldiers into the street, arbitrarily detaining Quebecers. It doesn't want to apologize. It shows absolutely no remorse. Does that mean it could happen again? What a horrifying thought. That's the government we have across the way today. And not just the Liberals, because the Conservatives seem to agree with the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, I find that shameful, and I'm ashamed on their behalf. No matter what they do, they're not going to be able to prevent Quebec from becoming a free country where people can live happily and free. And we're not going to send in the army onto our streets, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member made reference to an election in the province of Quebec, so I do a very quick Google search on it, and I thought it was somewhat interesting. And we got to remember that was the province of Quebec and the city of Montreal that asked for Ottawa to get engaged. And it's interesting, in 1973, the government, the Liberal government at the time, had one of its most successful elections in the history of the province of Quebec. And that would have been a couple of years after the October crisis. Would the member expand upon why he thinks that would have happened, given it would have been top of mind, no doubt, going into that election?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is intriguing. Just after the independence movement has been crushed, there was the Bourassa government that won, but in the end, he lost. The Parti Québécois eventually won. Quebecers stood up and were proud. And we keep hearing that the Quebec government is the one that asked for the War Measures Act to be brought in, and that the government of Montreal asked for that. But first of all, that was done by representatives of Federalist parties, first of all. And also, people ended up regretting that. Ministers in the Bourassa government, Trudeau ministers, members of the Conservative Party, all sorts of people recognized that it was a mistake. We need to remember that as well. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague just said that Robert Bourassa ended up losing, but that was only in 1976. He won an election earlier after the October crisis. And in fact, the approval ratings and the amount of the vote that the party got in 1973 was higher than it had been before the October crisis. So you can't say that he lost support. And how is it that in the entire speech that my colleague made, where he was talking about the October crisis, how is it that he never mentioned the kidnapping of James Cross, the assassination of Pierre Laporte, that he never talked about the attacks carried out by the FLQ? How is it that he never spoke about the 200 terrorist attacks carried out by the FLQ that led to 10 deaths? How could he leave that out from his speech at a time when he's discussing the October crisis? The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me give you a very clear answer. Let me give my colleague a very clear answer. The independence movement has always recognized, like everyone else, has always recognized the breadth of this tragedy and the tragedy of the death of Pierre Laporte. But what the government will not recognize is that the use of the War Measures Act is unacceptable, violated our rights, and that it should be the object of an apology. And that's what we're talking about today. That doesn't mean that we don't care about the death of Pierre Laporte. On the contrary, he was even the representative of part of my riding. And there are certainly people in my riding who have spoken to me about that time. And we do offer our deepest sympathies to the Laporte family.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Speaker. We're hearing quite important things in this House, and we want to come back to the comment of the Honourable Member for Marc Aurel Fortin, who is accusing us of rewriting history, Mr. Speaker. I think that we have to refocus the debate on the 497 victims. I talk about Jocelyne Robert and others who had to undergo gynecological exams in the middle of the night. Louis N., I didn't have the time to talk about it. Louis Ence had voted Liberal in 1968. He's from a conservative family, and his fear was that since he wasn't known in the separatist movement, he thought they're going to forget me. They're going to forget me, and they're going to leave me here in prison. He had seen films where people were taken out in trucks and found the next morning. So these people had terrible, powerful, negative psychological trauma. And that is the reason for the motion we're tabling today. And that's what we want to talk about. We're trying to refocus the debate on the victims of the invocation of the War Measures Act. What does my honourable colleague think of the ability of our colleagues opposite in rewriting history? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Verchères. Thank you to my honourable colleague for that passionate question. I think that the answer to his question was in part in his own question. And how is it that we have a government that doesn't want to recognize what happened and what it did wrong? That is the real question. I am quite disappointed because I was expecting us. This is the 50th anniversary. People who went through this, well, many of them might not be alive in 10 years. It's time now. We have the opportunity to apologize to them. And I think we shouldn't miss this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Selon la députée de Mégane Déclarable pour son discours, il devrait l'informer. Il reste environ 12 à 13 minutes pour le temps pour son discours. Le président du débat, la députée de Mégane Déclarable.
Monsieur le Président, je pense qu'il faut recadrer les choses un petit peu. Il faut dire c'est quoi la motion qui est devant nous aujourd'hui. Que la Chambre réclame des excuses officielles du Premier ministre au nom du gouvernement du Canada pour la promulgation, 16 octobre 1970, de la loi sur les mesures de guerre et le recours à l'armée contre la population civile du Québec afin d'arrêter de façon arbitraire d'incarcérer sans accusation et d'intimider près de 500 Québécoises et Québécois. Monsieur le Président, ce matin, le chef du Bloc québécois a livré un discours de 20 minutes pour présenter cette motion. Un discours enflammé, comme il est capable de le faire. Un discours qui ne cachait pas ses valeurs indépendantistes, comme il est capable de le faire. Un discours, cependant, qui représente, tout comme la motion que son parti présente, malheureusement, un rendez-vous manqué avec l'histoire. Parlons d'abord du discours du chef du Bloc québécois et de ce qu'il a volontairement oublié de parler, Monsieur le Président. Le chef du Bloc, pendant 20 minutes, n'a jamais parlé de Pierre Laporte, n'a jamais parlé de...
Pour quelques minutes, il y a un problème.
Apparently, there is a problem with the interpretation. Is it now working? Could you just indicate if it is working? It's now working? Okay. Okay. It's fine. Please go ahead. For 20 minutes, the leader of the Bloc Québécois forgot on purpose to talk about Pierre Laporte. He never spoke about the kidnapping of James Richard Cross, didn't say a word about the 200 attacks by the FLQ or the 10 Quebecers who died following a terrorist attack. Never talked about the fact that it was Quebec, with the support of the 3 opposition parties, that had asked the presence of the army. Did not mention that the army was under the supervision of the Quebec Sûreté or police. Didn't talk about the fact that people were arbitrarily arrested and then were compensated by the government of Quebec. Did not talk about notarious sovereigntists like René Lévesque and others who gave positive comments, who made positive comments about the presence of the army. There was the threat of kidnapping and others. He didn't talk about people shouting in the streets, FLQ in the streets with their fists raised. He purposely did not talk about these so that the House could commemorate the 50th anniversary of the crisis of October 1970. The motion put forward by the Bloc is a missed opportunity 50 years after these terrible events. The Bloc Québécois motion could have allowed the House to talk about the resiliency of Quebecers who didn't want terrorism to move their society forward. If the Bloc's speech has been based on facts and all the facts, it would recognize that all these facts, on the contrary, putting an end to Quebec nationalisms, gave it wings. After October 1970, the sovereigntist movement continued to grow over the years that followed. And I'm a bit ashamed of this, Mr. Speaker, but my parents took me to my first political meeting when I was 10 years old. This will give you an idea of how old I am. It was in 1976. It was to celebrate the victory of the Parti Québécois, Mr. Speaker. However, there were 2 winning referendums. Because I did not blindly follow my parents. You have to understand that, Mr. Speaker. I saw the light, if you will. I saw the light. And all that to say that Quebecers said no. The years that followed, we cannot deny it. We could have talked about it. We saw the growth of the independence movement. Quebecers clearly showed that they didn't want violence that the FLQ was dragging them into, and it was with a great deal of maturity that Quebecers voted for their future. Quebecers decided but for themselves. This maturity was acquired as a result of their experiences, everything they experienced in the years that led to the crisis of October 1970. We cannot cut history up and just use the little pieces that you want to, Mr. Speaker, and that is the problem with the Bloc's motion. It's the problem with the speech given by the leader of the Bloc Québécois today, and that is why I'm very disappointed, Mr. Speaker, as a Quebecer, in the motion. The Bloc Québécois today is just using little parts of history, and it forgets talking about entire sections. Ultimately, it's just there's one wall of the house on which Quebec of today has been built, and you're forgetting everything else. You're forgetting the foundation, you're forgetting the roof, and all the rest. You're just talking about one wall. We have to talk about the rest. If we want to talk about history, we have to talk about all of history. And once again, the Bloc has passed a motion in the House this week, a motion where we all recognize the horrible drama that occurred in France when a teacher was terribly decapitated in a terrorist attack. Why did the Bloc and its leader not talk about the death of Pierre Laporte? Mr. Speaker, Pierre Laporte was a lawyer, a committed journalist against corruption. He was a member of the National Assembly for 9 years, vice premier under Bourassa, but above all, a father of a family. He played with his nephew in front of the house. When his life completely changed and he was kidnapped, his body was found a week later. He was the last victims of the killers. The FLQ killers. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget Pierre Laporte, and that the October crisis was the sad anniversary of the execution of a minister and elected official, Pierre Laporte, at the hands of a terrorist organization called the FLQ. Mr. Laporte wasn't the only victim, Mr. Speaker. I want to remind the House of the context and the nines from 1963. The FLQ had terrorist attacked cells to hold hostage 200 criminal attacks, armed robberies, bombs, shootings. They tried to attack the Montreal Stock Exchange. 27 people were injured. I listened to my colleagues in the Bloc Québécois name the people who were arrested. And I want to name those that they didn't name.
Un gardien de nuit.
A night watchman was murdered. Another one who died disarming a bomb planted in schools. Leslie McWilliams and Alfred Peniche, who were managers and store owners. Therese Morin, a worker. Jean Corbeau, a 16-year-old boy that the FLQ cowardly used to place a bomb, and he died. Robert Dumont, a police officer. Jeanne d'Arc Saint-Germain, a public servant. Mr. Speaker, this is a list that we must not forget. I'm talking about people. The Bloc Québécois members should have added their names to the list of those that they listed, the list of people that they named. They named people who were arbitrarily arrested, but they forgot about these people. I don't want to forget them, Mr. Speaker, just as I never want to forget Pierre Laporte. And on this 50th anniversary of the October crisis, Mr. Speaker, I think we must remember the facts, but all of the facts, not just the facts that suit us. I want to read a quote by Lisanne Gagnon, who on October said in La Presse, when we think that the FLQ said that they were the advocates for the working class, the deaths were not justified. Another element we must not forget is the kidnapping of James Richard Cross. He was a British businessman in Montreal. He was threatened and then kidnapped from his diplomatic residence. And he was released 2 months later. He was poorly fed, poorly treated. He was kidnapped and left in the dark. It was traumatizing for him and his loved ones, Mr. Speaker. But the leader of the Bloc Québécois did not talk about him. The Bloc colleagues didn't talk about him. The Bloc leader's speech did not mention him, and the motion itself does not mention him. I think it would have been important if we had had a motion that would have allowed us to talk about the events that occurred with regard to the 1970 October crisis. We heard the platitudes so that they could talk about anything but the October crisis. We could have focused on the events that occurred during the October crisis back in 1970. The Bloc could have made their speeches. They could have said what they wanted to say to the government to send their message about their demands. And it would have also allowed, Mr. Speaker, us to remember people who were victims of the October crisis, to remember those who were victims of the FLQ, Mr. Speaker, to remember everything that created the Quebec of today as a result of this crisis, because many things have changed in Quebec as a result of the October crisis in 1970. Mr. Speaker, I have here history in my hands. I invite people to read the entire story. I could talk for a long time, but I don't think I have much time left, do I? Perhaps how many minutes might I have remaining? Approximately 4. Okay. In 4 minutes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk to you. 3 minutes, okay. In 3 minutes, then, I would like to talk to you about October 15th. October 15th was when work resumed in the National Assembly, and it's a moment we must remember because it has a direct connection to the motion today. The Premier Bourassa asked to use the army, and I quote, "We have asked the support of the army to allow the police forces to continue to protect public buildings and the public. In Quebec, the democratic system is under threat, and it's our first responsibility to save it." The parliamentary House Leader of the Parti Québécois said the Premier's call is understandable and justified given the circumstances. Later, the leader of the Parti Québécois wrote on October 30th of October in the Journal de Montréal, it's necessary, although unfortunate, to have the army help. All this following the request of the Premier of Quebec to have the assistance of the army to support the Quebec police, given the events that occurred in October 1970. Mr. Speaker, once again, I can not unfortunately talk about everything that happened. We could have had an entire day where we talked about all the events of the October crisis. We could have talked about these events. We could have talked about the families of the victims of those who died as a result of the terrorist acts by the FLQ. Unfortunately, the leader of the Bloc in his motion and in his speech did not speak about Pierre Laporte, never mentioned Richard Cross, did not say a word about the 200 attacks by the FLQ, never spoke about the 10 Quebecers who died following terrorist attacks, never mentioned the fact that it was Quebec, with the support of the three opposition parties, that asked for the presence of the military, and did not say a word about the fact that people who were arbitrarily arrested were compensated by the government of Quebec. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the 50th anniversary of the October crisis should have been an opportunity to remember Pierre Laporte. He never got to see his kids grow up and his grandchildren grow up either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being 5:54, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put all questions necessary to conclude the business of supply. Mr. Blanchette, seconded by Mr. Terrien, moves that the House demand an official apology from the Prime Minister on behalf of the government for the events of October 1970 and the invoking the War Measures Act and the use of the army against... May I dispense? May I dispense? Yes? Okay. As usual, if a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to ask for a recorded vote, they shall so rise and so indicate. Fine, since a number of members have risen pursuant to order adopted Wednesday, October 23rd, 2020. The standing recorded division is deferred until Monday, November 2nd, at the end of the period provided for oral questions. It being... Yes?
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call it 6:09 at this time, which would allow us to begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the time as what was I told? 6:09 p.m. Is that okay? There is no opposition to this? So agreed. It being accordingly, the House will now consider private members' business. Orders of the day. Consideration of motion M34, instruction to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, fresh water, in the name of Mr. Scarpaleggia. Just before we proceed with the private members' business, just a brief comment from the Speaker.
The House has begun debate on items sponsored by private members. I would therefore like to make a brief statement regarding the management of private members' business. As members know, certain constitutional procedural realities constrain the Speaker and members insofar as legislation is concerned.
Once the order of precedence is established and then reconstituted, the Speaker will consider the bills. What is first? Considered a financial prerogative of the Crown. This allows members to intervene and put forward their procedural arguments.
Precedents having been established on February 27th and reinstated after prorogation, I therefore wish to inform the House that there is one bill which preoccupies the Chair. That is Bill C-214, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, qualifying environmental trust, standing in the name of the member for Calgary Centre. The understanding of the Chair is that this bill may need to have been preceded by a Ways and Means motion. Comme le savent les députés,
as members know, there are constraints on the way to amend fiscal measures in the absence of a Ways and Means motion. If a bill requires the adoption of a Ways and Means motion, in its absence, it cannot, according to the rules, remain on the order paper.
Therefore, encourage honourable members who would like to make arguments regarding the requirement of a Ways and Means motion for Bill C-214 to do so at the earliest opportunity. In this case, there is some urgency, as a bill requiring a Ways and Means motion cannot be debated and would be dropped from the order paper. The Chair would like to deliver a ruling on this bill as soon as possible. If a ruling has not been given when this bill reaches the top of the order of precedence, I will ask that it be dropped to the bottom of the list in order to allow the member for Calgary Centre to substitute a new item in the event Bill C-214 is found to be out of order. I thank honourable members for their attention. And I won't be taking any time away from the usual hour that's permitted for members for the usual taking up of private members' business. Alexandra, do you want to?
Yeah. So, Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Ellis, moves that the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development be instructed to undertake a comprehensive study of federal policies and legislation relating to freshwater and more specifically focusing on les principaux éléments législatifs de la politique fédérale.
The key legislative instruments of federal freshwater policy, including but not limited to the Canada Water Act, the Fisheries Act, the Migratory Birds Convention Act, the Canadian Navigable Waters Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, and the Impact Assessment Act.
Principaux éléments organisationnels.
The key organizational components of the federal freshwater policy, including but not limited to Environment Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada, Health Canada, Natural Resources Canada, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, Infrastructure Canada, Transport Canada, Public Safety Canada, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Indigenous Services Canada, and Global Affairs Canada.
The relationship between the federal government and the provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, and local governments relating to freshwater protection and management. D. Various international treaties governing Canada's freshwater interests and obligations. E. Present and future research needs relating to freshwater management and protection. F. The pressures on Canada's freshwater resources, including with respect to climate change, flooding, and drought. And G.
The creation of a Canada Water Agency, and that the committee, 1. Begin its study no later than 30 days after the adoption of this motion. 2. Schedule no fewer than 10 meetings. 3. Report its findings and recommendations to the House within 1 year following the adoption of this motion. Debate. The Honourable Member for La Salle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to call on the House to send a clear signal that it's time to launch a deep and nonpartisan study into all of our freshwater policies. Water is the ultimate responsibility of the provinces, and I've always been interested in this issue. It's always hard to understand why one matter interests us more than another, but in my case, it may be because my riding of Lac Saint-Louis is surrounded on three sides by major waterways, the St. Lawrence River, the Rivière des Prairies on the north, and the Rivière des Deux Montagnes, which is the end of the Ottawa River to the west. When I came to Parliament, I discovered to my surprise that we weren't talking about water or the federal government's in protecting our resource, which is by far our most precious resource. We were barely talking about climate change when I came to Parliament. But the real, where the shoe pinches when it comes to climate change is water. Of course, there's greenhouse gases and there's droughts and so on, and these are major problems. Other issues were raised in the 80s and 90s, mostly with respect to the free trade agreement between Canada and the U.S. There was a fear that that agreement could one day open the door to bulk water exports from Canada to the U.S. to satisfy their thirst. If I'm not mistaken, New Democratic members tabled legislation to prevent bulk water exports to the U.S. They spearheaded that fight. When I came to Parliament, I was interested in the experimental lakes, which at the time came under Fisheries and Oceans. The experimental lakes were a laboratory, if you will, that was out in nature. There were a large number of lakes that were the subjects of experimentations in real time out in nature, the largest lab of its kind in the world. And our researchers greatly and concretely contributed to knowledge in many parts of the world, including Ontario and Quebec, which have hundreds of waterways, including the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Seaway. It's thanks to the studies done in the experimental lakes area that we were able to get rid of phosphates and detergents or reduce their use. It's thanks to research in the experimental lakes area that today we have the Canada-US Acid Rain Treaty and the UN Convention on Mercury. Thanks to researchers in the experimental lakes, we've saved billions of dollars that we may otherwise have had to spend on removing nitrogen from our wastewater. Their research served to show that things could be done to deal with algae blooms. So without any intrusion into provincial jurisdiction, research entirely funded by the federal government led to many advances in our understanding of our aquatic ecosystems. There are many other examples where the federal government has brought a major contribution to protecting our freshwater without in any way intruding on provincial jurisdiction. For example, Health Canada participates in a federal provincial committee with a mandate to recommend and revise drinking water standards. Those standards are not imposed on the provinces, they're voluntary. But I'd like to point out that Quebec takes the new standard very seriously. Quebec is taking action to change water service pipes in Montreal and other places. And there are a number of other agencies and federal departments that have specific responsibilities around managing water in Canada. And this is always in keeping with lines of jurisdiction. But there's one area where the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction. I'm talking about drinking water in Indigenous communities. The federal government has been heavily focused on this issue since its election in 2015, and with some success in reducing once and for all boiled water advisories, long-term advisories. It's interesting to note, Madam Speaker, that no short or long-term boil water advisories have been issued in Quebec. And my motion could shed light on factors that have given rise to such excellent news. It's also important to note that there's another department involved in the matter of drinking water on Indigenous reserves, and that is Public Services and Procurement Canada, because they play a role in approving water treatment facilities in Indigenous communities. So let me talk briefly about the federal role in managing freshwater resources in Canada. The department finances waterworks, work on waterworks and sewage treatment. And there's also a subsection on dealing with climate change and how this impacts this resource. And Health Canada has there's also Environment Canada has a meteorological service. And my colleague mentioned this because she goes past this center every day in her riding. And this center gives the government of Quebec the benefit of its expertise because climate change is causing more and more damage in our ridings, including my own. And there's Natural Resources Canada, which, according to its website, has, and I quote, a team of scientists who provide municipalities and emergency relief teams the tools they need to make decisions. This team gathers data through satellite and radar imagery and produces in real time maps for emergency responders in crisis situations like flooding. I talked about a limited number of federal departments and agencies involved in managing our freshwater resources while respecting the primary jurisdiction of the provinces when it comes to freshwater. As I said, there are at least a dozen, if not some 20 departments and agencies that have a role to play. And the purpose of this motion is to better understand their individual roles and their interaction with a view to coming up with a more rational and effective federal freshwater policy and to support other levels of government better. This should not be seen as a Trojan horse motion. The goal is not to intrude in any way on provincial jurisdiction. Water is an issue like no other. It doesn't follow the same rules as other issues that can remain in a silo. Water, by its very nature, requires cooperation among provinces. Think of the Ottawa River, for example, which dumps into the Lac des Deux Montagnes and then into the St. Lawrence Seaway, and it goes further out to sea. So water requires interregional cooperation. It requires cooperation all across the country in order to ensure our common security and safety and to ensure that everyone is thought of, even people in countries that lack water resources. The EU is made up of sovereign countries, and they have understood how important it is to work together to ensure their water safety and security in this era of climate change. And they've come up with a European framework directive on water. And so they have a common policy around their freshwater resources. So the federal government has a role to play in freshwater policy. given climate change, pollution, urban development. All of these things put our water resources at risk. And the impact is not limited to one geographic location because water flows from one region to another. We need to cooperate among regions and provinces increasingly in order to ensure our common water security. This study will pave the way for the future when it comes to this cooperation, including the cooperation among scientists, whether at the University of Montreal, the University of Alberta, or the University of Quebec in Chicoutimi. Members in this place from all regions of all political stripes should be at the table or at their screen in the current pandemic context. However we communicate, we have to be present and involved like they are in Europe. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
It's coming. Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the speech given by the member and for the work that he's done on the Environment Committee in this Parliament as well as the previous ones, and for his advocacy on freshwater issues. In his speech tonight, he did talk about a variety of things, and I will confess, Madam Speaker, there are so many facets to freshwater protection that occurs in a country as large as Canada. One thing I didn't hear a lot was on First Nations, particularly concerns about treaty rights. I'm from British Columbia. Many treaties have not been yet negotiated. And so I'm just going to ask the member, first of all, he talked about respecting provincial jurisdiction. What about treaty rights? What about First Nations that have, especially in my area, the Okanagan, Madam Speaker, many of the Indian bands, particularly the Penticton Indian Band and Associate Indian Band, have a very strong connection with the water and protecting salmon. So I'd like to hear what the member has to say in regards to his motion.
Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a good question. I did mention the issue of drinking water in First Nations, and also in the motion, we talk about the different departments that have a role to play in water management, if you will, and protection in Canada, and one of them on the list is Crown Indigenous Relations. I'm very familiar with the issue, but more in regards to Alberta, because a number of years ago I piloted a study at the Environment Committee of the impacts of oil sands development on the watershed in the Athabasca, and I remember discussions around Treaty 8 and how that factored into protecting the rights of Indigenous people from pollution from oil sands development. But that's certainly an issue that should be raised at the committee if we undertake this study.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech because fresh water is very important. It's the future of humanity. But does he not recognize that there's a great danger in his motion? A danger of intruding on Quebec's and provincial jurisdictions?
Okay. La Présidente, merci à ma collègue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I thought I had addressed that concern in my speech by saying that we do acknowledge from the outset that water is a provincial resource or a resource that comes under provincial jurisdiction constitutionally. But no one can handle everything alone when it comes to water. The federal government has no intention of intruding on provincial jurisdictions when it comes to water. There was never any attempt to expand federal jurisdiction here. But it's a good point to raise if ever the committee were to launch this study, which, in my view, it's high time for, especially in the context of climate change.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech and his advocacy for fresh water. We urgently need updates to our freshwater policies and legislation. But we also need to make sure our policies are based on a new nation-to-nation governance paradigm that is consistent with the principles of reconciliation and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The member mentioned the tragedy of continued boil water advisories in Indigenous communities, and it's important to note that the Neskataga First Nation has not had access to clean drinking water for 25 years. They had to be evacuated during a pandemic, and because they don't have running water, and the government is responsible and must act now. But when it comes to this bill and the creation of a Canada Water Agency, its mandate and functions should be co-developed with Indigenous nations. That work takes time and should start immediately. Does the member agree that the Water Agency should be co-developed with Indigenous nations, that it should start now, and that the committee study should complement but in no way slow down, pause, or put the creation of the agency on hold?
For Lac Saint Louis.
I agree entirely that the study should not get in the way of any initiative that is currently underway. It's complementary to a whole host of initiatives. I know that, or I was told in response to a question in the House, if I'm not mistaken, by the minister that they are consulting First Nations on what they would like to see in the agency. And I know that First Nations in the Atlantic have created a water authority, which is a wonderful idea. And I hope that the agency will have that kind of constructive relationship with that authority, because that might be a model for the future in other First Nations communities.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Speaker. It is indeed an honour to rise and speak on behalf of the good people of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, and to deliver on behalf of my caucus some of the sentiments we share on the motion before us. First of all, let me thank the sponsor of the motion for his advocacy on all issues fresh water. I have recently joined the Environment Committee, look forward to discussing this as well as other areas of interest, and when I was first named the Conservative critic for environment and climate change, I had stated that I would like for us to focus on things that we can agree on and not exclusively focus on areas of disagreement. I believe that all Canadians and therefore their parties want to see tangible results on the environment, whether it be increasing critical habitat, decreasing emissions, while returning hope to people who right now are without work. Madam Speaker, I would beg an indulgence. Nous représentons tous les Canadiens d'origine et d'expérience.
We represent all Canadians. We all represent Canadians from different backgrounds with different experiences, but what brings us together is the appreciation. What brings us together is the appreciation of these personal stories and the lives of those we serve. These are stories that transcend and speak to our values and our common challenges and aspirations. I have a story to share with the House. When my great-grandfather, Jose Albis, came to Canada with his wife, Amanda, and his 2 young children, Canada was simply supposed to be a transition as they were working their way from Spain to Argentina. But then, as they say, life happened, and after several years of struggle, they ended up raising bison mink on the shores of Lake La Biche in Alberta, where they fished to support their farm. They didn't become wealthy, no, but it did allow them to live in a manner that was more stable, which was a contrast with their previous attempts to make a living. The operation included my grandfather, Joseph, who finally took over after his father died of an infection after being bitten by one of the animals. The work was difficult, but my grandfather took to it.
Reports, Madam President, of overfishing, some sort of discharge. In fact, the article 2 Fish, 1 Fish, No Fish, Alberta's Fish Crisis, traces the history of fishing on Lac La Biche. It says on page number 14, to add dignity to the mortal injury of overfishing, by the 1950s, the essential watershed integrity that supported the lake and its fish population have been compromised. And again, that's by author Lauren Fish. And, they eventually had to abandon their mink farm, which I believe now is actually part of a golf course. Madam Speaker, it ended a delicate balance in the 1950s for my family and for many, many others. But this story, in my mind, demonstrates how important our water can be, how sensitive these ecosystems can be, how harmful to the creatures that live in it, and those who depend on it for sustenance, including local First Nations and surrounding families like my own. The motion put forward by my colleague from Lac St. Louis calls for an extremely in-depth and expansive study of all aspects of Canada's freshwater policy. Now, it's clearly stated to be a precursor study to the government's promise to bring in a Canada Water Agency. Now, to start with, I wish to say that I dislike members of a committee using House motions to control what a committee does. Now, before my colleagues across the way start saying that my party did so with a motion recently, that was only because it was necessary, because their party was filibustering on committees trying to stop the important work. Whenever possible, I think committees need to determine their own operations, timetables, and schedules themselves. Comme le député de Lac Saint-Louis sait déjà,
as the member for Lac Saint-Louis already knows, as he's on the Environment Committee, there are many motions that deserve attention, and the motion as it is written would prevent some proposals for study from happening. I hope that all parties on the committee can have a turn with a study of their preference, and that these studies will be short enough to ensure that everyone has a chance. Not only that, but it may be completely impossible to respect the time limit, 30 days. Our committee is already doing a study tabled by the member for Repentigny. The minister is coming next week. We also need to review the Environment Commissioner report, and the restrictions imposed by House administration limit the number of meetings we can have. Now, regarding the intention of the motion, I share members' concerns regarding water management and protection, freshwater management in our country. We all depend on safe, clean water sources for our survival and our community's survival. My riding includes many lakes and rivers, including Lake Okanagan and Lake Nicola.
The Lake Country and North Okanagan Shuswap and I have repeatedly advocated for protections for the lakes and rivers in our regions, and I've personally raised with the minister the ongoing threat of invasive aquatic species to our freshwater lakes. Species, Madam Speaker, such as zebra and quagga mussels that continue to threaten our natural environment and way of life. Sadly, the Okanagan doesn't receive anywhere near the support to address these challenges as other regions, particularly the Great Lakes. I wish to continue to push for solutions to these threats. In the event this study occurs, that will be an important aspect to consider. Another area of serious concern relates to this motion is the impact from flooding events. Now, due to climate change, once rare flood events are now much more common. And one only has to look at my riding and region to know this is the case, particularly the Nicola Valley, particularly the Okanagan Valley. Serious flood events have become an annual challenge for many in my area and obviously throughout Canada. So indeed, studying flood impacts and mitigation policies and infrastructure deserves attention and is something I believe would be an effective use of our time. Now, it has been said that water policy and water infrastructure is an area of tremendous importance that the public rarely sees. For municipal governments, it's always a top issue, and the needs to fund to build water and wastewater infrastructure are never ending. Yet this kind of infrastructure is expensive and is not as obvious to the public, so it's often overlooked. Now, there may be certain advantages in having a coordinating body, and that's something we're studying as well. Also, being able to examine the Liberals' continued policy of allowing huge amounts of raw sewage to be dumped into our water sources is essential. Il est odieux que cela continue de se produire au Canada sous l'approbation de ce ministre.
It is extremely unfortunate that this continues to occur in Canada under the approval of this Liberal Minister of the Environment. Conservatives have long opposed this wastewater spillage in our waters, and the motion would give us the opportunity to look at the government's seeming inability to remedy that dumping. However, I do have serious concerns about the motion, and specifically about the proposal of a Canada Water Agency. The Constitution grants in large part jurisdiction on non-marine waters to provincial governments. The creation of a national agency responsible for supervising and regulating all policies on freshwater in Canada would clearly violate provincial jurisdiction. Provinces like Quebec and my province of origin, British Columbia, have vast networks of hydroelectric production. These are regulated at the provincial level, but if the federal government decides that it now controls freshwater management, it could interfere with provincial authority. Would Ontario lose its position on the International Commission which manages the Great Lakes? Would the federal government take over? Would Manitoba lose its authority over floods management?
If the motion were to pass, I look forward to speaking to provincial representatives at committee who can share the good work they're doing and the lack of need for the federal government to completely take over. In addition to provincial jurisdiction, a Canada Water Agency would have serious implications for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. These are issues, Madam Speaker, I very much look to study at committee if this motion passes muster by this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak. And again, thank you to the member opposite for his contribution and for convening or for sponsoring this motion tonight.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to speak to this motion. I share the concerns expressed by our colleague. We know that fresh water supports life. Even our own bodies are 2/3 water. That's what I call an essential service. So we need to protect that resource. That's crucial for protecting humanity. But this motion is gargantuan. It would entrust a study on freshwater to the House Standing Committee on the Environment and Climate Change. And it would require the study of 6 federal laws, including the involvement of 11 public organizations. Intergovernmental relations would also be analyzed, as well as international treaties. Even after thinking about it, I'm out of breath. The motion also has to do with focusing on research, analyzing pressures on the resource, including climate change, floods, droughts, all sorts of things. And the motion would require analyzing a possible Canada Water Agency. No one can accomplish the impossible. The Bloc disagrees with this motion. There are 2 aspects to this: the substance and the form of the motion. This motion means that there are major risks that it would interfere with provincial jurisdiction. Quebec provincial laws protect lakes and rivers in Quebec, and the government of Quebec exercises its jurisdiction to ensure that drinking water is safe. These water resource management responsibilities depend on the provinces where the resources are found. In June 2009, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously adopted a piece of legislation to affirm the collective nature of water resources. The state is the guardian of these resources, which is considered part of community heritage. Quebec is the benevolent steward of these resources for future generations, not Canada. In Quebec, we are very lucky. There's 10% of our territory that is freshwater, and 3% of planetary reserves of freshwater. The Quebec government considers that it has a huge responsibility in preserving and protecting this collective resource. We have chosen to focus on managing water resources by catchment area with an integrated approach, which means that it's important to work together. When it comes to using and protecting this blue gold, various members of civil society and stakeholders are all part of analyzing the issues and looking for solutions. There's also an effect on First Nations. For example, the federal government is working on eliminating boil water advisories and looking to improve wastewater treatment. But the Bloc Québécois, it's in our very DNA to refuse anything that has to do with reducing areas of Quebec jurisdiction. When we look at the speech from the throne, there's all sorts of areas of interference with Quebec jurisdiction. So I think I think we can easily say once burned, twice shy. Once again, the federal government is overstepping its area of jurisdiction. It wants to get involved in areas of municipal responsibility. Now, when it comes to the goals of the Canada Water Agency, yes, we talked about collaboration. But we're talking here about a 12th public agency of the government, and the same goals can be reached in different ways. We don't need another bureaucratic organization. And we don't need to compromise respecting levels of jurisdiction. There are already collaboration organizations. There are councils and commissions to cooperate on the management of freshwater, the Great Lakes, but this proposal, the Canada Water Agency, is a federal agency, so it's not the same thing. How can this be managed without the Canada Water Agency? Well, we can use the expertise we already have, focus on collaboration between the 11 agencies cited in the motion. Let me give you a concrete example of an area of federal inconsistency. The inconsistency between protecting the environment and the Merchant Marine Act. The Department of Transport has jurisdiction when it comes to navigation. Depending on their size, ships can lead to changing the position of sediment, cause erosion in lakes, increase phosphorus or algae, and can disturb fish spawning areas. Now, in 2011, the Merchant Marine Act was passed and was updated in 2008. It creates regulation for various types of ships and the number of ships. The number of ships is not mentioned, so the ecosystemic effects of this could have an impact that is currently not in the federal legislation. For example, the Saint-Agathe-Lac des Sables has a capacity of 54 boats, but sometimes you can see up to 400 boats on the lake. The federal government has the capacity to regulate on this issue, but not Quebec. It could act. It's very important to regulate this because many Canadians get drinking water from the lake. There's also an inconsistency when it comes to agriculture. When it comes to spills, which can lead to problems in the water safety of lake. Quebec's lakes and lakes elsewhere in Canada are being weakened by the lack of collaboration both within the federal government and also when it comes to collaborating with Quebec counterparts, because they could play a facilitator role. For example, when it comes to protecting Quebec-Ontario areas on the Ottawa River. So like I said earlier, there are areas where we could collaborate, but the Canada Water Agency would be a new federal agency. It wouldn't be collaborative. The Government of Canada has a public service with many managers, coordinators, analysts, and more. The Canadian government, within the public service and with a network of research institutes and chairs, has many analysts and experts who are ready to do the work that we are asking for. The work that we are asking, rather, elected officials to do in less than 30 hours. Committees should stick to studying motions that can be studied properly. it is experts and analysts who should be asked to study the content of the motion. If we really want answers to the questions raised, to ask a standing committee to study this broad motion raises many concerns. Standing committees of the House need to be spaces where members can act as elected officials. Of course, there's still going to be some strategies and partisanship, but they must keep in mind that they must work with collegiality in the service of the common good. This motion is extremely broad. Let us instead try to produce results that all parliamentarians can appreciate and that they will be able to base themselves on to create important work, initiate complementary business, and ultimately allow the government to accomplish its role as a legislator. So what I would want for the motion is that it be revised to avoid intruding in provincial jurisdiction and to separate into several parts in order to be able to focus on one aspect at a time and to be able to reach concrete conclusions on the committee. I'm not sure who said this, but it's a saying that says, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And I think that's basically what we're seeing here with this motion. And I think that it's important to keep that in mind with motions, both in the House and on committee. Resuming debate.
For Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion directs the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development to undertake a comprehensive study on federal policies and legislation relating to freshwater. And we do need changes to our laws on freshwater. Canada is facing new and intensifying water challenges, and we need to modernize our approach to freshwater management along with Canada's outdated federal freshwater legislation. But this government has committed to the creation of a Canada Water Agency, and they're aware of most of the most significant flaws in our water laws. So it's important that this study not stop, pause, or slow down the creation of the Canada Water Agency or the updating of the Canada Water Act. There's no denying that the challenges that we face when it comes to the protection and sustainability of our freshwater have changed drastically over the past few decades, and this is why we need a new approach to freshwater management. If we want to ensure Canada's waters are resilient to climate change, safe for human health, and sustainable in the long term, we need to do this work. We know that climate change is already impacting freshwater issues. The challenges are increasing in severity, but also climate change has created new and complex issues. Rising sea levels, increased severe weather systems. Addressing these challenges to our freshwater systems requires coordination, an integrated response at the federal level, and unfortunately, our outdated federal water laws and policies have failed to account for climate impacts both now and in the future. In particular, water-based natural disasters like flooding, droughts, but also disasters like toxic algae blooms and climate fires are increasing exponentially, both in frequency and in severity. And this costs governments billions of dollars, first in direct disaster assistance, but these events also impact our economic revenue and indirectly cost billions more. Canada's capacity to manage these events is severely hampered by a lack of data and reporting, a lack of national forecasting and prediction capacity, and a failure to adequately incorporate climate change impacts. And I want to recognize my New Democrat colleague, the MP from London Fanshawe, and her bill, Bill C-245, which calls for a freshwater strategy and also explicitly includes consultation with Indigenous peoples, because Indigenous water rights are inadequately recognized in our current water management systems. We need to make sure that our policies are based on a new nation-to-nation governance paradigm, that our policies are consistent with the principles of reconciliation, that they're consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We need to ensure that all of our water laws recognize Indigenous nations' inherent rights to self-determination. And in addition to these issues, our water management capacity is also fragmented across 20 different federal departments. And this governance model impedes governments at all levels across the country, and it makes our shared water challenges even more challenging. And then on top of that, watersheds and river basins are composed of many overlapping jurisdictions. Local, provincial, Indigenous, and federal governments have at times lacked the capacity or the means to effectively work together. And transboundary watersheds and river basins shared by Canada and the US are also in need of a governance renewal. The first steps to addressing this is to establish a Canada Water Agency. And while the Liberals have committed to this in the most recent throne speech, which is a positive sign, we've heard many environmental promises from this government before. And what we really want to see is action. The government has missed every single climate target that they set. They are even failing to meet Stephen Harper's weak climate targets. And they said they would have a plan to meet our international climate commitments immediately after the throne speech. But over a month has passed and still no sign of the plan. So while I'm glad the Water Agency was mentioned in the throne speech with no timeline attached and with them not moving forward on the things that they said they'd tackle immediately, like climate targets, I have to admit that I'm skeptical this government will put action behind their words. The Water Agency is important, and we should at the very least be getting started now. Its mandate and functions need to be co-developed with Indigenous nations. They should also be developed in close collaboration with provincial and territorial governments, local authorities, water organizations, and the public. And creating the Canada Water Agency is just the first step. There's a huge need for broader reforms, and that includes the Canada Water Act. The agency would ideally be the foundation needed to start transforming the way that water is managed. And the Canada Water Act, which urgently needs updating, is Canada's primary federal freshwater legislation. And it hasn't been adequately or significantly updated in decades. It doesn't currently reflect or adequately respond to the issues that I outlined, including the impacts of climate change and addressing Indigenous water rights, but the Act also needs to address the evolving role that private insurance industries, the industry plays in flood risk mitigation and damage reduction. And I want to acknowledge the work of FLOW, an organization that has been fighting for these issues for a long time. In the same way, the Water Agency needs to be co-developed with Indigenous peoples. Updating the Canada Water Act should involve a legislative, consent-based co-drafting process with Indigenous nations. And this process needs to be rooted in nation-to-nation relationships. It has to be consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This motion, which instructs the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development to review federal water policies, may help identify ways forward, but the study shouldn't slow down this urgently needed work. There's no need to wait for the results of the study to begin updating the Canada Water Act. Many organizations like FLOW and others have worked hard to identify comprehensive data and gaps in our freshwater legislation and identify ways forward. And this important work will take time to co-develop with Indigenous nations and other partners, and could and should start now. One of the other pieces mentioned in this motion is the Canadian Navigable Waters Act. And it's important to note that in 2012, the Harper government, in their omnibus bill C-45, removed key legal protections from over 99% of Canada's lakes and rivers. In 2015, the Liberals committed to review the previous government's changes and to restore lost protections. Unfortunately, the amendments in the bill did not fully live up to the government's promise to restore lost protections of waterways. It restored some, and the restored legal protections are narrowly focused. They exclude environmental values, and in some cases are substantially weaker than the pre-2012 version of the law. The consideration of environmental impacts of projects wasn't reinstated. However, despite these flaws, it does represent, in general, a positive step forward from the Harper era that decimated navigable waters protections in Canada. So I hope that this motion can address some of the flaws that remain in this legislation. I am passionate about this issue. Watershed protection is one of the things that got me involved in politics. And in particular, I want to thank my sister, Georgia Collins, for her leadership when a contaminated soil dump was proposed at the head of the watershed that provided drinking water to her community of Shawnigan Lake. She helped mobilize her community. She got me involved, and it was being involved in that ultimately successful fight to stop the project that taught me about and sparked my passion for protecting fresh water, but also about the dangers that exist for Canada's watersheds and river basins. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development has just started its first study this week. It concerns me that this motion circumvented the regular process of choosing studies in the steering committee, and I initially worried that it might impede the work of the committee or that it would slow down the needed work on freshwater legislation. But I want to thank the member from Lac St. Louis for his passion for freshwater protection and his willingness to work across party lines. Mr. Speaker, I have consulted with my colleague, the sponsor of M34, or Madam Speaker, sorry, and I would like to move the following amendment. And I hope that the sponsor will accept it as a friendly amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting subsection 1 and by replacing 2, schedule no fewer than 10 meetings, 3, with the following. 1, schedule no fewer than 7 meetings, 2. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Lac St. Louis if he or she, well, if he consents to this amendment being moved.
I do, Madam Speaker, I do consent to the amendment.
So we proceed.
Could you please ask Ms. Collins to confirm her seconder?
Ms. Collins, could we just confirm your seconder, please?
My seconder is Mr. Davies. I'm sorry, I'm just blanking on his riding in this current moment. It's Vancouver.
You can say his name. Yes, for Vancouver Kingsway. Yes. Okay, thank you. Whoops, sorry. That the motion be amended by deleting subsection 1 and by replacing 2, schedule no fewer than 10 meetings, 3 with the following. 1, schedule no fewer than 7 meetings. So we proceed, and we now go to the honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to give my thanks to the member from Lac St. Louis for bringing forward motion 34, which asks the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development to undertake a comprehensive study of federal policies and legislation relating to fresh water. His leadership on freshwater has been outstanding, and he is respected on all sides of this House for his knowledge and commitment in this important area. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to safeguarding our country's freshwater resources for generations to come. No resource is more important to Canadians than fresh, clean water. Our lives and livelihoods depend on it. Motion 34 provides an opportunity for this government to continue to show our commitment to address freshwater issues. Internationally, water is recognized in many fora as a critical resource that needs protection from ongoing challenges. And since 2012, the World Economic Forum has consistently ranked the impact of water-related challenges, such as the decline in water quality and quantity, in the top 5 global risks to economies and societies. In their Global 2020 Global Risks Report, 3 out of the top 5 issues have links to water, including climate action failure, biodiversity loss, and extreme weather. Madam Speaker, here in Canada, freshwater is integral to our economy, society, identity, and culture, and is central to Indigenous harvesting activities and cultural practices. In fact, Canada has 20% of the world's fresh water and the 3rd largest renewable supply of fresh water. For example, the Great Lakes watershed shared by Canada and the United States is the largest freshwater lake system in the world. And with this water wealth, Madam Speaker, comes great responsibility to protect this precious resource. I would like to take some time now to discuss some of the existing work the federal government is doing to protect our vital freshwater resources. The Government of Canada has decades of experience undertaking watershed protection initiatives in collaboration with provincial governments, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders. Canada is committed to working and collaborating with others to restore and protect our freshwater resources through arrangements such as the Canada-U.S. Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement, the Canada-Ontario Agreement on Great Lakes Water Quality and Ecosystem Health, the Canada-Quebec Agreement on the St. Lawrence, and the Canada-Manitoba Memorandum of Understanding respecting Lake Winnipeg and the Lake Winnipeg Basin. In the mandate letter for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Government of Canada committed to further protections and taking active steps to clean up the Great Lakes, Lake Winnipeg, Lake Simcoe, and other large lakes. This commitment builds on existing national and regional programming that contributes to the restoration and protection of Canada's freshwater resources. In 2017, we invested $70.5 million to protect the Great Lakes and the Lake Winnipeg Basin. Of this investment, $44.84 million over 5 years was provided to the Great Lakes Protection Initiative in order to take action to address the most significant environmental challenges affecting Great Lakes water quality and ecosystem health. This funding supports efforts to address priorities of reducing phosphorus loadings to Lake Erie, assessing and enhancing the resilience of Great Lakes coastal wetlands, evaluating and identifying at-risk nearshore waters, reducing releases of harmful chemicals, and increasing public engagement through citizen science. $25.8 million of budget 2017 was also provided to the Lake Winnipeg Basin program. We have invested in a wide range of projects that focus on actions to reduce excessive nutrients like phosphorus from entering the lake, as well as projects that enhance collaboration through the basin and that support Indigenous engagement on freshwater issues. In addition, Madam Speaker, Environment and Climate Change Canada provides support to 16 international Joint Commission binational boards and is also supporting 4 domestic interjurisdictional water boards, the Prairie Provinces Water Board, where I live, the Mackenzie River Basin Board, the Lake of the Woods Control Board, and the Ottawa River Regulation Planning Board. Madam Speaker, our government administers and enforces a number of water-related laws that are mentioned in the motion. For example, Environment and Climate Change Canada administers and enforces the pollution prevention provisions of the Fisheries Act and the Migratory Birds Convention Act. Under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, Environment and Climate Change Canada regulates releases of toxics into water, limits nutrients and cleaning products, and requires companies to prepare emergency plans. In addition, the Canada Water Act provides the framework for cooperation with provinces and territories in the conservation, development, and use of Canada's water resources. Recognizing the importance of integrating scientific considerations into decision-making, the Government of Canada supports investments in freshwater scientific research. Domestically, the Government of Canada is collaborating with many scientific organizations, experts, and networks to address water challenges in Canada. In budget 2017, the government allocated $197.1 million to increase ocean and freshwater science, monitoring, and research activities. Environment and Climate Change Canada freshwater monitoring activities also provide critical data and information to implement departmental mandates and guide decision-making. For example, the department's National Hydrological Service collects, manages, and shares water quantity data in partnership with provincial and territorial partners at more than 2,800 active monitoring stations across Canada. The National Hydrological Service also supports the International Joint Commission, which works to protect water shared by Canada and the United States on water management of transboundary waters. In 2019, the Government of Canada invested $89.7 million to modernize the National Hydrological Service to support earlier and more accurate information about freshwater resources. This investment will help to ensure the sustainability of the government's water monitoring networks, which in turn will help prepare Canadians for water-related disasters like flooding and droughts. Environment and Climate Change Canada also manages, in collaboration with other federal departments and provincial and territorial governments, the Freshwater Quality Monitoring and Surveillance Program. Designed to be relevant for freshwater decision-making processes, the program disseminates timely information on freshwater quality and aquatic ecosystem health across the country. Across the country, Indigenous peoples, non-Indigenous Canadians, and the government are contributing meaningful to reconciliations efforts by supporting nature conservation initiatives, Madam Speaker. For example, in Budget 2017, the Government of Canada announced $25 million over 4 years to support an Indigenous Guardians program. Madam Speaker, and this has been mentioned a few times by other colleagues, as my previous colleague and speaker mentioned, the member for Victoria, in the speech from the throne, this government reaffirmed its commitment to developing a Canada Water Agency. A Canada Water Agency presents an incredible opportunity for greater collaboration in Canada to protect and manage our freshwater resources sustainably. It is a government commitment that the Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change has asked me to advance, and I do that proudly. Earlier this year, we began to gather Canadians' views on what a Canada Water Agency could do. And over the last several months, we have had initial discussions with provinces and territories, Indigenous peoples, and met with many organizations and stakeholders. We created an online PlaySpeak website where Canadians can go to provide their thoughts on freshwater priorities and potential roles for the agencies. More than 6,000 Canadians have visited the site, demonstrating a significant interest in this topic. The Government of Canada will be working hard over the next few months to undertake engagement with provinces and territories, importantly, Indigenous peoples across this land, stakeholders, and the public to create a Canada Water Agency that will help keep our freshwater resources safe, clean, and well managed. And in my estimation, honourable members and colleagues, motion 34 provides another opportunity to advance this government commitment to further protect and manage freshwater resources, including potentially contributing to the creation of the Canada Water Agency, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, will not be a regulatory agency, will respect provincial jurisdiction, and will work across disciplines, across governments. And
the time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment-ci, conformément à...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and adopted. Accordingly, the question is the following one, that this House do now adjourn.
For Bruce Gay Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my first time rising for the adjournment proceedings in the House. I'm simply here to ask the government to provide greater clarity on the CEBA program, the timelines involved, and to try and get a better understanding of the challenges the government faced implementing the program. I'm not interested in the statistics surrounding who has benefited or what the program was designed to do. I'm fully aware of this, as are many Canadians that successfully applied to the program. Well, myself and many MPs want to know, along with countless Canadians that are interested in knowing why so many small businesses and farmers were left behind and left feeling forgotten. I kindly ask that the minister that is responding to try and put themselves in the position of a small business owner or farmer, like the dozens I heard from across Bruce Gray Owen Sound and the thousands across this great country who have been asking questions and addressing their concerns since the inception of this program in April. Madam Speaker, I'd like to note that Conservatives alone have brought this issue up with the CEBA over 30 times in the House. It's been us in opposition that have constantly pushed the government to make changes and adaptations to the program so it actually works for the majority of small business owners and farmers. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities, and every one of us MPs should always be standing up for and advocating on behalf of the hardworking, talented, industrious, and brave small business owners and farmers in our ridings. This is why I'm here this evening, Madam Speaker, and one of the fundamental factors for why I got involved in politics. Initially, senseless rules excluded many small businesses from the CEBA. The primary problem under the initial criteria was that small businesses must have a pre-existing business account to qualify, and sole proprietors typically use a checking account rather than a business account, and thus they didn't qualify. My colleagues and I pushed for two simple corrections to the loan criteria: remove the requirement to have a business account to qualify for the CEBA, and expand the eligibility criteria for the CEBA to include revenue decline so more small businesses qualified for the $40,000 loan. However, it took a long time, and it wasn't until August 31st when the government announced that it was working closely with financial institutions to make the CEBA program available to those who qualify with qualifying payroll or non-deferrable expenses that so far have been unable to apply due to not operating from a business bank account. And they committed then to making this happen. However, I note it was just an announcement that they were going to look into it. The problem was with that unclear announcement, and many of the unclear announcements with no clear implementation date, is that it added confusion to those businesses and farmers struggling in my riding and in many ridings across the country. Many of these small business owners heard the news in August and took it to mean that they could now apply. So they did, sometimes once, sometimes 8 or 9 times, without getting any explanation to why they were rejected. They'd call the 1-800 number, they'd wait on hold for 6 or 8 hours, they'd sometimes get a call back 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days later. These are hardworking individuals who have been waiting for the promised changes for nearly 2 months. They've been waiting on this government to take action on their commitments, and these delays had negative impacts on their businesses, families, and mental health as they wondered how they were going to get by. So it wasn't until this past Monday that the government announced that the CEBA would finally be available to businesses that have been operating out of a non-business banking account. However, that really isn't true, and it could even be said that the government's been misleading Canadians. The title of their news release on Monday is titled "Canada Emergency Business Account Now Open to Businesses Using Personal Banking Accounts." However, personal checking accounts are still not eligible for CEBA. Those interested in making use of the CEBA program must open a business account with their financial institution. So to be clear, the government's claiming that the Canada Emergency Business Account is now open to businesses using personal banking accounts. However, this means that you are eligible. However, you have to create a new business account in order to be able to apply. You're not eligible from your personal account. The government may have legitimate reasons for this decision. However, these small businesses, farmers, and all Canadians deserve to know why. Why did it take this government so long to implement these changes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question and for his interest in helping our small businesses through our Canada Emergency Business Account. I am very, very proud of this program. As the members know, it is a interest-free loan and it's partially forgivable, and entrepreneurs right across the country have been saying how important this lifeline was to them. I also would note that the scale and the speed with which we came out with the CEBA loan program is virtually unparalleled anywhere else in the world. It was in April, Madam Speaker, that we rolled out this emergency loan program for our businesses, mere days or weeks after the beginning of the pandemic in this country, and it has already delivered over $30 billion in emergency credit to about 770,000 Canadian businesses. But let me get to the question that my colleague is raising, and I'm very pleased that we were able to ensure that everybody, including those who have personal accounts rather than business accounts, will now be able to use the CEBA loan program. As he noted, an announcement was made several weeks ago now, but on Monday, the CEBA loan program is now available through financial institutions for people who do have personal accounts. And I think that that is an important step forward. We did negotiate with our financial institutions. Our banks are the ones that are delivering this program. Government is not doing it alone. And so we did need to work with our financial institutions in order to make this possible. And now it is possible. I would also note that in the last few weeks, we also indicated that we would be expanding the CEBA loan program, and so CEBA would go from $40,000 as it has been since April to $60,000, and this additional $20,000 loan would have up to half of it being forgivable upon timely repayment. So in total, Madam Speaker, we are talking about $20,000 which can be forgivable for this important loan that is helping so many small businesses. I would also like to address another concern that was raised, I believe, by this member in the House with respect to call centers. I think it is important to just, for clarification for all of my colleagues in the House at the moment and online, to note that the call center, which was initially set up in the summer, was very successfully responding to thousands and thousands of calls from small business owners who had questions, and that the volume increased to an extent that it became a callback center, and calls are being returned now within 48 to 72 hours, and we are getting good feedback from our entrepreneurs indicating how helpful the agents are in order to respond to questions from entrepreneurs. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if I have too much time left remaining, but I am happy to answer a follow-up question from my colleague opposite if there is one.
For Bruce Gray on sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd really just like an answer to the question, and it's why the delay? These shortfalls in the CEBA program were identified as early as May that we started identifying this, yet it was 6 months, over 6 months before they finally made those changes. And again, what I would like an answer on, why does the government keep making announcements of here's what we want to do or what we're going to do without making it crystal clear of when they're actually going to implement or execute them? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you for the follow-up. As I indicated in my initial response, government is not able to execute this type of emergency loan program on its own. It is our partnership with our banks and financial institutions across the country that is allowing business owners to use the program. I believe in some cases banks are able to transfer the money within hours, if not days. And so we do very much rely on our banks in order to provide this service. And as you can imagine, the due diligence that banks have been undertaking for business accounts was not possible with personal accounts, which is why it did take the extra time and why we have worked so hard over these last number of weeks and months in order to make it possible for everybody to benefit from the CEBA loan. And I am very proud that everybody with a personal loan will be able to use this emergency business account.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually in adjournment proceedings to address a question I initially asked on October 19th, not that long ago, in relation to the ongoing conflicts between the Mi'kmaq and Nova Scotia and non-Indigenous fishermen, but more specifically in the context of systemic racism. We know that name Donald Marshall Jr., as I said on October 19th, will always be remembered in Canada as synonymous with injustice as well as systemic racism. He was jailed for 11 years for a crime he did not commit. And when he was finally out of jail and continued to play a significant role in Indigenous rights for the Mi'kmaq people, 2 different court cases bear his name. And the Marshall case stands for the proposition that, of course, the treaties of peace and friendship of 1760, 1761 established that Mi'kmaq and Maliseet and Passamaquoddy rights to land and resources were never surrendered. And then the fact that he took that all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada was because for the simple act of fishing eels in what was considered out of season, but was completely within Mi'kmaq fishing rights. Well, Madam Speaker, the systemic racism that I want to address is deeper than the RCMP actions in failing to protect the Mi'kmaq lobster catch, nor the lobster pound in West Pubnico, where the Mi'kmaq catch was being stored, as we know, was burnt to the ground while the RCMP stood by. I referenced in my question on October 19th that how is it that there's never any shortage of well-equipped RCMP officers to move in to arrest nonviolent Indigenous protesters protecting their land and resources anywhere across Canada, but particularly in my home province of British Columbia. And yet there somehow was a failure of the RCMP to protect Indigenous property. Well, it's much deeper than these several episodes, Madam Speaker. When you look at the statistics of how injunctions are granted, and it is injunction law that allows RCMP officers to be converted from public security and public safety officers into essentially the private police of corporations operating on Indigenous lands. The Yellowhead Institute, in a study in October 2019, noted that when corporations go to court and seek an injunction to prevent Indigenous people from interrupting their commercial enterprises, corporations succeed before the courts in gaining an injunction 76% of the time. In contrast, when Indigenous people go to court to seek injunctions to protect their land from corporate operations, they are rejected 81% of the time. Thus, the system in which we operate, Madam Speaker, is, again, systemically racist in that the RCMP are far more likely to show up with, in the case of the Elsipogtog, Indigenous actions against fracking. Back in 2013 in New Brunswick, Mi'kmaq residents in full possession of their rights in a nonviolent protest against fracking had the police show up with attack dogs. They showed up well armed. They arrested people. They arrested them forcefully. This is quite an outrage when you look at the history of how the RCMP operate to enforce injunctions to protect resource extracting companies where their rights to extract resources come right up against Indigenous rights as recognized by the Supreme Court of Canada. And yet over and over again, it is Indigenous people who are not protected by the RCMP and corporations that are. When we look at what's happened in British Columbia, certainly injunctive relief was available.
Apologies, but the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has 4 minutes to answer.
Oui, merci.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Nice to see you through technology, and thanks to the member for Saanich Gulf Island, who I'm also happy to see again. As usual, she's raising some very good questions and giving us information about injunctions that are statistically given more readily to corporations. I find that interesting. I'll look into that deeper because it's true that systemic racism is not limited to RCMP actions. It goes far beyond that. It's institutional, and it's important to address that. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the situation in Nova Scotia. This situation has arisen as a result of the establishment of a subsistence fishery by the Sipekne'katik Nation. Apologies for the pronunciation. I'll begin by commenting on the criminal acts committed in the dispute between that nation and commercial fishers. Our government strongly condemns the racism, acts of violence, and crimes committed during this conflict. I implore all those involved to support constructive efforts for peaceful de-escalation and dialogue, especially as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Our government remains committed to reconciliation and the development of a new and improved relationship with Indigenous peoples, a relationship based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and collaboration. We recognize that the RCMP has faced complex challenges this year, but we continue to work to build meaningful and lasting relationships with Indigenous peoples. It would be a real shame to let the criminal acts perpetrated in this conflict undermine those efforts. Any lasting resolution to this dispute must be based on the recognition of legitimate Mi'kmaq treaty rights. This requires an end to threats, racism, violence, and intimidation. The primary role of any police force is to protect the public and enforce the laws, including the Criminal Code of Canada. All Canadians enjoy the fundamental freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, and demonstration, and should be able to do so safely. However, the use of violence and the endangerment of lives to protest is totally unacceptable. Those responsible for these crimes will be held accountable. The RCMP takes its role in maintaining public safety very seriously and has been on the ground since the beginning of the conflict. At the same time, governments have been working to bring the parties to a lasting settlement based on the recognition of legitimate Mi'kmaq treaty rights. Madam Speaker, charges have been laid and multiple investigations are underway into crimes committed against individuals, including the violent attack on Chief Michael Sack. Police are also investigating property crimes, such as the October 19th Lobster Warehouse fire, which was a sad episode in our collective history. To further enhance the RCMP's capabilities, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness approved a request from the Attorney General of Nova Scotia to increase the number of contracted RCMP members present in Nova Scotia as required to maintain the peace. The RCMP presence in the region is unusually high and will continue to be high for as long as it's needed. The increased and enhanced RCMP presence includes uniformed officers who provide high-visibility law enforcement and conduct random patrols in communities. The uniformed officers are complemented by additional strategic tactical operations officers from several jurisdictions. In addition, uniformed RCMP officers patrol the water in the region as required, and the RCMP Emergency Response Team is equipped with a vessel for immediate deployment if required.
First Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to contrast for parliamentarians the notion of Indigenous people having a right to a moderate livelihood in the lobster fishery of Nova Scotia and contrast that with Clearwater Seafoods. Clearwater Seafoods founder, John Risley, has a net worth of $1.2 billion from fishing in Mi'kmaq waters. Clearwater Seafoods has been found guilty by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans of gross violations of conservation rules, leaving their lobster traps on the ocean floor over a period of years, allowing for an illegal catch taking place. Clearwater Seafoods does not have RCMP showing up to give them a hard time. Clearwater Seafoods takes a huge resource, and I'm not against that. I just think that the contrast between corporate rights and exploitation and the way Indigenous people have been treated in seeking a moderate livelihood is a scandal. And I would ask all of us to examine.
And I'll have to give the Parliamentary Secretary 1 minute to respond.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. These are important issues that my colleague is raising, but I would say that the RCMP was sent to reinforce the Nova Scotia forces. It is important to support public safety and de-escalate the situation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you very much, colleagues, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start with some very, very good news, and that is the arrival of my nephew today, Santiago Barrett, the firstborn to my brother Matt and his wife Sulin. So congratulations to them and welcome to Santiago. Really, really exciting news. As we can hear the excitement from the government benches. But I do have to pivot from the good news. Thank you. I have to pivot from the good news to the bad, and it goes like this, Madam Speaker. Tens of millions of dollars invested in hotels, multi-million-dollar mansions, millions of dollars in cash, targeted shootings, sex trafficking. Dozens of arrests, many seized illegal weapons, and much seized illegal ammunition. These items reported this week by Sam Cooper with Global News as they report on a China-based transnational cartel operating in Toronto and Vancouver. Now, the business model involves illegal casinos believed to be laundering drug cash. Now, that cash is then used for, amongst other things, political donations. Now, those political donations are used to gain access to Liberal politicians. Liberal politicians past, we've seen reports of former Liberal MP Joe Pescasolido with these very individuals, and there's pictures in the article here from those newspaper reports and those online reports, but also to the Prime Minister. It's important to note there's also a $1 million donation to the Trudeau Foundation. Now, following these donations, we have meetings with the Prime Minister. Now, the Chinese Communist Party refers to this strategy as their magic weapon or their secret weapon for the Chinese Communist Party to be able to improve and gain their influence here in Canada. So it's troubling, Madam Speaker, that with illegal casinos operating in 2 provinces that we know about, drug cash, we have shootings, we have sex trafficking, we have dirty money. This dirty money flowing back into the pockets of organizations that fund political activity in Canada. And those donations being used to gain access. Now, Madam Speaker, the most troubling aspect of this, of course, is the source country, Communist China, of which we have great concern about their dealings with so much at stake, with Canadians illegally jailed there. The question, Madam Speaker, is when will this government, when will this Prime Minister put their relationship with Communist China on ice and deal with Canadians' interests first? It's time, Madam Speaker, to put Canada first. When will they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Madam Speaker, first of all, may I congratulate, and I appreciate the applause, I congratulate the member opposite on the birth of his nephew, and the happy parents, obviously, too. It's interesting, the member is I believe it's the ethics critic, shadow minister for the Conservative Party. And I must say, he does have a creative imagination, Madam Speaker. If there is an opportunity to look under something, even if there's nothing there, he has a pretty decent ability in terms of trying to give a perception. And he's fairly good at pushing that perception, Madam Speaker. I think ultimately believing if you push it long enough and hard enough, you might try to convince some people that there's a sense of reality to it. I can assure the member that when it comes to election laws and financing, back in 2017, we introduced legislation, and about a year later, we actually had it passed. And today, we have some of the most stringent, transparent, accountable election laws than other democracies throughout the world. In fact, I would challenge the member to maybe state a few, in particular here in North America, that have more stringent and a higher sense of accountability and transparency than our election laws. I can remember giving speeches in the chamber, using as an example, the very most you can give me if you happen to be a Canadian citizen, I think it's $1,500 or maybe $1,600. And I can tell you that there is no one that's going to give me $1,600 and feel that I owe them something as a result of it, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, democracy requires that there has to be money to finance political parties. The member, I'm sure, is aware that the Conservative Party raises a lot of money too. And I suspect a lot of that money comes in the form of $1,600 donations. And maybe, upon reflection, if we were to look at every member that contributed to the Conservative Party, you might find some questionable characters there, Madam Speaker. But I'm not the parliamentary secretary responsible for ethics, so I'm not going to go around and search for it. But I can appreciate the member opposite has that responsibility to look around and see where it is under those blankets where there might be something that we could tie to. Do you really think that what's taking place in China has an impact in terms of what we are thinking as a government in terms of policies? I don't believe it for a moment, Madam Speaker. I really don't believe it for a moment. I don't think money contributions coming to individual members of Parliament is influencing the direction that our caucus wants to move, especially during a crisis situation of the coronavirus. I think that we need to be realistic. And in fact, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at it, we have very much gone beyond what the election laws require of us. Our Prime Minister says, look, we will, if you're from the media and we have these large fundraisers, not now because of the coronavirus, Madam Speaker, because of physical distancing, but we invite the media to attend. We're prepared to share lists. We challenge the Conservative Party to do likewise, and they won't do that, Madam Speaker. So, I'm a little bit suspicious of the official opposition, generally speaking, when it comes to issues of ethics. I prefer to look at our ethics commissioner, which is an political organization.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. And these aren't allegations raised by the opposition. These are raised by national security experts, raised by CSIS, raised by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and reported on by the Free Press, by Global News, by Sam Cooper. And Mr. Cooper's journalism is exhaustive in his 20 pages that he reports on this very issue. Madam Speaker, what we have here, we've identified the issue to the Liberals, the $1 million donation to the foundation, the tens of thousands donated to Liberal riding associations and members. So if the member believes in transparency, if he wants to get that dirty money out now that he knows, now that it's been identified, now that he says I've done the job that I've been asked to do, will they return the money, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, something that I know about the member opposite is if there was a whiff of element of truth to some of the things that are stated from the Conservative Party, not just this particular member, Madam Speaker, and it's not to be meant as a personal reflection, but I can tell you that the first thing they would do is they would go to the Ethics Commissioner. And then they would leak off saying, well, we have now asked the Ethics Commissioner to look into X, Y, and Z. So this way they can try to generate a story, to enhance the perception, to try to make a perception turn into a reality. If there is something that was quite of a serious nature, and that's why we have an Ethics Commissioner, I fairly confident that they would be bringing it to the Ethics Commissioner, Madam Speaker. And I would be very much more so interested in hearing what the Ethics Commissioner might actually have to say, as opposed to a Conservative opposition that has consistently, since day one, even before the Prime Minister was Prime Minister, was always at a personal attack on him.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.